Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter had marriage with FLUER? Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Unexpected arrival at Hogwarts. Are you sure you've put everything in, dear Harry? Molly asked. I've checked it 4 times. I think everything's in order, Harry replied. Don't be surprised, Mom. That's just how she is. She can't stay calm unless… Ron began. Ron, do you have everything too? See? What did I tell you? Ron said with a grin. Harry had spent most of the summer at the Burrow, a Hogwarts dormitory. His uncles had given their blessing solely for one reason, to rest and spend the entire summer without any oddities. They were packing all their suitcases because the next day they would head to Platform 9 3/4 to begin their 5th year at Hogwarts, the School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Let's have dinner, Molly announced. Come on, Mom, chimed in Ginny, the youngest of the Weasleys, who had grown considerably since her last year at Hogwarts. Yet even as Harry called her by name, her cheeks still flushed crimson. Wait a moment, Mommy, Fred said. Yeah, we're swamped with work, George continued. Oh, these kids are going to be a pain in the ass someday. Her mother replied with resignation. When everyone was seated at the table, even the animated twins Weasley, they began chatting animatedly, though their voices carried a tone of excitement and nervousness. What's up with you guys this time? Asked Mr. Weasley. Well, nothing, Fred replied. Can't we even eat in peace? There's no respect in this world. George chimed in with a wry smile. After dinner, everyone quickly went to bed. The sooner they retired, the better rested they would be for starting a new day, one that was sure to be full of surprises. Harry fell into a deep slumber. When morning came, he opened one eye slightly before the other, then put on his glasses to see the daylight clearly. A brilliant ray of sunlight bathed the room. With a smile playing on his face, Harry glanced toward Ron's bed where the boy was still fast asleep. What luck I've had meeting Ron, Harry thought. The best thing that ever happened to me in my life, not to mention the Quidditch team and the first letter they sent me from Hogwarts. And, of course, Hermione. But before he could react, a boisterous pigwidgeon had landed on his chest, staring, hopping, and flapping its wings toward the window. Don't you think it's too early to start bothering? Harry whispered, glancing out the window. Then he spotted a giant white owl, comparable to the one perched above it. Snow White as snow, Harry exclaimed. But when he saw Ron moving, he regretted it. Hedwig, he repeated, though in a lower voice. You're bringing a letter? Harry opened the window to his cat owl, which perched beside him after scaring off the innocent pig. When Harry removed the letter from its beak, Hedwig flew toward her cage, then gave a few affectionate pecks behind her beloved Harry's ear. It's Hermione, Harry shouted, unable to contain himself as he stared at the sender. Ron muttered, sitting up straight. What's going on? Why all the fuss? I feel like I've woken you up, Harry said. This is Hermione's letter. Hermione, why didn't you wake me up earlier? Come on, read it. I can't wait to see what's next. Agreed, dear Harry and Ron. I miss you terribly and can't wait to see you at Hogwarts. I hope you had a great summer, Harry, and I wish you the same, Ron. Have you already gone to Diagon Alley to buy all your essentials? I have. I've checked out this year's textbooks. They're packed with fascinating content. Honestly, I'd say you should check them out too. Do you know who will replace Mad-Eye Moody? I'm still clueless, but I bet you two know, like your family, Ron, you work at the Ministry of Magic. Alright, now we've got something to talk about on the train. Let's meet at Platform 9 3/4 this morning at 10 o'clock. But don't go in without me. My parents are muggles. If they spot you entering, they might recognize you and think you're crazy. I'm off duty. A warm greeting from your always dear friend, Hermione. P.S. Please don't forget that. Hermione, always so polite. Ron remarked. Hey Ron, Harry says to his friend. You know who's going to replace Moody? You don't? Only those who live with muggles haven't heard yet. Ron, I live with muggles. Oh,
I'm sorry, Harry.
You'll find out who's replacing him when we arrive. Okay? Better to keep it a surprise. Well, at that moment Mrs. Weasley entered the room. Come on, folks. Get ready to grab breakfast ASAP. You don't want to be late for your first day, right? Okay, we're going, Mom. Ron said, yawning from sleep. Harry stepped out of the room, casting one last glance at Hedwig, who was dozing off in her cage. At breakfast, everyone was a bit nervous, but that didn't stop Fred and George from cracking jokes at the whole family. Kids, I need to announce something, Mr. Weasley began, but his children barely let him finish speaking. Another lecture about good behavior? Fred interrupted. Yes, and for some reason, he always looks at us in particular, right, Fred? George pressed. Ginny let out a chuckle. He said perhaps even now he'll drop my favorite sermon. And that's why I want you to take inspiration from your brothers Percy, Charlie, and Bill, who demonstrated their great sense of responsibility at Hogwarts by winning the annual award, or at least securing a prefect position. He mimicked his father's voice. Do you want to let your father speak up? Molly cut him off. Thanks, Molly. What I wanted to tell you isn't anything my dear children have already mentioned, but it wouldn't hurt to remind you of all the speeches I've told you. Especially yours. He nodded at the playful twins who wore mischievous grins. But what I really wanted to tell you is this. We're going to take a Muggle bus to the station. What? Ron exclaimed. We can't do that. We were putting together a show. Ginny continued. I don't believe it, objected Arthur. What if our magic wand spits out the smallest spell? George asked. But not intentionally, of course, Fred quickly added. Let's hope that doesn't happen. If it does, by some twist of fate, another magic wand will be ready to give the well-deserved punishment to those two rude twins. Molly responded. Besides, Mr. Weasley said we have a real expert on the matter with us. Harry didn't even know who he was referring to until Mr. Weasley added. And that's Harry. Me? Well, Harry hadn't expected this. Honestly, I don't ride buses much. The Dursleys wouldn't let me, just in case it was pointless. About not knowing how to get off at the right station. He whispered the last part. It doesn't matter. We'll fix it. Mr. Weasley replied nonchalantly. It's not about interrupting your pleasant conversation, but if we don't hurry, we'll miss the bus, or even the train, Mrs. Weasley said. They all rushed out of the kitchen in a rush. Harry and Ron climbed into their rooms, grabbed their heavy suitcases, the owl cages, and wasn't there anything left? The others were waiting for them at the door. Is everything ready already? Asked Mrs. Weasley. Say yes, Mommy, their children replied. Then we're not going back. Huh? Objected Mr. Weasley to Ginny. Are you sure you don't need anything else, my girl? Sure, Dad, Ginny replied. How many times do I have to tell you this? Well, in that case, let's go out. They all dragged their suitcases toward the nearest bus stop. 5 boys each carrying a suitcase and 2 adults dressed in rather unconventional outfits. This was no ordinary sight among Muggles. When the bus pulled up and Harry and the Weasley family boarded, the passengers were stunned, especially Harry, who stood out like a sore thumb. What will they see? Mr. Weasley asked in a low voice. Well, I don't know, but it's better if you come in and sit down while I get the tickets ready. Agreement? Proposed Harry. Well, whatever you want, but I did bring money, Arthur said, pulling out a few pennies from his pocket. Don't worry, Mr. Weasley. I'll pay for myself, Harry replied, well aware that the Weasley family didn't handle Muggle money wisely. Suddenly, he got a nudge from Ron. He nearly dropped all his bills. Well, Harry, what's up, Ron? Harry asked his friend. His comrade's face was slightly pale and he looked somewhat embarrassed, which made him hesitate before replying to Harry. What's going on? Harry pressed. Well, your scar. That's completely exposed, Ron finally said. What? Oh no. Harry immediately covered his scar with his bangs. That's why everyone was staring at us. Well, it doesn't matter, Mrs. Weasley said. Come on, Harry, come on. Pay up, please. Anxious, Harry handed over a few pounds of banknotes to the stunned driver. Here's it, he said. Then he turned to the Weasley family. All right, let's sit down. Don't you think? Well, let's see, said Mr. Weasley. As everyone was making their way down the narrow bus aisle and about to take their seats, they suddenly heard a voice behind them. Hey there, kid. Harry turned around to see who was calling. It was a muggle man pointing at him. Yes, you, the one with the black hair and messy hair. Did this slip out of your pocket? Harry saw the muggle holding his magic wand. In all the commotion, it had slipped through his fingers. Ah, yes, thanks. Harry, trying not to look clueless, quickly grabbed his wand, which made the muggle jerk in surprise, and tucked it into his pocket before sitting down. Clearly today isn't my day, Harry lamented. First the scar thing, now this. What else could possibly go wrong with me? Calm down, Harry, he reassured Ginny, though he blushed slightly. I'm sure the trip to the station will be quick, and there won't be any more hiccups. Don't give Harry false hope. Fred interrupted his sister Ginny with a sly grin and a coquettish tone. Anything could happen. Yeah, now you'll see how we both lose our wits, George confirmed, mirroring his twin's tone. But to Harry's relief, nothing went wrong. They made it to King's Cross Station without any hiccups. A few minutes later, Harry, Ron, Ginny, Fred, and George were dragging their heavy suitcases toward the platform, with the Weasley family members following closely behind. They found her there with Hermione. The young woman had gotten very tanned during the vacation and looked absolutely stunning. Harry, Ron. She greeted them excitedly. How are you? I've been waiting here for 15 minutes. Okay, but on the muggle bus. Fred started with a smirk, but Harry cut him off irritably. Please, Fred, calm down. Haven't you gone on vacation, Hermione? Ron asked Hermione. Yes, France, she replied. My parents rented this gorgeous cottage in Brittany to spend the summer. If you ever see it, well, let's cut to the chase, Mr. Weasley said I need to head off to work now, so I can't keep you company. But I wish you all the best for this term. See you soon. Everyone said goodbye to Mr. Weasley as he left the station. All right, let's make our way to the platform. It's almost time, Mrs. Weasley said. Harry, Ron, Hermione, go ahead first. What do you want? Yes, sure thing, the three friends said. Pretending to be clueless, Harry, Ron, and Hermione walked toward the metal barrier. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in platform 9 3/4. Seconds later, Fred, George, and Ginny appeared behind them on the platform. The Hogwarts Express was already there, just as it always did. We need to hurry up, Hermione said, checking her watch. The express train will depart in half an hour. Harry, Hermione, Ron shouted to his friends, who had already rushed ahead to check the free compartments. Come on, there's an empty compartment here. All right, but Ron, go ahead and collect your trunk first, Harry said, gesturing at the trunk beneath his feet. You left it behind. Ah, yes, of course. Goodbye, Harry, Mrs. Weasley said, giving him a hug. Take care of yourself. Goodbye, Ron, watch out, she said to her son. Yes, Mamiron grunted, struggling to break free from his mother's embrace. Mrs. Weasley said goodbye to Ginny, Fred, and George. No more mischief, you've heard me, she told the latter too. And Hermione too. Harry, Ron, and Hermione boarded the train, leaving their belongings behind. After a brief pause, the train departed. Ron and Harry chatted animatedly about Quidditch, while Hermione was engrossed in a new textbook they were supposed to use that semester. The compartment door swung open, and in walked a witch with a trolley loaded with sweets and drinks, as was customary. Hey guys, want to grab something from the cart? Yes, Ron said hurriedly. Some Bertie Bott's Graces of all flavors, some chocolate frogs, and a pumpkin juice. And you, Harry? He asked his friend. Same thing, he replied, but instead of juice, a butterbeer. Hermione, what would you like? He turned to his friend. Hermione stammered. Right, a pot pie? And does it have elixir of immortality? She turned to the witch at the cart. What? Harry and Ron asked in unison, stunned. Yes, of course I do. The trolley which grinned your friend has good taste, she said to Harry and Ron, who were puzzled. The witch poured Hermione a glass of liquid purple inside. From him, purple vapor would rise. What's that thing called, elixir of immortality? Harry asked Hermione, completely baffled by the concept. It's a new drink, Hermione explained. It went on sale last week. They say it's amazing and I want to try it. How much is it? Ron asked the witch. 100 galleons and 40 sickles, she replied. What? Harry and Ron gasped in disbelief, utterly stunned. How can it be so expensive? Hermione asked, sounding alarmed. Oh, my sweethearts. The elixir of immortality is absolutely delicious, the witch explained, but it costs an arm and a leg. That's not a good sign. Ron snorted gloomily. I only have 15 sickles here. Harry, do you have anything in your pocket? Exactly 50 galleons and 25 sickles. Harry replied, rummaging through his pockets. Hermione? Sorry. Guys, Hermione apologized with a guilty look. I don't have any money here outside. Thanks a bunch, Hermione said. Ron retorted sarcastically, so what now? We'll have to ask someone for money, Harry said. There's no other way we can. Wait a second. I'll ask Fred and George for money. I'm sure they've got it, Ron said. Now I'm back. And Ron stepped out of the compartment. Fred? I was wondering if you had anything loose. We've run out of cash to pay the witch from the cart, Ron said to Fred as he entered his compartment. Fred shook his head. And you, George? He asked George almost pleadingly. George made the same gesture as his brother. Hey Lee, got anything? Fred asked his friend Lee Jordan, who was sitting right next to them. I'm sorry, he said, pulling out a handful of coins. I only had 3 nuts. I spent them all on candy. What am I supposed to do now? Ron lamented. Well, we could borrow some cash from someone. What do you guys think, folks? George asked with a playful smile. Not the time for jokes, George, Ron snapped, walking out of the compartment. What did they tell you? Harry asked once Ron had arrived. Nothing, they don't have any money, Ron said, still fuming. So what do we do? Hermione asked, worried. If you two, the witch said, gesturing at Ron and Harry, return all the candies, the girl will be able to drink the elixir of immortality. What do you think? Well, Harry hesitated for a moment. All right, so what do you think, Ron? Hermione looked at him with pleading eyes. Well, he snorted low. Oh, guys, thank you, you're amazing, Hermione exclaimed, beaming with delight. The witch snatched all the sweets from Ron and Harry before walking away, smiling at Hermione. You're so cute, right? Said the girl. Yeah, a lot, Harry said sarcastically. The enchantress. Hey guys, want to have a bite? Hermione sipped her elixir of immortality. It's absolutely delicious. So sweet. No thanks, Harry said. I'm not in the mood. I do, new things always get me excited. Ron immediately chimed in, proving it's okay. He took a sip of elixir of immortality and said, You're right, Hermione. It's absolutely delicious. Harry, do you really not want to? You told me not, Harry said. Whatever you want, said Hermione. Hey, did you know this drink is said to have magical properties? Ron made a face of disbelief. Oh, come on, Espedo, it must have been super expensive, right? So we'll just have to enjoy this nectar for now because we're not buying another one. I'm telling you. And that's what we got for the hat. But it's true, Hermione insisted. I read about it somewhere. I don't know what kind of property it is, but we'll have to check it out. By the way, guys, do you know who will be the next defense against the dark arts teacher? No, but Ron did. Harry said, go on. Ron, tell us who he is. Ron's ears flushed red, just like they always do when he gets teased. Later, Farfulo. Okay, but I'm totally into it, Hermione said. Hey, don't you think this train's moving way too slowly? Wait, now you realize? Ron chuckled. He's always slow to react. Not really, Hermione remarked, but now it feels more like that. I can't wait to get to Hogwarts right now. You have no idea how eager I am to start. Hermione was just about to say this when suddenly the 3 friends noticed the train speeding up faster and faster, and then even faster, but before anyone could react to what was happening, the train had stopped. What happened? Harry asked, looking utterly astonished. I don't know, Ron said, his face slightly flushed. The elixir of immortality must have been giving me a bad hangover. Suddenly, Hermione leaned out of the window and let out a gasp of amazement. I can't believe it. What's going on, Hermione? Harry and Ron approached her. Well, we're already at Hogsmeade Station. What? Harry exclaimed in disbelief. This can't be true. Look, let's check it out. Hermione gestured for Harry to step forward toward the window. Harry peered out. Sure enough, they had reached their destination. It's unbelievable, Ron said, having peeked through another window and opened it to vomit. How did this happen? I don't know, Hermione said, opening her trunk. The other two followed suit. Once dressed, they left the compartment and found Hagrid waiting. First-year students. First-year folks, come over here, please. He looked equally puzzled. Hello, Hagrid. Harry, Ron and Hermione greeted him simultaneously. Hey guys, Hagrid said. Did you see how fast we got here today? I'm still shaking off the shock. Don't you know how it went? Harry asked. Hagrid shook his massive hand and said, I have to admit it caught me off guard. I'm completely clueless. First year, please. He called out to the first-year students in a row, first graders here. See you later, boys. I'll see you soon. He then turned to Harry, Ron, and Hermione. The trio bid him farewell. When they arrived at Hogwarts, no one seemed to understand what had happened. Everyone was utterly baffled. Outside, the sun still shone brightly in the sky. It was afternoon. Wait a second, Harry said to his friends, gesturing at the half-filled goblet of elixir of immortality Hermione was holding. You don't want more, right? Of course not, Ron said weakly. Harry, you want to? Hermione offered him. No, Harry grabbed Hermione's cup and added, Now I'm coming. With that said, Harry walked away from Ron and Hermione to find a place to drink the elixir of immortality. He couldn't quite put his finger on why, but he had a hunch this potion would cause them major headaches. He was behind Hogwarts Castle when he accidentally tripped over a stone and fell flat on his face. Harry let out a gasp and made a gesture to stand up. The cup of elixir of immortality had fallen, spilling its contents across the lawn. As Harry straightened up and picked up the empty cup from the ground, he saw something that left him speechless. At his feet lay a colossal ravine, and just ahead of it, several meters beyond where he stood a tall modern building that seemed to challenge the castle Harry was standing behind. The building was packed with windows and surrounded by open squares and courtyards, all enclosed by a metal fence. Harry's curiosity piqued. What could this be? If everything we knew was correct, Hogwarts grounds shouldn't have structures of that scale. He considered telling Ron and Hermione about it, but held back. He'd report it later. Right now, at that exact moment, he wanted to explore the building alone. But how could he get there? He thought about jumping off the cliff. It didn't look too dangerous. Not that it was particularly high. It was worth a shot. Harry took a quick step, closed his eyes, and leaped down to land hunched over a soft patch of ground. When he opened his eyes, he found himself surrounded by thick undergrowth that had cushioned his fall. He stood up, adjusted his glasses, which had slipped off, and walked toward the building standing before him. As he moved forward, shrill screams could be heard, to children and young people. To his surprise, he noticed the entrance door, made of metal mesh, was open. Harry pulled the door handle and stepped into the courtyard of the building. That's when he finally understood what it was. It wasn't, but exactly that, a Muggle school. Harry knew right away. The moment he entered, he saw a gleaming metal plaque clearly displayed above the doorframe of the building. It read, Collins Becker Secondary School, founded in 1963 by Father Collins and Miss J. Becker. A Muggle school. Harry couldn't believe it. How had he never known about it before? He'd been at Hogwarts for 5 years now. 5 years of being completely in the dark, unaware that right next to Hogwarts stood another school, and this one was for Muggles. Was Dumbledore even aware of this? Harry was lost in these thoughts when suddenly he heard footsteps behind him. Terrified, he turned around and found himself facing a Muggle boy. He was about the same age as Harry, 15 years old. His hair was very neatly styled, dark brown in color, with blue eyes. He was nearly the same height as Ron, though Harry was closer to the boy's level and quite thin. He wore a white shirt, a navy blue tie, gray dress pants, black nautical-style trousers, and a metal wristwatch on his left wrist. It should have been his uniform, Harry muttered to himself. The boy looked at him with a mix of confusion and bewilderment. Harry kept scolding himself for letting curiosity get the better of him and stepping into that school. Now what? Hello? The Muggle boy said hesitantly. Are you new here? Me? Well, yeah, Harry nervously tried to think of a way out of the predicament, but ended up giving a confused response. The Muggle boy looked at him with surprise. "What's the deal with us?" he asked. "No, I'm not new," Harry clarified. "Well, you see, I'm not from this school. Honestly, I was just passing through here, but I was already leaving, and you don't start school today, right?" "Yeah, today's my first day of class," Harry said. "But honestly, I'd never been to this school before. You know what? I was just curious to see what it was like." "Oh, don't believe me, but this school is from the pair year. I don't blame you for not knowing about it. There's a whole bunch of people who don't even know this school exists, you know what I mean," explained the Muggle boy. "However, my principal is working to make Collins Becker more popular. And I doubt she'll succeed, because everything here is so boring, the food is disgusting. And I won't go on any longer to bore you. What school are you going to?" "Me? Well, honestly, I don't remember my school's name clearly, even though you might not believe it," Harry said, looking slightly embarrassed, "but it's not too far from here." "Oh, hey, do you usually wear such cool clothes?" said the boy. "What?" Harry exclaimed, utterly confused. He glanced at the black robe he was wearing. "I bet that Muggle boy's talking about this," he thought, noticing the same look in the boy's eyes. "Well, it's my school uniform," he admitted. "Really?" The Muggle's face lit up with excitement. "How awesome! I bet everything at your school is way more interesting than mine. Here, everyone's slumped like a log. Like that's all you can see at most." "Well, if you look at it that way, yes," Harry replied, not really understanding what the Muggle boy found interesting. But he had a hunch that Harry was now someone who mattered to the Muggle world, and quite an important one to boot. "Let's be real about it. What's your name?" the boy asked. "I'm Justin Clearfield, and I'll be in 10th grade. I'm studying here because I'm unlucky enough to come from a wealthy family, and every single time, the children of wealthy families attend schools like this filthy place." He said it with such irritation, as if mentioning it bothered him. "And you? Who are you anyway?" Harry replied. "I'm also in 5th grade at my school." Delighted, Harry Justin smiled and shook his hand. "How come we haven't met before if your school is so close to mine?" "You see," Harry replied with noticeable nervousness, "it's clear the world isn't as small as some folks make it out to be." Justin let out a hearty laugh. "Well, not exactly. Actually, I do have siblings. You know, I have a little sister, Tracy. She'll be about 8 years old. We live in London with my mom during school breaks. See, Collins Becker is a boarding school, you know?" "I guess so," Harry said. "Mine too. And your dad doesn't live with you guys?" "My father? I never really knew him. When I was born, he and my mother divorced. I don't know why, but it must have been something bad. And Tracy is clearly adopted. My mother adopted her so I wouldn't be left all alone." "Ah, well, but at least you have a sister, an adopted one, though it's still a sister after all, and you even have your mother with you," Harry said. "I'd love to have the luck you have." "Why?" Justin asked. "Are your parents divorced too? Or what's the deal with that?" "I wish it were so," Harry said, his voice tinged with sorrow and bitterness. He felt a knot forming in his throat as he continued. "Both of them died within a year of my birth." "Oh, well, I'm really sorry," said Justin, looking a bit embarrassed. "Don't worry," Harry said. "I'm used to the facts. What really hurts is how they died." "How did they die?" Justin asked. "They killed him. To make matters worse, I don't even have a single brother or sister to help me through this rough patch." "That's bad luck," Justin remarked. "How tough is it? And who do you live with when you're not at school? Or are you in an orphanage?" "No, I'm with my uncles during the holidays. They're my only family." Harry couldn't believe he was sharing his life story with a Muggle boy he'd never known before. "Okay, but at least you'll have friends at school, right?" "That's right, Harry, it's one of the good things that's happened to me over these 15 years. Well, anyway, speaking of which, have you seen that castle across the way?" Justin pointed toward Hogwarts, the castle standing majestically. "Right? I didn't even know it existed." Harry was wide-eyed. "Can you see that?" he stammered, knowing Justin would find the question utterly ridiculous. "If I ever see it," Justin said, looking quite puzzled. "Wouldn't you think so? It's strange. It seems the castle was built from years ago, but just now I realized it's right there. Well, you must have missed the details, Harry said, trying to hide his astonishment. But that castle's been standing for over 1,000 years. Really? Justin's face lit up. He must have some secret, he added, noticing the suspicious look on Harry's face that the Muggle boy interpreted as confusion. But I'm obsessed with fantasy stuff. Those quirky ideas and all sorts of unconventional things. I've got a ton of fantasy books, and you can't imagine how cool they are, even though they're so quirky. I've always believed there's a mystery buried beneath all that. Harry swallowed hard. His heart was in his throat. What if Justin knew the magical world existed? But after a few agonizing seconds, he realized it wasn't the case at all. Not even remotely. I would love magic to be real. You know what I mean? It would be amazing if the things happening in my books could actually happen here in the real world. Maybe someday I'll even lend you one. Who knows? Well, sure, the real world. One of those two. Harry had slipped away from him. What do you mean? Justin was surprised. Leave it, it's my stuff. Well, whatever you want. Hey, how do you know that castle's 1,000 years old? I know, Harry replied, growing weary of the endless questions. A lot of people do. Sorry, but I think I should go to class. Guess they won't start soon. Sure thing. Well, no more formalities. Harry, it's a pleasure to meet you. Let's see if you'll be coming by more often here. I'll give it a shot, but I can't promise anything, Harry said. See you later, Justin. Harry immediately left Collins Becker. That Justin was quite charming, but he kept him on edge. He had almost spilled the beans about himself, that Harry was actually a wizard studying at the ancient castle that Justin found so fascinating. Hogwarts, which was essentially a magic school. He'd think twice before returning to that Muggle school. Before anyone could see him, looking above, he climbed the ravine from his shoulder to return to Hogwarts. Once back on campus, a question arose. How could Muggles now see Hogwarts? The place must be under a spell. Last year, through Hermione, she learned that whenever a Muggle glanced toward Hogwarts, all they saw were ruins and a no-entry sign. Why could they see the castle now? Or was it just Justin who could see it? Then Ron and Hermione came out to meet them. They looked worried. Where were you, Harry? Hermione said anxiously. We'd already been searching for you. You won't believe it, Harry said as they entered the castle. The sun was setting. What? Ron asked. Harry began sharing everything he had seen with his friends, including his conversation with Justin, a Muggle fascinated by magic. As he recounted the events, the three young men entered the Great Hall with their classmates. I still can't believe what you saw, Hermione said, puzzled, when Harry finished telling them everything. Since Harry says he saw it, it must be true, Ron replied, annoyed but always true to his friend's beliefs. I thought Hogwarts was protected by a spell to keep Muggles from seeing it, Hermione continued, ignoring Ron's protests. Once seated at Gryffindor's table, amidst the commotion, the general situation had calmed down. Dumbledore stood up and addressed his students. Good evening, students. Welcome to another year at Hogwarts, and I extend my warmest welcome to first-year students. Your journey will surely be filled with excitement and anticipation, Dumbledore declared in his solemn voice. Before the Sorting Hat assigns students to their houses, I have important news to share. First and foremost, Quidditch is making a comeback. As he concluded, the dining hall erupted in cheers. Please, everyone, let's keep our composure. Second, and just as important, is that we have a new defense against dark arts teacher. When my speech ends, she'll be the one to deliver hers. Harry glanced at the teacher's table, but only noticed Snape with a bitter expression, McGonagall with a faint smile, and Filch, the caretaker. Where were the others? Another important announcement. Dumbledore continued his speech. We have several new boys from the schools of magic. Durmstrang, Ilvermorny, Spellmaster, and Beauxbatons. They will be selected alongside first-year students and will be housed in the houses. I hope you treat them with respect and kindness so they can take pride in being admitted to Hogwarts. Well, I think there's nothing left to announce. Now let's welcome our new defense against the dark arts teacher. Please, miss, could happen. The great hall door opened, and in walked a young girl with silver hair, bright eyes, and flushed cheeks. A radiant smile played across her face, full of joy and triumph. That look, it felt strangely familiar. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged glances, trying to recall the girl's features as she made her way to the teacher's table. Dumbledore stepped aside to make way for her. Finally, the girl spoke. "Good evening, everyone. My name is FLEUR Delacour, and I'm your guest professor in defense, the Conca of the Dark Arts." A murmur of approval rippled through the room. Yes, it was her, FLEUR Delacour, the stunning French finalist from last year's Three Kings tournament. The young woman smiled contentedly before continuing. "I'm looking forward to this Cugso meeting with me being enjoyable, and I'm confident we'll have a fantastic time together." We were so impressed, most of the boys were left speechless. FLEUR had grown considerably, but her beauty remained the same. Hermione and Ginny had to give Ron a nudge, he was the most shocked, to get him to react. "Get up now," Hermione snapped. "They look like they're in a trance." Ginny laughed. Once the speech ended, all the boys who had been spellbound by FLEUR returned to their normal selves. Even Ron, who had previously been smitten with her. "Can you imagine going out with a teacher?" he said, horrified, to Harry. As every year, the teacher pulled out the sorting hat and its matching stool. Each year, the hat seemed more aged and worn out, but his wisdom remained the same as ever. "You might think I'm not pretty, but don't judge by what you see. There's nothing hidden in your head that the sorting hat can't see. So go ahead and try it. Don't be scared. I'm not going to eat you up. You could be part of Gryffindor, where they embody courage and nobility, perhaps the Hufflepuff house where they are fair and loyal. A good Ravenclaw would be someone with great intellect who could become a Slytherin. The cunning is your forte. Come on, try it out if you want to know which house belongs to." After singing the house song, everyone applauded. Professor McGonagall unfurled a parchment and announced, "Johnson, Matthew." A boy as pale as a stone approached the sorting hat. The moment he put it on, the old hat sank into his tiny head and he immediately shouted, "Ravenclaw." With a beaming smile that lit up his face, the young man dashed to his assigned table, hat off first. A gesture that drew gasps of applause and cheers from the crowd below. Louise Jane, a girl with rosy cheeks and cheerful eyes, walked to the stool, picked up her hat, and put it on. Within seconds, the hat started shouting, "Gryffindor." The young woman slumped into a chair next to Harry, clearly shaken by something that had just happened. Once, Susan, a round-faced girl, stood up and was about to reach for her hat when she tripped over the laces and fell to the ground. When she got back up, her face was redder than Ron's hair, and she moved forward more timidly than before, putting on the hat. Hufflepuff. The girl, now calmer, removed her hat and walked to her table. Rochelle John, a young man with a sorrowful gaze and unsmiling expression, approached the hat and put it on. The moment his head touched the brim, the hat suddenly let out a shout. Slytherin. The young man, with a smile on his face, walked toward his table. When nearly all the students had been selected, Dumbledore stood up and declared, "Now, students from different schools will be selected." Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment and pulled another from her robe's pocket. As she unrolled it, she shouted, "Brooke Joni." A 16-year-old girl walked confidently down the corridor. She put on her hat, and after a minute the hat shouted, "Slytherin." The young woman, removing her hat, walked proudly to her table with evident pride. Clearfield Joey, a young man with chestnut hair, stood up and walked toward the stool. Harry nearly jumped out of his skin, thinking he was having a déjà vu moment. Hadn't he seen this guy before somewhere? Who could this be? He squinted to get a better look. It looked like the Muggle boy he'd seen at Collins Becker's, but with even messier hair. Otherwise, they were exactly the same. But this couldn't be him. It just didn't make sense. The young man kept walking forward, put on his hat, and the hat soon shouted out, "Gryffindor." The boy sat down across from Ron, and Harry kept staring at him with his mouth gaping wide open for what seemed like ages. Seeing the stunned Harry's expression, Ginny whispered to him in a slightly flushed voice, "Hey there, are you even here? Can you tell what's so amazing you're staring at that?" "Well, nothing."
Harry lied, reacting.
The selection ceremony continued, But Harry couldn't focus on it anymore. He was overwhelmed by the fact that this new boy who'd just been chosen for Gryffindor could be Justin, yet the young man didn't seem to recognize him at all. Something was seriously off here. "Boys," Dumbledore said moments later, once again the student selection ceremony had concluded. I was about to change the subject, but in the face of McGonagall's stern gaze, he added, "But there are still students to be selected. Those who couldn't make it on the Hogwarts Express will have their parents bring them tomorrow for personal reasons. Now, I want to announce the new prefects for each house." He took a parchment from Snape and began reading. "At Hufflepuff House, it will be Walter Durson. At Slytherin House, Dennis Preffert. At Ravenclaw House, Susan Sistani. And finally, at Gryffindor House, Hermione Granger." When Hermione heard her name, she slammed her chair and jumped up, bouncing around the room in euphoria as her friends and classmates cheered her on. After calming down and the dining hall fell silent again, Dumbledore continued, "Well, the new prefects of each house will be given an envelope containing access codes to various common rooms. I also want to mention a building located just a few meters behind Hogwarts. The one I'm referring to hasn't been seen before, but it's been there for decades. It's actually a Muggle school called Collins Becker." The dining hall immediately buzzed with murmurs. "A Muggle school?" Many gasped, stunned. That school was founded in 1963 by two individuals named Philip Collins and Jeanette Becker-Nadio Dumbledore. When the students fell silent once again, they were certain Hogwarts didn't exist. Many of you know Hogwarts is enchanted to prevent Muggles from seeing it. But now we're completely visible to them. And why, you might ask? Because something essential for harmony between the magical world and the Muggle world has vanished. This is the invisibility barrier. This unique barrier was created by the four founders of Hogwarts to prevent any Muggle from seeing a wizard school standing right in front of them. As its name suggests, while invisible to the naked eye, it possessed magical properties. Consequently, it also shielded us from the view of the Muggle world, leaving us completely unaware of what lay within. But now, for reasons unknown, this barrier has vanished without a trace, revealing the magical world to Muggles and vice versa. The school council suspects it was caused by some form of dark arts, but nothing can be proven. The disappearance of the hidden barrier could lead to dangerous long-term consequences, potentially turning into a full-blown catastrophe. Now, both wizards and Muggles must tread carefully, especially us. The slightest trace of magic visible to Muggles would trigger chaos. That's why the school council has ordered Hogwarts to implement security measures, ensuring everything remains safe and normal. Of course, classes won't be suspended, but they'll be conducted with certain precautions. All window shutters will be closed, and the classroom will be lit by candles. All students are strictly prohibited from visiting Collins Becker, day or night, unless you've got my or a teacher's permission. I think you'll all understand this. You won't be outside Hogwarts except during breaks, when you'll be. Magical spells are strictly prohibited. In Quidditch, players must stay below 20 meters above ground level. Team captains will be tasked with keeping the bludgers and snitches within the stadium boundaries, a rare exception if such incidents occur. Hogwarts' main gate has been sealed with a spell. While the door can be opened from inside without issue, those outside must enter by saying a password known only to Hogwarts students and faculty. Anyone attempting to force open the gate will suffer a hand injury and fall to the ground, sustaining minor injuries but not severe. The password is Blue Unicorn. Anyone who shares the password with someone not from Hogwarts, whether wizard or Muggle, will face severe punishment. So you all know. Understand that this is for our safety and the safety of the Muggles. When the invisibility barrier reappears, security measures will be tightened. Dumbledore concluded his speech. You can... Wait, they're knocking on the door. Minerva, could you kindly open it to see who's there and let us know? Professor McGonagall rose from her chair and went to open the main door. For a tense moment, the entire dining hall fell silent, intrigued. Who could it be? Finally, the professor returned, and everyone turned their attention to see who was calling at the door. The other students, Dumbledore, the teacher announced. They're here. Already? Dumbledore exclaimed in surprise. If they had to come tomorrow. Well, go on then, Professor McGonagall vanished once more, but a minute later she returned with a group of young wizards and witches trailing behind her. The whole group was visibly on edge. Well, welcome, new students. Dumbledore welcomed them. Let's put the hat back on. Looks like there was a minor hiccup, but it's nothing to worry about. McGonagall went to the lectern and the hat to place them at the head of the dining hall, making them clearly visible. She pulled out a parchment from her pocket, unfurled it, and began calling out to the students. Boordeus, Meg. A plump-faced girl with silky hair sat down on the stool and put on her hat. Shortly after, the hat shouted, Hufflepuff. The girl, taking a deep breath, walked to her table amid the applause. Bertius, Catherine. A tall, slender woman with curly blonde hair immediately put on the selection hat. The man shouted, Ravenclaw. The girl took off her hat with delight and went to her table. Fawcett, Phoebe. A girl with 2 braids put on the hat and shouted, Hufflepuff. The girl went to her table, not without first taking off her hat. Fletcher, Dick. A pale-faced boy with gray eyes approached the stool and put on the sorting hat. The cap barely brushed against his head before he shouted, Slytherin. With a mischievous grin on his face, the boy took off his hat and walked to his table, where he was jeering at him. Hill Jason. A handsome 16-year-old boy sat down on the stool, putting his hat on. The girls could be heard murmuring, what a hottie. In the background, Harry vaguely recalled Cedric Diggory, the boy who had also charmed girls with his looks but met a tragic end. Voldemort had killed him last year. A few seconds later, the hat screamed, Hufflepuff. Harry thought to himself that it was the same house Cedric had been from, as they were welcoming Jason Hill at Hufflepuff's table with a loud round of applause, especially from the girls. Mullet, Nadine. A girl with dark red curly hair put on a hat and sat down on the stool. Within seconds, the hat started shouting, Gryffindor. The girl, enthusiastic yet shy, walked to Gryffindor's table and sat down across from Harry. When he saw her, there was this strange pang in his stomach. Strangely enough, she reminded him of his mother, Nightstone Sandrine. A blonde girl with a cold, distant look put on her hat. Slytherin. The girl removed her hat. As she took her seat, the room buzzed with admiration as whistles of approval echoed through the table. Tatsuke, Ryoga. A young man with a sallow face and tear-streaked eyes put on his hat. Almost immediately, the hat shouted, Ravenclaw. The boy took off his hat and settled into his seat amidst the applause. Velasquez, Celeste. A gorgeous red-haired girl put on her hat and settled into the stool. The hat shouted, Gryffindor. The girl took off her hat and sat down across from Hermione. Ron stared at her, his face flushing red as if he'd just seen a candlestick. Weasley's, Athenia. Another girl with dark chestnut hair sat down on the stool and put on her hat. After a minute, the hat suddenly shouted, Ravenclaw. The girl took off her hat and went to her table. After the selection ceremony concluded, Dumbledore explained to the newcomers about the disappearance of the invisibility barrier and the measures to be taken. The precaution the school had taken. When she finished, Professor McGonagall put away the bench and the sorting hat. Well, I have nothing more to say, Dumbledore said enthusiastically. Let the feast begin and may we all enjoy our meal. Hello everyone. Greetings, Hermione. I'm Hermione Granger, the new prefect of Gryffindor. Welcome aboard. Hermione's got this guy hooked on her. Huh, Ron? Harry whispered to Ron, but the boy didn't respond. He was completely absorbed in staring at the new red-haired girl. Ron? Rune? Harry shook him. Hey, Earth, calling out to Ron. Are you okay? Ron. Not even that. Ron remained in a catatonic state. The red-haired girl noticed and smiled sincerely. Something's wrong with you? He asked Ron kindly. Huh? Ron finally stammered, reacting. No, nothing. The girl's smile grew even wider. What's your name? She asked. I'm Celeste Velasquez. You must have heard me on the team. I'm 15 years old. Oh, Ron Weasley, tut-tut. Fantastic. I'm 15 too. Great. Then we'll be in the same class. Celeste said excitedly. You know what? I never imagined this school would be so big and beautiful. I've never even heard of it before, because he's so famous, said the boy who looked exactly like Justin, sitting next to Celeste. How come you've never heard of him before? Pretty simple. My family's Muggle, Celeste retorted. I'm a Spaniard. Before coming to England, I lived in Madrid. So? Ron said, his face redder than his hair. You've got some serious English skills. Thank you so much. Celeste smiled. That sounds nice, coming from an English speaker. I had to take intensive courses before coming here. Is Spain beautiful? Hermione asked. I've always wanted to visit it. Yeah, she's gorgeous, Celeste replied. If you want, come with me on vacation. My parents wouldn't mind. You're Hermione, the prefect, right? Yes, that's right, Hermione nodded proudly. I'd love to. Then you? Celeste turned to Harry, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. Who are you? Harry Potter, responded Harry. That's a joke, right? The boy who looked exactly like Justin suddenly jumped up. Seriously, you're Harry Potter? Why would it be a joke? Celeste asked, still not understanding. Are you Harry Potter? The boy repeated, ignoring Celeste's protests. Well, Harry couldn't figure out why that guy had suddenly started acting like this. But if you saw me earlier at Collins Becker. Collins Becker? The identical twin boy to Justin repeated in surprise. No, what do you say? I've never been there before. My last school was the Spellmaster Magic Academy. And this is the first time I've ever seen you. But honestly, I can't believe it. Are you Harry Potter? De verdad? If Harry was already starting to get bored. And the scar? Where's it located, at which point of the frenulum? How do you know I have a scar? Harry interrupted, puzzled. Everyone in the magical world knows that. I can't believe you're asking that, said the boy. I can't believe it's really you. What a heavy load, Harry said with a sullen face, already fed up. Look, if you don't believe me, let's see. He lifted his bangs, revealing his signature lightning-shaped scar. The boy let out a choked-out scream. What? You actually believe me now? Dream on, Harry Potter, exclaimed the boy, utterly stunned. I never thought I'd ever meet you, Harry. Happy to meet you. I'm Joey Clearfield. He offered his hand to Harry. Joey? Didn't you say your name was Justin? Harry asked, surprised. No, Joey said Joey. But he didn't get angry or take his hand back. I don't know any Justin. I see. Harry finally understood that Joey and Justin were two different people, yet exactly the same except that Joey was a wizard and Justin was a muggle. It was curious how things worked out. I'm sorry, I must have mistaken you for someone else. He squeezed Joey's hand. Doesn't matter, Joey smiled. Harry, you know, my dad kept talking to me about you and your parents. He used to be his neighbor. Do you really? Yes. Your story is truly fascinating, how you defeated who you know and all that. Well, yes, Harry blushed, but it didn't help. Voldemort just regained power. If I'm not mistaken, Joey recoiled in terror when he heard Voldemort's name. Harry, you've pronounced his name. He stammered. Oh, I'm sorry, Harry apologized. It always happens to me. Nothing's happening, Joey said, calmer now.
They say el que no debe ser nombrado has returned.
But I'd bet my life he's fallen again. With the vassal he's got, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Harry, how did you get that on your arm? Celeste asked, her eyes wide with shock at the scar on Harry's arm. Wait, I mean it was you who did it, right? When he tried to kill me, Harry said, quickly correcting himself as he saw Joey's face. He was the one who killed my parents. Yeah, but it didn't work with you, right, Harry? Joey added, looking at Harry with respect and admiration. The truth is, he didn't admit it, Harry said. But that's beside the point anyway. Why shouldn't we say the name of the man who killed Harry's parents? Celeste demanded. It's logical, said Joey, putting on an air of knowing everything. He reminded him of Hermione in boyish form. People fear him. Back in the day, who you know killed too many people. Too many people. Yeah, and last year too, Harry mused, recalling Cedric Diggory. Well, what did I know? Celeste snapped, irritated by Joey's irritating tone as he explained about Voldemort. I'm not saying anything, said Joey, but it's obvious you're from a Muggle family and are foreign. That seemed to have made Celeste even more upset. Yeah, I am. And what? He said casually. Nothing. Nothing. What kind of character does the Spanish girl have, huh? And with great honor. Hey, if you're acting crazy, pour a bucket of cold water over you, but don't mess with me. Because I haven't done anything to you, Joey said irritably. I'm not hysterical, Celeste exclaimed, her voice betraying the exact opposite as she sprang from her chair. You're the one who's driving me nuts. But I don't deserve to fall so hard. Sorry to say that, Joey said with a smug tone, standing up as well. You're a disgusting jerk. You're a hysterical wreck of a tympanum. Idiota. Nanada. You kid, you fool. You think that's what you believe. Calate. You're the one who started it, so keep it up. I'm not in the mood for that. Neither me. My goodness. What's going on in the yard? Harry exclaimed, watching Joey and Celeste bicker and hurl insults at each other. Stop right there, Hermione demanded, fully embodying her role as the class monitor. I'm gonna call McGonagall as you guys keep doing this. But Hermione didn't need to call Professor McGonagall, because she was already there in seconds. What's causing this commotion? McGonagall demanded. Teacher, Joey and Celeste are fighting, Hermione reported. At that point, Celeste and Joey were about to throw the plates at each other. Let me go, Celeste exclaimed. Leave me alone. You won't let me have a second of peace. Joey snapped back, his anger evident. Stop now, demanded Professor McGonagall. Let's see what's going on here, Miss Velasquez and Mr. Clearfield. Ask Celeste, said Joey. She started it all. You're a liar, the sky blazes with fury, you know full well you provoked me. Teacher, punish him. What a load of crap. Punishing me for something I didn't do. The problem is you take everything too personally. You can't even hear me out, Joey said, his tone mirroring Malfoy's way of speaking to Hermione. You leave me, I tell you. Right now I'm not feeling it. You're being unfair to me. That's exactly what someone like you deserves. Believe it or not. Hysterica. Enough already. Both of you. McGonagall shouted, her patience wearing thin. Only after this did Celeste and Joey stop arguing, their voices hoarse. Enough. You've made me so ashamed of you that I don't even think you deserve to be in Gryffindor. You two are behaving like children. They were both punished. But, teacher, Joey tried to explain himself. No more rebuttals. Gryffindor takes 5 points. Honestly, I never expected this from some new students. First day. Come with me. Everyone. Others may withdraw to the common room if they're done. Granger. Take the new students to Gryffindor's common room. Here's the password. The professor handed Hermione an envelope and left the dining hall, followed by Joey and Celeste. Hermione opened the envelope, read what was inside, and guided the new Gryffindor students toward the common room. Harry and Ron followed her. When they reached the portrait of the fat lady blocking the entrance to the common room, Hermione whispered, Ebony and Scarlet Ivory, the password to unlock access. The fat lady spun around on her hips to let the students pass through. Harry and Ron said goodbye to Hermione and went to their room to sleep. Harry thought that day had been truly hectic before dozing off on the bed next to hers. The next day would be another day, a magical duel, with devastating consequences. Prim. Chapter 2, A Magical Duel, with devastating consequences. A beam of sunlight illuminated Gryffindor's common hall and the dormitories. A new day had begun at Hogwarts. A day that seemed poised to bring surprises and a wealth of new lessons. Harry got out of bed feeling fully rested and started packing his gear for the day. As he fastened his robe, Ron was already waking up. Good morning, Harry, he greeted her, yawning. Hola, Ron. How's your sleep? Harry asked. Hope you're getting more sleep. But hey, come on. I'll wait for you in the lobby. Go ahead and get ready. Hey, hold on. Ron held him back, shoving all the books and parchment scrolls into his arms. Pens and ink bottles, all in a mess in the bag, and she dressed up in a hurry. After getting ready, Harry and Ron went down to the common room where they found Hermione waiting for them. Good morning, boys. Hermione greeted with enthusiasm. Harry noticed Hermione had a silver badge around her collar above her robe, clearly stating, Prefect. Ron must have noticed it too, as he quipped sarcastically, Oh my goodness, Hermione, making your debut as a prefect. Huh? You know what I mean, everyone's gonna see you're the real deal. Ron, that's not funny at all, Hermione scolded him. The prefect position demands serious responsibility. So watch your jokes about it. Yeah. Ron said with a mocking tone but didn't say anything more. Just hope you don't have too much work to handle now that you're a top student. Harry said, remember what happened to you in 3rd grade. Ridiculous. Hermione said, gesturing dramatically. Don't worry, Harry. I'll be perfectly fine. I'll handle everything. Just stay calm about that. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to announce something to the others. Attention! She bellowed, clapping her hands like a horn. When everyone stared at her, she couldn't keep quiet. Don't even think about leaving for the cafeteria yet. Professor McGonagall needs to make an announcement. Indeed, shortly after the portrait's hole opened, Professor McGonagall appeared with a parchment under her arm. All Gryffindor students turned to give her their undivided attention. Good morning, Gryffindor students, the teacher said. I have some exciting news about Quidditch. As you all know, we've lost 2 key players this year. Captain and Keeper Oliver Wood, and Defender Angelina Johnson, who have both graduated from Hogwarts. That's why we're looking for new replacements. You might have noticed that last night we posted separate rosters in the boys' and girls' rooms, just so everyone can sign up if they want to join. This morning, when I heard Hermione Grangerell's name, she rubbed her prefect badge against her robe to add more shine. She handed me both lists. After careful consideration of the situation, I've selected 6 candidates for the position of Hunter and Guardian. Their names are, the teacher unfurled the parchment she had been carrying under her arm. Dennis Creevy, 2nd year. Celeste Velasquez, 5th year. Johan Andrews, 3rd year. Ginny Weasley, 4th year. Nadine Mullet, 5th year. And Joey Clearfield, 5th year. That's all there is to it. The candidates must be present for the test scheduled today at 5 p.m. in the Quidditch field, where the new team captain will also be chosen. Now hurry up, don't be late for class. By the way, does anyone know where Mr. Clearfield and Miss Velasquez are? Well, Celeste's still in the room, sleeping, Hermione reported. Why, Joey does the same, Dean Thomas added. Okay, but make sure they don't miss their classes, right? Miss Granger, could you tell them about Quidditch? Okay. Yes, teacher, Hermione said, beaming with pride. Professor McGonagall left the common room. The moment she stepped through the door, Ron said, okay, shall we go to the Great Hall or what?
I'm starving.
Harry and Hermione entered. I wonder what punishment they must have given Celeste and Joey to keep them asleep. Harry muttered thoughtfully as he and his friends descended the stairs. Very strong and secure, Ron remarked. Whatever it was, they deserved it. Hermione retorted in a cold, haughty tone. It's not exactly a good look, Celeste, right? Don't be silly, Hermione said. Of course I'm on your side. Celeste, Ron. It was just my duty as the prefect to tell McGonagall that she and Joey were fighting. You got promoted to the top, right? Ron muttered to Harry as they walked toward the Great Hall. Yeah, that's right, I told you yesterday, Harry said sarcastically. But you were so caught up in staring at Celeste that you couldn't even catch a word I said. Let's go, Harry said, his face turning redder than all of his brothers combined. You don't think I like her, right? I mean, I don't even know her yet. How could I like her? Love at first sight? Harry quipped with a smirk. Look, just drop it. I don't care about her at all, so let's forget this. Okay? As he said this, Ron crossed his fingers behind his back. Yeah. What are you standing there doing? Hermione scolded them. Come on, get moving. Yeah, we're going for it, Miss Perfect Prefect Musito, Ron whispered. Harry tried to hold back his laughter. Stepping into the Great Hall, they settled at Gryffindor's table. As Harry, Ron, and Hermione chatted, the entire hall burst into shades of brown, crimson, and gray. The mail had arrived, as usual, delivered by the winged hawks. A dark gray owl had perched on Neville Longbottom's cereal. A red envelope with smoke curling from its edges clutched in its beak. Harry immediately recognized it as a howler. A letter that would open to reveal, he shouted, scolding the recipient. He knew this because years before, Ron had received another one. As for Neville, that was the 3rd howler he'd received throughout his time at Hogwarts. The boy turned pale as he opened the envelope. Once that happened, his grandmother's voice, magnified magically 100 times, echoed through the entire dining hall. This time, Neville had forgotten the potions cauldron, and Snape would surely give him his well-deserved punishment for it. The Slytherin students at the table burst into laughter at Neville's terrified expression. When Harry turned to his plate, he found 2 owls waiting, a small reddish one and a huge brown one. He untied their leg wrappings, and both flew out the window. "Who sent you these?" Ron asked, his curiosity burning brighter than Harry's own. "Well, we'll have to see for ourselves," Harry replied, flipping through one of the envelopes. It belonged to Hagrid, Hogwarts caretaker. The letter was scrawled with illegible handwriting. "Dear Harry, hope you're all doing well. Ron and Hermione, would you like to come to the cabin this afternoon? I've got a surprise for you, especially for you, so try to make it as quick as possible. Okay? Looking forward to seeing you all. I bid farewell, Hagrid." "I'm going to," Ron said, who had been reading the letter over Harry's shoulder. But when he saw Hermione's face, he quickly added, "What's going on?" "I bet you'll remember we're not allowed to leave Hogwarts," Hermione said sternly. "What's the big deal about that? We've always been out there, even if it's forbidden," Ron said, still not getting it. "Rune!" Hermione exclaimed. "Okay, Hermione, calm down." Harry calmed her. "We can't disappoint Hagrid, can we? Besides, I'm wondering what surprise he's been saving up for. Maybe some monstrous bug as a pet," Hermione snapped. "I know you." He let out an irritated sigh. "Look, I'm the prefect. I can't just let you go." "Oh my God. Guys, stop staring at me like that. I said no, and that's it." "Hermione, please," Harry and Ron insisted. "Oh, all right, but you'll wear the invisible cloak. Are we going?" "You're not coming?" Harry asked, puzzled. "Me? Well, I'm the class monitor and—" "Denis, we already know you're perfect, so what?" "Come on, Hermione," said Ron, pressing his voice. Okay, but back at 7, right?" "Yes," they said, Harry and Ron. Anything would do if Hermione came along with them. "Okay, what? Aren't you gonna open the other letter, Harry?" The girl suddenly changed the subject. "Yes, of course," Harry said, picking up the other letter and opening it. It was from Sirius, his godfather. The message read, "Dear Harry, I'm sorry I didn't reach out to you this summer. But let me tell you, I couldn't. I've had some really important things to handle. Hope you're having a great time at Hogwarts. Don't get too involved in unnecessary stuff. Just what's necessary. We'll be back together soon. You'll see it soon. I'm off duty. A kiss and a hug for you, and of course, for your inseparable friends Ron and Hermione. Your godfather, Sirius Black." "Tess, I'm fine. I can't tell you where my hiding place is, in case this letter gets into the wrong hands. You know what I mean, it's the same old story." "Good morning," said a drowsy voice behind Harry. It was Joey, who had already woken up and sat beside him. Harry hastily tucked Sirius' letter into the envelope, mainly because Joey probably didn't know Sirius was an innocent soul, though that was highly likely. "Hey man, Joey," Harry said with a nod. "How's your sleep?" "Yeah, what I could manage," Joey said, suppressing a yawn. "McGonagall really gave me a good lesson." "What was it?" Ron asked, unable to contain his curiosity. "He ordered me to scrub every single hallway on the 4th and 5th floors. You have no idea how many there are. I finished at 4 in the morning. I'm so exhausted, and it's all because of that stupid red-haired foreigner. Who are you calling a fool? You smelly brat," Celeste hissed as she entered the Great Hall and sat down next to Hermione. Her face showed a mix of anger and exhaustion. "Me?" Joey roared in fury. "Who else but me?" "Well, I don't know. Since you're the only fool I see here." Celeste was completely out of her mind. "Stop this," Ron shouted, but they ignored him. Just like the previous day, they got up and started fighting again. "All this is your damn fault," Celeste screamed. "I spent the whole night scrubbing Snape's potion cauldrons. They're filthy. Just like you." "Oh, really? Well, I was scrubbing Hogwarts floors, but let's be real. You should have been scrubbing your own tongue," Joey shouted, unable to contain himself. "A worthy job for you, Friegasuelos." You're screaming hysterically. "Enough," Hermione snapped. "Can't you behave yourselves like civilized people for a day?" "Ah, civilized? I doubt he can pull that off," Celeste retorted calmly and decisively. "You guys never tire of this, do you?" Harry said, thoroughly tired of hearing them bicker. If she didn't have the genius she has, Joey retorted casually, but she takes everything too personally, that's her problem. You're being quiet, Celeste said. I don't know how you can be here. You don't deserve this. Why would you say that? Joey retorted with disdain. I'll show you how to shut up. I'll prove you know way less about magic than I do. I don't think you can, the young woman said, her gaze lingering on Joey with a look of dread. What's the deal? Great. I challenge you to a magic duel. Right now during today's first break. Right outside. Okay, you take it? Of course, Celeste said with sufficient confidence. It will be a pleasure to defeat you. You guys are crazy, Ron shouted. They've banned us from doing magic during recess. What's the big deal about that? Joey snapped. A duel is a duel. I'm not putting it off. Well, I don't know if you've noticed, Hermione explained, but while you were arguing, they've already handed us the class schedule. Everyone looked at their plates. Sure enough, there was the 5th grade class schedule right there. Oh my God! Harry frowned, checking the schedule. Now it's puffing and spinning time. Oh no, Ron sighed. Well, at least we got off to a good start this morning. Now, just dealing with that idiot Malfoy, the Snape, Harry added. What bad luck. Chimed in Ginny, who was nearby. I am now undergoing transformations. See you later. Goodbye, Ginny. Everyone said goodbye to the girl as she left the cafeteria. We should leave too if you're done already, Hermione said, rising from the table. You don't want Snape to keep us here. Lose points for being late. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Joey, and Celeste, the latter two glaring at each other with murderous intent, left the dining hall and descended into the dungeons. During potions class, Snape greeted them with his trademark charm, though he was speaking sarcastically, of course. Good morning, students. It's a pleasure for me to have you here again this term. His tone was completely insincere, something that Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who were used to it, didn't find surprising. What would have surprised them would have been Snape greeting them with a voice completely different from his usual tone. We're delighted to have you here, Professor, Draco Malfoy said, his words trailing with a sly glint. A Slytherin student with a pale, sharp face, Malfoy was known for his biting wit and cunning. He constantly put on airs and stood as one of Harry's most formidable adversaries. Thank you, Mr. Malfoy. 10 points more for Slytherin. Snape has always favored his housemates. He was the head of Slytherin, so that didn't come as a surprise to anyone. It's gonna be a ball, Ron muttered, who also harbored deep resentment towards Malfoy for constantly meddling in his family. Only Harry and Hermione overheard his words, and they couldn't contain their laughter as they burst into fits of laughter. What's so funny about this, Mr. Potter and Miss Granger? Snape asked with a sarcastic tone. Could you tell the class about it? Well, Hermione began, visibly flustered. Make sure all the reserve cauldrons are gleaming, Harry blurted out, glancing at the storage pots in the dungeon's rear section. The Gryffindor students burst into laughter. Ah, that, said Snape, his cold black eyes narrowing. Well, it's thanks to Miss Velasquez who volunteered yesterday afternoon to clean them up. Right, miss? He glanced at Celeste. The girl nodded sheepishly. Fine, 15 points deducted for Gryffindor, Snape continued with malice, for mocking a professor. But hey, if we didn't mess with you, Joey snapped, red in the face. And with that, there are 10 more points left for Gryffindor, said Snape. Mr. Clearfield, no one's against me, you know? At the sound of a response, Joey let out a low growl. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle burst into laughter. The class went on as usual. If anything, it could be said that Snape spent half the time deducting points from Gryffindor and handing them to Slytherin. They developed an antidote that proved remarkably effective against deadly poisons. Ron worked with Malfoy to the first horror. Hermione dealt with Pansy Parkinson, a Slytherin girl, while Harry had to assist the dim-witted Goyle, one of Malfoy's chubby friends. Their clumsy and sluggish efforts made them the last to deliver the potion to Snape. The potion worked like magic, Harry thought, as minutes later he emerged from the underground chamber alongside Ron and Hermione. Wait here, boys, Hermione said as she watched Celeste emerge from the dungeon with a troubled expression. She hadn't fared well in the antidote. I'm gonna talk to Celeste. Okay, but hurry up, Ron pulled off the transformation class in under 5 minutes. Hermione shot Ron a look that meant, "Don't worry, I've got this all under control," before heading over to where the young Spaniard was standing. "Celeste, I wanted to talk to you," he began. Celeste lifted her gaze. "Oh, Hermione," he said, looking utterly flustered. "Hermione, I wanted to talk to you too. It's about the cafeteria incident. I'm really sorry for what I did, but I'm just so short-tempered and lose my cool. I've been trying to control myself so many times. I hope you won't tell McGonagall about it." "Oh no, don't worry," Celeste Hermione consoled her. "That wasn't what I was going to tell you. But since you brought it up, try to keep it in check. Okay? I'll try," Celeste said with a pained expression, though visibly relieved. "Well, and what did you want to tell me?" "You see, it's about our Quidditch team. Remember when you signed up for the dorm list? Well, you and others have now applied for one of the vacant spots," Hermione said. Celeste's face lit up with excitement. "This morning, while Joey and you were still asleep, McGonagall went to the common room and said, 'You must be at the Quidditch field with everyone by 5 o'clock. Okay. As a prefect, my duty was—" "Brilliant," Celeste exclaimed, interrupting Hermione mid-sentence. "Thank you so much, Hermione. I'll definitely go. If I'm selected, I'll show that Joey's fan what I can really do." "Yeah, me think it's pretty good to tuba." Hermione, a bit uncomfortable. "Well, let's hurry up, now we have transformations and we can't be late," Val said. "Celeste, let's go there." And Hermione, "Thanks again." "Nothing," she replied, watching Celeste dash up the stairs. "I think," Hermione went off with Harry and Ron, who had been waiting for their friend at the bottom of the stairs. "Let's see how Celeste looks when you told her the news," Harry remarked as they climbed the stairs. "But, did you mention that Joey's also running?" Well," Hermione stammered shyly. What's going on?" Ron muttered, picturing the chaos that would unfold at 5 in the afternoon. "Well, I wanted to tell her, but she wouldn't let me," Hermione defended herself. "She looked so happy, and she'd been so down before." "Well, we'll see about that later," Harry continued, "but I'm afraid there won't be one fight today. 2 instead. That's how things stand right now." "Well, not all is lost yet," Ron remarked. "Hermione hasn't told Joey about it yet." He turned to the girl. "Or did you tell him?" "No, not yet," she replied. "But I suppose he'll get all worked up too, and he won't let me tell him Celeste's the candidate. Come on, let's drop that and go. We're going to be late." With that, Hermione dashed toward the classroom. "Hey, wait for us." The boys chased after her. The transfiguration class went off without a hitch. In fact, it might even be better than potions. McGonagall, who taught the subject, was way more skilled than Snape in many ways. But let's be real. She wasn't exactly someone you'd want to mess with. That day, before class started, he gave them a lecture about Timo, the essential title of ordinary magic, and they had to turn a cockroach into a peacock feather, which wasn't exactly easy. Except, perhaps, for Joey. The boy made just a flick of his wand and, in the blink of an eye, produced a perfect right-hand duster. To everyone's astonishment, even Hermione herself, who only managed it on her second attempt. This was a rare feat for her, or rather, she should have been called too good for her. "It's way too complicated," he explained to Ron and Harry, who still couldn't wrap their heads around it. "I still can't believe Joey pulled this off on the first try. But if it's that easy, Rapuso Joey, how come they didn't show you this before? I only learned this in 3rd grade. 3rd grade, Ron exclaimed, accidentally knocking off one of his cockroach's legs. "What kind of school were you in?" "And Spellmaster," Joey replied calmly. "I told you when I came. They must be teaching some pretty advanced magic there," Harry remarked. "Back in 3rd grade, we were studying animagy." "That's true. They taught us more complex spells at an earlier age," Joey said. "By 1st year, we were already studying unforgivable curses." "What? But we said that last year," Ron exclaimed, his mind going blank as he watched Joey's reaction. "Really? Goodness. I'm starting to think you guys are getting behind on this." "No," he said apologetically. "You're way ahead of yourself," Celeste replied, her nerves growing as the cockroach kept escaping from her desk whenever she jabbed it with her wand. "Shut up, you didn't go to Hogwarts before either," Joey spat. "By the way, which school did you attend before this one?" When Joey said this, Celeste blushed. Oh, he began. I was going to a school near my home. Really? What luck. Did they teach advanced magic or regular pace? Well, this was a muggle school. Celeste turned even redder. Stop teasing me, Joey grinned mischievously. A muggle school? What's up with you not attending a wizarding school at 11? My case is very special, Celeste said angrily. My parents didn't know I was a witch until I turned 14. I already knew something was off about me, but instead of getting any letters from magic schools at 11, I only received one at 14. What's so weird about that? Hermione said. How could that be? I'm from a muggle family and I actually received the Hogwarts letter back in my day. Maybe the cat carrying his letter got into some sort of trouble, Ron suggested. Don't be stupid, Hermione scolded him. How could you lose a cat for 4 years? I didn't say he'd lose it. I said something would happen to him. Ron got bitten. Go ahead and go. You know, there's a whole bunch of stuff going on. I don't know why the letter didn't arrive on time, Celeste said. Maybe it's because there are almost no magic schools in Spain, or maybe they didn't list my name. There must have been some mistake. Well, if you had, Joey interjected, no. If you'd received your letter on time like everyone else. Well, let's drop this topic, shall we? Celeste snapped, waving her wand once more to try to transform the beetle. In vain. Of course, I don't mean to offend you, but it's clear you're not very experienced, observed Joey. Oh man. The guy who claims to be all-knowing had to speak up. Celeste glared at Joey with fury. Hey, I told you not to get upset. Not again. Ron moaned, fearing the worst. Harry, who had also anticipated another argument between Joey and Celeste, stepped in to separate them. Well, enough. It's not worth arguing over something as trivial as that. But if it's her, she takes everything to heart. Joey protested. It doesn't matter who starts this. I'm sick and tired of you spending all day bickering over every little thing. Harry said seriously. I'm with Harry, Hermione said, sounding pretty fed up. Why don't you all just act like you're supposed to? Hermione. Celeste began, but Joey interrupted her. They're right. We shouldn't be arguing about things like this right now. Well, at least they finally noticed. Ron let out a sigh of relief, but Joey wasn't done yet. Not even during halftime, he said. The others, except Celeste, let out frustrated gasps. That's true. No fights until the final showdown. You know that already, right? Celeste shot Joey with a disdainful look. The same goes for you, Joey replied, glancing sideways at him. My God. Those two will never stop, Hermione muttered, snapping her chalk back to its original shape on the blackboard. After the transformations class ended, they had break time, and with it came Celeste and Joey's magical duel. Harry and Ron were near Hagrid's cabin, one leaning against a tree, the other drumming impatiently on its trunk. Joey waited nearby, pacing back and forth between them. Finally, the girls arrived. Hermione and Celeste descended the stone steps of the entrance together, accompanied by Ginny, who was eager to watch the duel. While Hermione and Ginny walked alongside Harry and Ron, Celeste confronted Joey. The duel was about to begin. Well, let's start the duel whenever it's ready, Ron snapped. We gotta do this. Wrap this up once and for all. Honestly, I'm starting to think it might even be interesting, said Harry. I think the same thing. Ron let out a deep sigh. Celeste is so beautiful. Hey! Hermione stomped on him to get a reaction. Yeah, and Joey is so strong. Ginny let it slip out unintentionally. Ginny. Harry and Ron snapped back at her simultaneously. The girl blushed but said nothing. Well, since the duel hasn't started yet, I'll just study for the next class, Hermione said, grabbing her copy of the astrology book. Ron immediately snatched it away as soon as the young woman made a gesture to open it. Stop that, he said, keeping the volume out of his reach. Go for it, Hermione, Harry added. A magical duel isn't something you see every day. Hermione reluctantly agreed. At that exact moment, Celeste and Joey separated, leaving about a meter between them. The duel was about to begin. Both raised their wands, and everyone else kept their eyes glued to the scene, curious about what would happen next. A magical duel, with devastating consequences, continued. Let it go, Joey shouted, waving his wand at Celeste. A blue light beam shot straight into Celeste, and suddenly, she began to levitate. Ginny was utterly stunned by the scene and started clapping, but Hermione's piercing gaze made her stop mid-clap. Harry was equally taken aback. Honestly, Joey's magic skills were truly exceptional. Get off me! Celeste let out a shrill cry into the air. Yeah, bring it on, Joey, that's enough. Ron confirmed. Joey rolled his eyes and said, Alright, that's good. Let's rest. Joey waved his wand at Celeste again, sending her tumbling to the ground. Did you want me to bring you down? I've done it already, he added casually, turning to his opponent. Precious, Celeste said sarcastically, but let's see if you can dodge this one. Fly, winged ones. But Joey nimbly dodged the spell with lightning speed. You want to pay me with the same currency? Huh? The boy said, biting his tongue sharply. I think you need to sharpen your aim. You'll find it disgusting, Celeste warned. But Joey raised his wand again and shouted, Fire! A blazing inferno engulfed the terrified Celeste.
I hater fire.
She screamed in terror. Bring me a bucket of water. A bucket of water instantly appeared in Celeste's hands, and its contents poured over the flames. Very clever, the boy said, but I don't think you'll stand a chance against me like this. Locomotor mortis. This time, however, it was Joey who missed the mark, and his spell bounced off a tree. Oh! Celeste let out a silly laugh that betrayed his disdain. I think the one who needs to improve his aim is the other one, don't you agree? Everyone makes mistakes. Joey snapped, his voice shaking with anger. Of course. Celeste replied with a sarcastic tone. Tarantaligra. Joey's feet started dancing out of control. Damn it, he muttered, trying to stop his feet but to no avail. Now you see, a Muggle girl isn't going to win the battle like she doesn't want it. Just because I'm from a Muggle family doesn't mean I'm inferior to you, Celeste retorted casually. Stop gossiping and focus on what's important, Joey replied. Saltium Altius, he shouted, waving his wand at Celeste while keeping dancing. The girl began leaping ever higher and higher. Look at this fool, Celeste snapped, bouncing like a rubber band. I can't cast any spells now.
Yeah.
Pay more attention to the next one. Joey chuckled mischievously, his voice mimicking the dance of San Vito. I have to thank my father for teaching me this enchanting Muel trick. Is your father a wizard? Harry asked. Of course, said Joey, dancing nonstop. Harry, why did you keep talking about me so much? I live with him when school isn't in session. Sometimes my Aunt Florius comes to visit us because we feel lonely. I don't have any brothers. And besides, my mother doesn't live with us since my parents are divorced. According to what my father told me, she didn't love him and split up with him during their first move. Well, I'm fed up with this stupid spell. Stop the spell. Joey pointed at his feet with his wand, and in the next moment, they stopped dancing. That's better now. Stop me, Celeste shouted at Joey, who was now leaping to the height of a castle tower. I want to be on equal footing with you. All right. Fine. Let's settle this. Celeste stopped jumping immediately, just to level the playing field, you know what I mean? Why yes, it's my turn, Celeste said. Stop it. Oh, that won't do, Joey protested, diving to the ground to dodge Celeste's spell. And why not? Because the opponents need to be mobile to defend themselves. That's not what you meant when you cast that magic spell on me, right? Celeste said angrily. So smart. So you get to keep me out of the game while I don't? Got it? Hey, calm down, Joey said, waving his wand at Celeste again. Move the bodies. Celeste rose a few centimeters into the air, moving in sync with Joey's wand movements. Evidently you enjoy making me float, don't you? Celeste said irritably. Lumos, well, I don't think that's the most suitable spell, said Joey, looking smug as he watched Celeste's wand tip. A blinding light flashed, utterly useless for combat. Guess you don't know many offensive spells, right? Call yourself Celeste Nox. The light from the wand went out. At that moment, Harry noticed something moving behind the castle and clumping together with another object as it approached them. Suddenly, all heard voices. What's that? Shoo! 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 Don't let a teacher find us here. How will they do that? Look at that red-haired girl. She's floating in midair. How weird is this, right? See. Hey, can you hear those voices? Hermione suddenly jumped up, standing from her seat. She'd been sitting there the whole time. Well, Harry feared the worst. Were there Muggle students spying on them? Just in case, he drew his wand, pointed it at Joey and Celeste and shouted, "Expelliarmus!" Joey and Celeste's magic wands flew out of their owner's hands. Harry caught them mid-air, while Celeste tumbled backward onto the ground. "Can you tell me what the hell are you doing, Harry?" Joey snapped angrily. "You can't step in when two people are locked in a magical duel. I thought you knew that. I thought you two would be the wiser ones," Hermione said. "Harry did a great job taking away your wands." "Well, I think there are Muggles spying on us," Harry explained. "I had no choice but to take them out." Joey's expression changed instantly. "Muggles? Spying on us?" They all shouted. "That's not a good sign," Joey said worriedly. "But hey, we don't know for sure if it's true or not. So there's no need to worry." "What's there to worry about?" Celeste said calmly. Are you crazy? If Harry thinks he's seen Muggles spying on us, we should take action. We shouldn't have started this duel, Joey." Are you scared now?" Joey teased. "You'd like to Musito," annoyed Celeste. "Then let's keep the duel going." "You're out of your mind," Ginny declared. "I'm with Celeste. If there are Muggles spying on us, we need to call off the duel. That's cowards."
Yo íbamos retorted.
"Celeste, it's my turn now. Harry, please return the wands." "Only Celeste," Harry said, thrusting his wand at Celeste. "You, not me. I won't return it until you get your act together. Can't you see what you're doing is just plain stupid? This is way too much for me to handle." Hermione snapped. "If you keep this duel going, I'll call Professor McGonagall." "Paradlo," Ron pleaded, his face pale. "If you're casting magic here, I don't know what might happen." "I told you we won't stop him," Joey insisted. "When a magic duel starts, it's either over or it's over." "My turn." "Harry, please, give me back my wand." "I said no sententio, Harry." "Well, then I'll have to resort to another method. Though I don't like using it, especially with someone like you, Harry." "What? Which medium are you talking about?" Harry was completely baffled. "Then it was him," Joey replied. He closed his eyes and reached out to Harry, muttering inaudible words. His mind seemed completely focused. Harry felt the wand, clutching tightly in his left hand, slipping through his fingers like a damp bar of soap. Yet he wouldn't let go. Never. And then, "Ah!" Harry cried out, clutching his left hand to his mouth. He just felt something in his palm like when a block of ice burns hot from its extreme cold. With that, Harry finally let go of Joey's wand, which flew toward its owner as if the boy had a magnetic force drawing wood into his palm. Joey grabbed his wand right away. "What the hell? What did you do to me?" Harry stammered, blowing on his left palm where it still burned. "Do you know about dark arts?" "Harry, unfortunately, that's something I can't reveal," Joey said. "At my magic academy, they made me swear to keep it secret. I'm really sorry to have done this to you, but honestly, you didn't want to get involved properly. Don't worry, the heat will pass soon. So go ahead and do it. The magic of a water spray, and it'll help ease your burn." "Do you know how the spell works?" "No," Harry said. "I don't want to learn it now. There are Muggles ahead, Joey," he added. "Don't you see? That's why I didn't want to give you the wand." "Well, I don't see any Muggles around here, so let's go. It's my turn. Let's see what spell I can cast." "All right, try dodging this." Celeste Joey raised her wand. She seemed completely out of character. "Spectrum Nimbus." Everyone present gasped in horror. Are you crazy?" Celeste managed to say, "What are you doing?" And then, boom! A deafening explosion rocked the ground, and a dark cloud engulfed everyone present. With a cough, Harry fell to the ground, just as Ron, Ginny, and Hermione did. "This is some kind of advanced magic," Hermione said, still slightly stunned. "Only the most skilled wizards can pull this off. I still don't know how she managed to summon it." The girl continued, brushing away the smoke around her. "And of course it went wrong. If she'd done it right, she'd summoned a terrible storm. A lightning bolt would have struck her opponent, leaving him unconscious for days. When he woke up, he wouldn't remember anything. Aurors use this spell to transport their prisoners to Azkaban, while Morcephagos employ it to torture muggles. Those who use it face a life sentence in Azkaban, though Morcephagos get off without punishment, as they're licensed to do so. This spell has no countermeasure and is highly effective. Amidst the excitation, the young woman stopped. "What's going on, Hermione?" Harry asked. Nah. Nothing. Her friend turned pale. Harry and Ron looked around, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. "What's going on, Hermione?" Harry repeated. "We're seeing nothing. You don't feel well, right?" Ron asked. "That's not what it looks like," Hermione said, gesturing at a group of curious boys with wide mouths. "What? Are they what I thought they were?" Harry stammered, his mouth agape. "What do you two mean by that?" Ron asked, still not understanding. "Ouch, Ron. You look like a fool," Hermione snapped. "Don't you realize they're muggles?" "Muggles?" Ron exclaimed. Hermione nodded. "Don't you see they don't have a tunic or wand?" he declared triumphantly. "Really?" Ron replied, puzzled. "Harry, you were right. They must have been spying on us all." Emerging from the smoke, Professor McGonagall appeared. She looked furious, more so than ever before. "Who the hell summoned that torturous specter? Who is it?" he sneered. "And what is this fog all about?" "The one and only responsible party. Show your face now." Celeste looked utterly exhausted and out of breath. Yet she still managed to point at Joey with a trembling finger and say in her voice, "Ahagata and between Jadios,
Él.
Teacher, I can explain this to you," Joey said, genuinely frightened by the furious McGonagall. "Though I don't think this is the best place for that." "Sure thing, Mr. Clearfield. I'd love to hear your explanation," Professor McGonagall interrupted irritably. "I want to know why you summoned a killing curse in front of muggles. Did you lose your mind, or what? You, Joey Clearfield, whose father is none other than the headmaster of the Department of Magical Offenses. Honestly, I didn't expect this from you. But boy, where did you learn that? Do you even want to tell me?" "Well, at the Magic Academy where I used to study," Spellmaster Joey said hesitantly, "I learned it during my sophomore year. They figured, well, that way we'd be better protected. Of course, the Spellmaster stuff is mind-blowing." Professor McGonagall shook her head. "Who'd teach that to 12-year-olds? "Well, it doesn't matter. I'm not here to meddle in other schools' education, but, Clearfield, you've got to think with your head. I bet when you summoned the miserable specter, you weren't thinking about what you were doing, right?" Joey nodded. "That explains everything. All right, Clearfield, I know you're a remarkably intelligent mage. Exceptionally so. You possess magical prowess that rivals your father's. You and he are so much alike. But let me tell you this. If you can't control your actions or thoughts, and don't reflect on what you do, you'll end up as low as the Mordorians. And there's no turning back from that. Remember that." "Yes, teacher," Joey said. "Fine, but this isn't how it's going to end. It's time to put some real substance in this. 50 points deducted from Gryffindor. And both of you are being punished. 2 consecutive days, the same 2 students getting penalized. This is unbelievable. And, Miss Granger," she turned to Hermione, "you're the prefect. Why did you let Velasquez and Clearfield duel in a magical contest when you could have stopped them?" Hermione didn't know how to respond. She stood silent, on the verge of tears. "Okay. I'll wait for you in my office, Miss Granger. Let's get the full story out. Oh, and you can start saying goodbye to recess now. From this point on, you're not going outside again." They all drowned out a scream. "Teacher," Harry protested, "you can't do this to us." "Of course I can," McGonagall replied. "I'm sorry about those who weren't involved in this, but that's the reality. Thank you to the 2 of you here," she said sternly, glancing at Joey and Celeste. "Now back to class. I'll handle this. Thanks. Experium," she shouted, and all the smoke vanished. All the students returned to their classes disappointed. They'd been left without recess. It was a nightmare. Hermione stopped Joey to tell him about the Quidditch tryouts. As expected, the young man immediately jumped up and down with excitement, not letting her mention that Celeste had also been selected. Afterward, the girl walked away to meet up with her friends. "Hey Hermione, where were you?" Ron asked. "You told Joey about Quidditch." When did you start worrying about me? The girl asked playfully. I don't care about you. It was pure curiosity, Ron objected. But he controls that curiosity, Ron. Harry burst out laughing. What class are we in now? Well, Hermione began hesitantly. I think it's defense against the dark arts. Oh, I absolutely adore that class. Ron exclaimed excitedly. It's so fascinating. Isn't the teacher more interesting, Ron? Harry shot back, nudging his friend playfully. Well, maybe, he replied without blinking. Everyone headed to the dark arts defense classroom, their faces lighting up with smiles. Hey guys, how's it going? FLUER greeted them as she saw them. Hey FLUER, the three friends greeted. When everyone had settled down, FLUER began to speak. Let's talk about Grindylow. I imagine you've already given it a try. In this lesson, Pigo, we're going to Jepasag. Does anyone know what the spell Conca is? Hegmione? He said, noticing she was the only one raising her hand. Relaxo. It causes skin eruptions and burns in the Grindylows. Hermione said quickly, well, 10 points plus pay Gryffindor. That's how the class went. Hermione answered every question, Gryffindor scored big points, and all the boys were smitten with FLEUR's stunning face. I hope all classes are like this, Ron said. Later they had magic history class. As always, it was as dull as ever, and herbaria, where they had to prune a spinogryza, a thorny plant with only one flower at the top. The petals and essential oil from this flower proved particularly useful for certain potions. But pruning it was no easy task, as the plant had developed severe root rot. Anyone attempting to pick its flowers without proper precautions would be attacked by its thorns. Several young boys had to head straight to the infirmary, their bodies covered in thorn-covered skin from head to toe. In the Great Hall, there was hardly any conversation until Hermione returned from Professor McGonagall's office. What did he tell you? Joey asked, worried. Well, he said he'd later go to Gryffindor's common room to share some news, and that they'd had to wipe out the memories of all the muggles who were there. Ah, thank goodness, Celeste exclaimed, relieved. The afternoon was quite lively. Early in the day, they had to handle magical creatures' care, where they dealt with giant two-legged snails with feathers on both sides that spat fire from their mouths and called themselves Strestic. Some students had to be admitted to the infirmary with severe burns. As they left, Hagrid whispered to Harry in his ear, "Don't forget we agreed to meet at the cabin, right?" Harry nodded with a smile. The afternoon flew by in the blink of an eye. While everyone was engrossed in challenging potion-making and divination exercises in the common room, Professor McGonagall slipped through the secret entrance. "Hey everyone, just wanted to announce that the punishment for the two responsible parties of the smokescreen is to spend a week working overtime caring for Hagrid's little animals. Please, selected candidates for the trials, follow me." A row of students followed the teacher where Mrs. Hooch was waiting. "I wouldn't want to be one of them," said Ron. "Why? Don't you want to be part of the team?" Harry asked in disbelief. Ron absolutely loved Quidditch. "That's not it. They won't be able to finish their homework, and Snape's not exactly in a good mood." Everyone burst into laughter. "Come on. Remember, we've already made an appointment with Hagrid. If you keep talking, we won't have time," Hermione snapped. Meanwhile, in the world of Quidditch, what the hell? Celeste got selected? Joey stood there gaping in shock at Celeste. "Well, it's the same thing. She won't make the cut." "Well, the selected one's Mrs. Hooch remarked. "Here we go. You'll need to practice some flying with the broom." "Hey, Joey here?" Celeste exclaimed, noticing Joey standing there. "This can't be true. Wherever I go, he's always there. This can't be happening. It's over. I'm quitting. He'll keep trying to pull the wool over my eyes, and we're all doomed for his fault. Out with him. Miss Velasquez, where do you think you're going?" Mrs. Hooch shouted to Celeste as she walked away from the Quidditch field. Celeste turned around and retorted, "I don't want to play. I'm quitting whatever's being offered." He then slipped inside the castle. "What now?" said Ginny, worried. "Well, we have no choice but to keep training. Let's get this together, guys. Meanwhile, hey Celeste." Harry, Ron and Hermione greeted as they saw a furious Celeste walking in. "Hello," she greeted him with a grumpy attitude. "What's going on with you?" Harry asked. Is there this damn Joey everywhere I go? I quit the team and refuse to play Quidditch with him. I can't resist the urge to constantly collide with him just to knock him down. He said with a sinister grin. I am going back to my room. I still need potion practice. Ron, can you leave your stuff behind? Yes, of course, Ron exclaimed excitedly. Pick them up. They're right there, he said with great effort. Not only was his face flushed, but he also found himself tongue-tied. Thanks, Ronnie, Celeste replied, giving him a wink. De nada. He managed to respond with a silly grin. Celeste vanished from the room with a movement of her silky hair, glowing such a vivid crimson that it seemed like blazing flames in the light. What a shame you're not on the team. Huh, Harry? Ron said, still dazed and staring blankly. Ron, have you regained your speech yet? Hermione asked sharply. I'm glad I'm not on the team, Harry said with a sly grin. Otherwise I'd be staring at her all day, and the snitch would slip through my fingers. There's no one who understands you, Hermione shouted angrily. Oh, come on, Hermione. Don't be so dramatic, Harry laughed. It was just a joke. Come on, we'll be late to the meeting with Hagrid. Ron, hand me your cloak. But are we going to wear a cloak? Ron asked in disbelief. I thought we were going with a prefect. What? They won't even let us leave Hogwarts, Hermione said, gesturing at her prefect badge. We'll need the cloak if you don't want to get punished. I wonder why Hagrid would want us to rush off, Harry replied, somewhat puzzled. I hope the surprise he's got in store for us turns out to be something exciting. Ron came back from the boys' room wearing Harry's invisibility cloak. They left the common room and, without the fat lady noticing, they threw it over him. See something? Ron asked.
No.
Calm down, Harry reassured him. They descended the stairs in silence, and as they reached the entrance door, it was opened by Professor McGonagall, who was entering with the rest of the exam students. All of them had. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stepped aside to avoid getting in the way as the rest of the students passed by, their faces showing signs of exhaustion and defeat. Professor McGonagall, when will you give us the exam results? They heard the exhausted Ginny asking. Weasley, you'll be informed when we have the results, the teacher said in a dry tone. Harry signaled to his friends. Everyone had passed, and there was no danger. They pushed the door a bit further, and in moments they were walking around Hogwarts. Harry and Ron were animatedly discussing the best strategies from the World Cup Quidditch tournament, while Hermione remained unusually quiet. Hermione, is something wrong with you? Harry asked, puzzled by his friend's sudden silence. Did Crookshanks eat your tongue? Ron asked with a mocking tone. Quite amusing, Hermione said sarcastically. I'm worried about Celeste. She and Joey are getting on terrible. If they don't stop this nonsense, they'll get a good spanking. They're bickering all day long. Celeste's such a good friend. It really hurts having to tell the teacher every time they fight. But that's my job. Hermione, you did the right thing. Don't. Ouch. Harry gasped. He'd hit something hard and ended up smashing his head. What happened? He turned to Ron and Hermione. Aye! Someone shouted near the three friends. We've hit a wall. Hermione whispered in horror. What do we do now? Should we run away? Ron suggested, trembling. Whoever it is, they can't be outside the school at this hour. They're breaking the rules just like us. If he doesn't leave, neither will we, Harry argued triumphantly, his smile beaming. Yeah, smart move. What if it's a professor? What should we say? Hermione whispered, her voice trembling with the edge of hysteria. Harry's smile faded completely. He had no more ideas. What if it was Snape? He could easily deduct 200 points from Gryffindor, and they'd forget about winning the house tournament. And what about them? What would happen to them? Would they get kicked out? Or would their magic wands be snapped in half? Well, the best way to find out is by checking who we've bumped into. Don't you think? Harry said, his voice barely audible. His friends nodded hesitantly. Harry squinted his eyes and pretended to look around, but Hermione nudged him on the shoulder and whispered, Listen. Harry strained his ears. The sound of footsteps on the grass faded. A dog barked, and in the distance, he could hear a boy telling another, "It was just that dog. I'd run into a dog. Come on, let's go back to school." The three teenagers exchanged relieved glances. As Harry looked up, Ron and Hermione could see two boys walking toward the Muggle school. Were they Muggles? Ron exclaimed, utterly shocked and completely careless. That seems, Muggles must be sensing something unusual. Hermione said, still somewhat nervous. If not, why are they so eager to investigate? They might be suspicious. I don't believe that. If it were true, Dumbledore would have taken more action, Harry said, glancing toward the spot where they'd last seen the two Muggles. What's on your mind? Ron asked, his curiosity piqued. Well, about that dog that supposedly saved our lives? Was it real? I find it strange that a dog would be around Hogwarts, Hermione added, agreeing with him. Fong? What's the fuss about? He probably went out for a walk with Hagrid, Ron said casually. They've got enough problems worrying about an unidentified dog. Come on, we're not even here yet. They made sure the cloak was securely fastened before continuing their walk, hoping no one had noticed them, if they hadn't even noticed it slipping off. When they reached the cabin, they knocked on the door. The unmistakable bark of a dog and the steady footsteps indicated that Hagrid was home. Moments later, a giant man opened the door and looked around to see who had called. It's us? Harry whispered, noticing Hagrid's bewildered expression. The boy was slightly startled. I'll never get used to this, he grumbled, watching as Harry, Ron, and Hermione suddenly appeared before the entrance. They'd removed their invisibility cloak. Hey guys, he greeted them warmly.
Ho ho ho.
Hagrid, the three of them returned the greeting. How's it going? Okay, thanks. Come on in, what would you like to eat? I've made some absolutely delicious cookies. The tea is already ready, thanks. Are you waiting for someone else? Hermione asked as she noticed another cup on the table.
No.
Well, yes, Hagrid stammered uncomfortably. You can go now. Harry glanced at Ron and Hermione, noticing their faces mirrored his own bewilderment. Though calmer, he remained deeply intrigued as he turned toward the room, ready to confront that mysterious something that would finally let them pass through. A large black dog, Fong-sized, approached them. It settled on the ground near a large mug with drawings and stared intently at Harry. The piercing gaze felt familiar, but could a dog ever be familiar? Or maybe it wasn't a dog. Could it have been? Sirius! Ron and Hermione shouted in unison, their eyes wide open. When Harry reacted, the figure before him was no longer a dog, but a sturdy man with a broad smile on his face, now standing upright. Time seemed to have stood still for him. His features relaxed more than ever, though not as haggard as in previous years. Yet he remained the same old man. Harry lunged forward and gave him a tight embrace that left no room for escape. Sirius! Harry exclaimed excitedly. How did you end up here? You see, I couldn't have gone that long without seeing my godson, Sirius said with a smile. It's been ages since I received your letter, and I was really worried. Oh, well, I've had so much going on, Harry apologized, looking a bit embarrassed. I get you, don't stress. Okay, sit down, please, Sirius said Hagrid. Would you like some sugar with your tea? Yes, thanks, Sirius said. This is what life's about. Eating something other than stream water and dead rats. Hi, Hagrid, Hermione asked while she was munching on a cookie. How do you know Sirius is innocent? I ran into him this summer, and Dumbledore explained everything to me, Hagrid said while pouring tea into Ron's mug. I've always trusted Dumbledore's word. A great man, no doubt about it, and I never tire of saying that. Now I can breathe easy knowing Sirius won't harm Harry. But the fact that who knows you has returned to power is terrifying. I'm worried too about the return of who you know, Hermione said, popping a cookie into her mouth. You know he's not just capable of tormenting the magical world, but also the Muggle population. Did you know there's a Muggle school behind Hogwarts? Well, students from that school have been sneaking around Hogwarts grounds lately. When we came here today, we bumped into two of them. While Hogwarts has implemented security measures, it's still disaster can strike if we don't stay vigilant. What really worries me is the invisible barrier issue. Hagrid nearly choked on the words he heard. How do you know about the invisible barrier? He stammered. Dumbledore told us, Harry explained, puzzled by Hagrid's behavior. He added that the school council suspected that the disappearance of the barriera was attributed to signs of dark arts. Is something going on? Or is there really nothing we should know about this? Oh, well, that's supposed to be the case. Hagrid didn't actually too, but hey, I think Dumbledore knew exactly what he was saying. Yeah, maybe that thing had something to do with dark arts. That's really concerning, Sirius added. If there are indeed muggles roaming Hogwarts grounds, you should be extra cautious. Honestly, I don't think you needed to come here in the first place. If Hogwarts had implemented those security measures, there must be a reason. Is it just to annoy us? Ron remarked. Harry hid a chuckle. I don't see the point, Sirius said. This is serious stuff. Think about what could happen in the long run. A total disaster. I think Sirius is right, Hermione said. What's happening here is seriously concerning. With all these circumstances, anything could happen to us. Let's just get out of this mess. Honestly, I don't even know why we're here. Okay, said Ron, and he, Hermione, and Harry got up from their seats. Hagrid accompanied them all the way to the entrance door. See you later, he said goodbye to them. Harry, watch out. Please, Sirius reminded his godson, remember this isn't a game. I know, Harry said, turning away. Harry, Ron, and Hermione quietly left Hagrid's cabin and headed back to Hogwarts. But just as they were halfway through their journey, where's my cloak? Harry exclaimed. I left it in the cabin. His friends turned pale. I thought that we were wearing it. Ron hesitated. Well, it doesn't look like that, Hermione said in a trembling voice. Harry, hurry. Look toward Hagrid's cabin and check your cloak. Before anyone sees us. And you? What? I can't leave you halfway through. Harry protested. We'll hide, Hermione said. Run, Harry. Please hurry up. Harry decided it was better to follow his friend's advice. He turned around and started running toward Hagrid's cabin. Dusk was setting in. Harry was desperate. He'd been searching for half an hour for Hagrid's cabin but couldn't find it. Had he gotten lost? That was odd. Hear me, he'd always found it before. Something was seriously wrong. Suddenly he stopped running. An idea struck him. What if he used the summoning spell? After all, he knew it by heart and understood that even if Hagrid's cabin was still far away, it didn't matter. The spell worked miles away from the target. He'd learned this lesson the hard way during last year's Three Kings tournament. But he also thought there might be muggles around. What if someone saw him casting magic? He looked around to make sure. There was no one. At that hour, Harry doubted there would be any muggles around, and even if there were, well, it was worth the risk. If anyone saw him casting the spell, the Ministry would erase the memory of the muggle later, if they ever found out. He couldn't afford to waste any more time. Harry pulled out the wand, raised it, and shouted, Accio capa invisible. Harry waited. A few seconds later, he saw something silver and fluid approaching him. His cloak. He grabbed it mid-flight and smiled. It had worked, and no one had seen him. Without a word, Harry tucked away his wand and slipped on the invisibility cloak, just in case, to make his way back and find Ron and Hermione. He didn't dare run, for fear of losing the cloak. And then, ouch! Harry collided with someone else for the second time, who also screamed and fell to the ground. What if it was another muggle like last time? What if it was someone worse? Harry looked down, terrified. A boy his age lay on the ground, rubbing his head. The face, it sounded familiar. Was it Joey? No, it was Justin. He knew it by the name tag in his shirt pocket, which bore the name of the boy who had signed up. Who's over there? Justin asked, leaning forward and scanning the room with a puzzled look. Harry thought with dread that he was in serious trouble. He couldn't remove his cloak. Justin would think he appeared out of nowhere. Should he leave? No, that didn't seem like a good idea. Justin was blocking his path, and he was pretty thin. He didn't know what to do. The only thing that came to mind was staying put and holding his breath until Justin left. If he even intended to leave, since the muggle boy didn't seem to want to move from his spot. Several minutes had passed, though to Harry they felt like an eternity. He was contemplating staying put and waiting. Justin didn't seem ready to leave yet. The boy kept pacing around, searching for any solid clue that might lead to a breakthrough. Justin, what the hell are you doing there? Come on. Classes are about to start. I'm leaving now, Professor Sprinsoff, Justin mumbled. He didn't seem entirely sure about leaving yet. He'd discovered a new mystery, that castle across the way. It's so mysterious. I want to go inside and figure out what it's about, he muttered as he dashed toward his school. Harry let out a sigh of relief. He wasn't sure who had saved him from that predicament, but he was deeply grateful. It wasn't that he hated Justin to death. It was just his presence made him extremely uncomfortable. When Justin had moved far enough away to miss the boy appearing in the space, Harry took off his cloak and began walking toward Hogwarts. Why did it take you so long? A voice asked from behind him. Harry turned around to see Ron and Hermione walking toward him. Ron, Hermione, you have no idea what's happened to me, he exclaimed, letting out a light chuckle. Now he could laugh in peace, the danger was over. Oh yes, Ron said with a mysterious tone, of course we know that. Who do you think helped you out? We saw you were taking forever, Hermione began, her friend's puzzled expression visible. That's why we went to look for you. We reached Hagrid's cabin and peered through the window. The cloak was no longer on the table, so we figured you'd left. Suddenly we heard a loud noise and someone whining. I thought you'd bumped into something, so I told Ron to stay put while I went to the source of the commotion. There I saw Justin, that muggle boy you mentioned earlier, so I decided to cast a little spell, called the Summoning Charm. It makes the person you want appear, but of course it's not real. It's made of air. It's like a fleeting fantasy that lasts only a few minutes. I made it appear that a teacher from there, Miss Springsoft, had appeared. I knew she was from that school because I had a neighbor who used to work at Collins Becker and knew her, and she showed me her photo. The young woman concluded with triumphant tone. But? How? Harry was stunned. Where did you learn that? I came across this in the book Practical Spells for Daily Use, and it really clicked with me. And the voice? Ron asked, just as surprised as Harry. Easy, Hermione replied with a carefree tone. You just stick the wand in your throat and say, copy it, along with the name of the person you want to mimic. By the time Hermione finished recounting her feat, they were already at the school gates. Exhausted to the bone, they didn't even bother dodging Peas, who was loitering around. All they wanted was to reach their beloved common room and collapse into the cozy armchairs by the fire. Ebony and Scarlet Ron whispered to the fat lady with his voice. Almost drowning, she reached the front of her. She stepped aside, revealing the entrance leading to the common room. When they entered, they found the hall buzzing with excitement. A crowd had gathered around a parchment placed on the bulletin board, their excitement palpable. Cheers of joy, sighs of disappointment, and congratulatory remarks filled the air. Why all the fuss? Ron wondered, trying to push through the crowd. Harry and Hermione shrugged their shoulders. Someone approached them. It was Ginny, who looked quite pleased, though Harry could sense a hint of resignation in her eyes. Hey guys, he greeted cheerfully. We've got the Quidditch results. How's it going? Hermione asked. Well, I'm not on the team yet, but I'm in the reserve squad, Ginny said with a shy smile. Something is something, right? That's awesome, Ron said, smiling at his sister. Well, getting selected is always better, but it's still better. Who's filling the empty vacancies? Harry asked. Joey Clearfield as the Guardian and Nadine Mullet as the Hunter. And I have some great news for you, Ginny replied, her smile widening slightly as she blushed. Harry, they've named you captain of the team. What? Harry exclaimed, utterly stunned. Suddenly, all his exhaustion vanished. Could it be him, the Quidditch captain? That was impossible. Isn't that awesome? Ginny continued. They elected you through a public vote. It's written on the parchment. Come on, you'll see. Ginny yanked Harry forward, clearing a path to reach the parchment. There Harry could read, test results for selecting new players of the Quidditch team. Gryffindor. The new Gryffindor Quidditch team roster for this academic year will be as follows. Women S team. Alicia Spinnet, Katie Bell, and Nadine Mullet. Men S team. Fred and George Weasley, Guardian Joey Clearfield, the Searcher and the Captain Harry Potter. The following individuals are currently on hold.
Ginny Weasley Johan Andrevs.
Thank you to all participants in the tests. Professor McGonagall, head of Gryffindor House. Harry couldn't believe it. He was the captain of his house's Quidditch team. Instead of the usual exhaustion he usually felt, a wave of happiness surged through him. It was incredible, mind-blowing. Well, if they'd chosen him as captain, he had to live up to the honor. And boy, he was going to make sure that happened. Congratulations, Harry. Ron grinned at him. That's awesome. Captain Quidditch. You're going to have to shoulder nearly as much responsibility as Hermione. Yeah, Hermione said sarcastically. Don't listen to him, Harry. You're definitely a great captain. They chose you for the position because you're up to the task. Well, it's awesome that Harry got named captain. But let's sit down, Ron snorted.
I'm totally crushed.
The friends agreed, and the three young men moved away from the chaos, each collapsing onto a chair. Meanwhile, the celebrations were still going on. Fred and George, the Weasley twins, approached Harry with identical grins on their faces. Hey Harry, congratulations. Now you're the new Quidditch captain. Fred said, widening his smile even wider. I hope you don't go all out like Wood. George Y joked about the new developments. We should give them a little extra credit, don't you think? Harry burst into laughter. The hole in the fat lady's head opened wide, and there she came, Professor McGonagall, clutching a little box in her hand, her face glowing with excitement. Attention, students, he exclaimed. We have a match against Ravenclaw on October 2nd. I trust you're training hard for it. Got it, Mr. Potter? He looked at Harry, who nodded shyly with a smile. This year we must win the Quidditch Cup, don't forget that. Make sure everyone treats the new members who'll be joining him properly. Now, please go to your respective dormitories. The students, grumbling, complied and went back to their dormitories. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were about to do the same when Professor McGonagall said, Wait, Potter, he's going to give you something. See you in the dormitory, Ron said as he climbed the stairs to the fifth-year boys' room. Hermione also bid Harry farewell before heading to the girls' quarters. Harry approached the teacher, who handed him the small box she had been holding. This is for you, he said. It's your captain badge. Starting now, wear it on your Quidditch jacket for identification. Got it? Okay, he nodded resolutely. Well, Potter, I just have to say congratulations on your new position. Now go with the others to your room. Yes, teacher, Harry complied and went upstairs to the boys' room. There he found Ron waiting, sitting on his bed. What did he tell you? He asked impatiently. This is what I got. Harry opened the box. Inside was the gleaming golden badge indicating he was a Quidditch captain meant to be worn on his Quidditch jacket from now on. Another badge, you too? Ron joked, laughing. I'm the only one left. Harry laughed with his friend. Well, what do you think if we go to bed? He asked when he stopped laughing. Good idea. I'm exhausted. Ron climbed into his bed. Good night, Harry. Good evening, Ron yawned. The fatigue had returned. He left his captain's badge box on the nightstand, slipped into pajamas, took off his glasses, and climbed into bed. Before he could gaze at the badge for 5 minutes, sleep overcame him and he drifted off. The strange events begin.
Prim.
Hey everyone, I'm back with Chapter 3, Clarification. The second chapter is split into 2 parts, so it appears as 3 chapters, but there's actually only 2. Okay, and with this third one too. Let me know your thoughts. No nitpicking, please. Celine. I'm glad you like the long chapters, because in this fan fiction, there are plenty of them. You'll see soon enough. Is Joey really an annoyingly stubborn person? Yeah, that's how he looks now, but you'll see how he evolves over time. He'll change quite a bit, just like Hermione did when she was in 1st grade. Alright, I won't spill any more details to avoid spoiling the plot. It's got a lot of twists. Here's Chapter 3. Enjoy it, folks. Chapter 3. The strange events begin. It was mid-October. Outside it was raining. Harry, bored, stared through the partially lit window, the other half covered by a shutter, at how the rain fell and how the trees swayed in the wind. The boy was thinking about the Quidditch match from 2 weeks prior, specifically the one on the second when Gryffindor played against Ravenclaw. Harry's first surprise was that Cho had left Ravenclaw, as Diggory's incident last year had left her deeply shaken. She was replaced by a new transfer student, Athena Weatherby, who proved to be an exceptional seeker. Harry found it particularly challenging to catch the snitch, blocked by Athena, harassed by bludgers, and even caught in a bizarre incident shortly before Gryffindor scored 50 points. With a point to his advantage, he overtook Ravenclaw. Without warning, something exploded in the second row of the stands. Everyone got a good scare and stopped playing. Nothing serious happened except that someone got injured. Flora Delacour. The poor thing was caught off guard and immediately taken to the infirmary because she was really in bad shape. Everyone worried about the young teacher, especially Ron, who nearly had an attack. But once the tension subsided, the game resumed, and Harry managed to catch the snitch within minutes. The problem was that the explosion had drawn several Muggle students from Collins Becker into the Quidditch field through the opening left by the blast. Thankfully, it happened right when the game had ended and everyone was returning to the castle. Minutes later, Professor McGonagall ensured the Muggles returned to their school, though she had already altered their memories beforehand. Joey was an exceptional Quidditch player who made his mark from the very first minute. He filled the position left vacant by Wood, and let's be real, without him, Ravenclaw's scorers would have scored every single goal. Nadine also excelled as a shooter, delivering precise shots that kept the team in the game. The truth is, after that match, Joey found himself surrounded by admirers 24/7. Celeste, as expected, was thrilled about Gryffindor's victory, but she couldn't care less about Joey being harassed daily by young girls who wouldn't let him sleep. Poor boy. After the game, Harry, Ron, and Hermione went to the infirmary to check on Fleur's condition. The problem was they weren't allowed in. Mrs. Pomfrey said sternly that Fleur was in critical condition and couldn't receive visitors. Before the three young people could say anything, Mrs. Pomfrey slammed the door in their faces. Shortly after, during breakfast, Dumbledore announced amidst a wave of disappointed murmurs that Fleur had had to leave. She had been unable to teach due to her fragile condition, though she was already feeling better and would be replaced by another teacher. Now they had a new professor for dark arts. His name was Nicholas Kingler, a foreigner, as his surname suggested, having come from Ukraine. Though no one knew much about him, the Weasley twins' speculations led some to suspect he had a dark past. Within a week, everyone grew wary of Professor Kingler, who was exceptionally strict, almost more so than Snape, and rigorous. No one could afford to be distracted in her class. Unlike Snape, she didn't favor Slytherin or any house. Any prank she pulled would deduct points from the person who did it, regardless of which house they came from. Many already despised her, and some even wished Fleur could recover so she could return to teaching. The students were already tired of being cooped up in their common rooms and had no idea how to keep themselves entertained. They couldn't even go to Hogsmeade, the situation was that dire. Many students, including Harry, were starting to get curious about Collins Becker, with some even wanting to visit it alone. But everyone knew it was forbidden to go there. Harry was lost in these thoughts when something jolted him out of his daydream. "Harry, I need to talk to you." It was Hermione, and she looked pale. "What's going on, Hermione?" Harry Venga asked. He took a seat and gestured toward a nearby chair. "Tell me what you have to say." Hermione sat down in the chair and said, "You see, lately I don't know what's going on with me. Ever since the first of last month, strange things have been happening around me." "What exactly? What kind of things?" Harry wondered. "Well, things I wish would happen. Take yesterday's potions class, for instance. Remember when I had to work with Suzanne Hawkins, a Slytherin girl, making the anti-scalding potion, and she kept teasing me all the time? I was so mad that I wished the potion would fail. And it did. Or like when Celeste joined the PEDDO. Still with that?" Harry interrupted irritably. "Don't you realize elves don't want freedom?" "Please let me finish," Hermione protested. "Well, as I was saying, I wanted her to join the club. And without even asking, she came up to me and asked if she could join. Doesn't this all seem like it's connected to the elixir of immortality?" "I don't know, Hermione." Harry mused. "Maybe it's just pure coincidence. You might be right, but I'm not sure if people reading my thoughts is just a coincidence." "Harry, Well, Harry shrugged. Have you told Ron about this? Yeah, and he told me not to worry about such trivial things. But let me be clear, it's genuinely concerning. I'm at my wit's end. Hey, do you know what's been going on with Ron? Lately, his behavior has been completely off. Well, Harry didn't admit it, he'll see you later. Hey, did you tell Celeste about that? No, I never told her that, Hermione confessed. I was thinking about telling you this earlier. And that? Harry was taken aback. But if she's your best friend, it was true. Celeste and Hermione had become very close friends over all those years. Yeah, and you're my friend too, she replied, blushing. Why bother telling you this sooner or later than you would? Well, I'm leaving. Thanks for listening. Nothing. Harry, bewildered, watched as Hermione dashed away from there. Why would she act that way toward him now? Did she say something she'd rather keep under wraps? Not too worried about it. Harry glanced at his watch. It was 10 o'clock. Since he'd already eaten dinner, he decided to go to bed and climbed into the boys' room. Harry, Harry. Harry heard a distant voice calling out to him. He jerked awake, glanced at the alarm clock on his bedside table showing 3 o'clock sharp, and let out a long sigh. Who could be calling him? He was certain he'd heard a voice. Harry, Harry. He heard it again. Harry glanced at the bed where Ron lay sound asleep, his eyes half-lidded with doubt. Ron couldn't have called him. Then who could? Who would ring at 3 in the morning if not for something urgent? Was he getting cranky? Harry kept scanning the room's beds with growing irritation, finding each occupant sleeping as peacefully as Ron. Was he going nuts? Or was it just his imagination? First Hermione, now this. Still clueless, the boy settled back into his cozy bed to keep drifting off. Harry, Harry, another time. The third time someone had called him. It sounded like it came from the common room, or perhaps even a more distant place. Who would be there at that hour? Hermione should have been busy with that, not him. Harry dragged himself out of bed and hurried down the stairs. When he reached the common room, all he could hear was the crackling of dying embers in the fireplace. The room was pitch dark, barely lit, and chilly. Harry shuddered at the thought of who might be calling. Then, for the fourth time, he heard it. Harry, Harry, come. That time, the voice came from outside Gryffindor Tower. Harry started to worry. Could someone be in the corridors? Did someone need help? If so, he had to act immediately. He couldn't just stand there. He climbed back up to his 4th floor, where he grabbed the invisible cloak and the Wanderer's map. Whatever came his way, he had to be prepared. Before leaving, he paused before his friend's bed. Should he wake him up? No, that wasn't Ron's responsibility. The voice was calling him Harry. It was something he had to do alone. He cautiously descended from the tower to avoid waking Lady Gorda. Skillfully draping his invisibility cloak over her, he began descending the castle's winding staircases. But he hit a snag. When he reached the 4th floor, Harry nearly stumbled over Mrs. Norris, the gaunt cat from Filch, the caretaker who was patrolling as usual. Harry paused, carefully straightening his cloak, which had slipped a bit. But when he looked up, he noticed Mrs. Norris had been staring at him the whole time. I can't see me, Harry thought desperately. I'm wearing the invisible cloak. At that moment, an overwhelming wave of guilt overwhelmed him. The cloak had slipped off his body. Instantly, what if Mrs. Norris had spotted him during that moment? But it couldn't have been. Just a few seconds, nearly half a second. How could that damned cat have noticed him? Yet Mrs. Norris remained motionless, her gaze fixed on Harry's position. And that meant only one thing. She knew he was there. Suddenly, Mrs. Norris let out a meow, then another, and then one even louder. She was calling out to Filch. Harry felt his face turn pale. If Filch found him there, he'd be practically dead. The young man, hands trembling, unfurled the map of the Wanderer and saw an inked dot labeled Argus Filch rapidly approaching where he stood. Now it was truly the end. Everything was lost. But then, when Harry thought he couldn't do anything more, an idea struck him, maybe something outlandish, but he had to try. He drew his wand, aimed it at Mrs. Norris, and muttered, "Hunsfordju." The cat froze instantly. If she couldn't meow, Filch would take longer to find her. but he couldn't leave her paralyzed in the hallway. Without hesitation, Harry swiftly carried Mrs. Norris and scanned the room, searching for a suitable hiding spot for a frozen feline. He only found a door nearby, locked with a padlock. He had to act fast. Filch was closing in on him. Fantastic. Harry pointed his wand at the lock, and it magically unlocked, dropping to the floor. He swung the door handle and pushed it open. The room was rather cramped. The boy ushered Mrs. Norris inside, slammed the door shut as fast as he could, then picked up the lock from the floor and placed it back in its place. Where he had been, he pointed it back with the wand. Zarzadia. He muttered, and the lock closed as magically as it had opened. When Harry checked the map of the wandmaker and saw Filch returning to his original path, he let out a sigh of relief. He'd narrowly escaped a major disaster. Wrapping up the map, he continued down the stairs until reaching the Great Hall. He hadn't heard that voice calling him again. What if he no longer needed it? Or, what if it was already too late? Whatever the reason, he had to leave. He didn't know why, but he had to go. He approached the front door, but before he could pull the handle, the voice came again. Harry, please come here. Harry was determined. The voice had called out to him again, signaling he still needed it. He gave the door handle a firm push, and it swung open. The boy stepped outside and breathed in the fresh air. It had been a month and a half since he'd last ventured out, and that air filled him with renewed energy and more resolve to keep going. He slipped into the chilly night and wandered around the castle grounds. But where was the voice's owner? Where was he supposed to go? Harry, keep going. As if reading his mind, the voice echoed again. The young man moved toward what he believed was the source of the voice, and suddenly stopped. He had reached the edge of the ravine that separated the magical world from the Muggle world. The voice seemed to come from the Muggle school. The Muggle school? Harry took 2 steps back. What the hell was he doing? He wouldn't set foot in that building again. That would take some serious madness. Never, not even with all the gold in Gringotts, would he go back there. He couldn't, but something had changed his mind. Harry, the voice kept calling out to him. He needed it, couldn't just stand there. Even if he were in the Muggle world, it didn't matter. He had to help, he wanted to help. With sheer willpower, Harry leaped over the chasm and, as before, tumbled into the underbrush. He rubbed his right shoulder. It had been tingling with a sudden jolt, but he dismissed it, convinced it was just from the fall. Heading toward the Muggle school, he pushed open the metal gate. To his surprise, there wasn't a single alarm. Just as he was about to descend the stairs, he noticed someone nearby. The face was familiar. Yes, it was Justin. Or was it Joey? Whatever it was, he didn't feel like talking to anyone right then, so he pretended to keep walking. But then, hello, a voice behind him rang out, different from the one he'd been hearing all along. Harry turned around and saw Justin standing right in front of him. His eyes locked on Harry with an unusual gleam. I know you, he said, squinting through the darkness. Then suddenly he exclaimed, you know what? That's you. You're Harry. Harry looked around, feeling a bit confused. Who was he talking to? How many boys in that school were named Harry? But hey, what about that education? Don't you even say hello? Justin pressed on. Undoubtedly, he was referring to him. But how could that be? He was wearing the cloak. Justin, a Muggle, shouldn't have been able to see him. What on earth was going on? Had the cloak stopped working or something? First and foremost, he needed to greet him, because otherwise people might think he was crazy or something like that. Hey.
I'm sorry, Justin.
I hadn't seen you before, Harry hurriedly apologized. He knew it was a flimsy excuse, but the sudden appearance of the Muggle boy had caught him completely off guard. It doesn't matter, Justin said with a smile. What are you doing here at this hour? He asked. The same goes for you. What are you doing up here? Harry wasn't about to spill the beans on his plans. Well, you see, Justin interrupted himself, pointing at the ground. A colleague has disappeared. What's that? Harry looked where he was gesturing and suddenly turned pale. The map of the Wanderer. It had slipped from his grasp. In horror, Harry swiftly grabbed the floor map praying Justin hadn't seen its contents. Without hesitation, he rolled up the map hastily. He couldn't erase it in front of him. Are you sure? Justin insisted. I swear there's something written down. I mean, who knows? Well, it doesn't really matter. Anyway, I'm super happy you're here at my school. Okay, Harry said, visibly uncomfortable. I told you I'd come someday. Didn't I? Yeah, that's true, right? Justin said. Hey, have you actually seen a guy named Mark around here? He's got curly hair and brown eyes. No, I haven't seen anyone, Harry said bluntly. Well, I know this sounds weird to you, but can you see me? Justin stared at Harry as if he were from another galaxy. Can't I just see you? He said, puzzled. And what do you think? If I couldn't see you, would I even be talking to you? No, I know it's not. Harry quickly replied, well, lately, weird things have been happening around here, right? Does that happen to you too? Justin asked with interest. Well, sometimes, Harry said to buy time. He still couldn't believe Justin was watching him in that invisible cloak. Or maybe he wasn't wearing it at all. He discreetly checked her shoulders to see if she was wearing anything, only to be horrified to realize she was completely bare except for her pajamas. The invisible cloak must have fallen off. Now what? Something about Harry's feelings must have been visible on his face. Because Justin asked, Harry, is there something going on with you? Huh? No, nothing at all, Harry snapped. Hey, why do you think things happen to me too? Well, like the kind of weird stuff. No, because here at Collins Becker, things happen that are downright bizarre. Did you know? From the second day of classes, Justin then explained, go to the building and you'll see it. Harry hesitated for a moment. He turned to look back. Where the hell was his cloak? He couldn't cast the summoning spell there. Justin was right in front of him. With a resigned sigh, Harry finally said, okay, I get it. But not for long. I'm breaking one of my school's rules. And me too, Justin said, students are supposed to stay in bed at night unless it's an emergency. I think nobody here knows Mark's gone except me. Well, come on. The two boys climbed the stairs to the building. Justin pushed open the front door. This door is new, Justin said to Harry as they entered through it. There used to be another one, but, well, you'll see what happened. Come on. Justin led Harry toward a door marked Concierge's wardrobe. Justin tried to open it but couldn't manage to push it open. Oh, they've closed it down, he said dejectedly. They've locked up the other main entrance, the old one. If you saw what happened, it's unbelievable. But it's a shame. I can't show you. It was the same thing.
Harry lied.
In truth, he was deeply curious about what had happened to that door. Suddenly, an idea struck him. What if he tried? Hey, what's that? Harry pointed at a spot in the lobby where Justin was standing. What? Justin turned toward that side. Seizing the moment, Harry drew his wand with lightning speed, aimed at the door handle, and spoke in a smooth, unhurried voice. Alohomora. There was a sharp click, and the door swung open abruptly. Just then, Justin spun around to tell Harry, Hey, what's the matter with you? There it is. He interrupted himself, noticing the doorman's wardrobe door. The door. It's open. How is that possible? Wasn't it closed before? Did you open it yourself with a wrench or something similar? It's impossible that I opened it, Harry said in a mysterious tone, discreetly hiding the wand in his pocket while crossing his fingers behind his back. If I'd opened it with a gotcha, I'd still be opening it now. Takes about a few minutes to open it like this. Well, if you haven't been, I haven't either, Justin mumbled. Another weird occurrence. How's this happening now? Well, better. Let me show you what happened to the main door from before. You'll see soon enough. Justin slipped inside the closet and yanked out what looked like a door. Was it disintegrating? Look at this door. Justin pointed toward the entrance. That was the first strange thing that happened. The next morning after our first day of classes, we went downstairs to the lobby for breakfast and, what do you think we saw? A massive crowd gathered in the lobby. Nobody was leaving the building, and we were puzzled. We pushed through and saw the door was literally crumbling apart like it had been gnawed by termites. It was mind-blowing. We spent 2 hours there watching that incident unfold, which was going to be on the TV news. You can tell if it's weird. Until the doorman came and removed the door with the security cameras and everything else. He took his time to take it down, naturally. We all went to breakfast eventually, and the whole day we talked about nothing but that. They hid the door here so people wouldn't suspect anything. Mind-blowing, right? Yes, Harry admitted, staring at the door that kept crumbling. More than half of it had already disappeared. And that's not all, man, Justin said, relocking the door that was crumbling on its own and slamming the wardrobe shut with the latch. More surprises happened last month and this month, and they're getting more frequent. Come on, let's see. Justin and Harry approached the classroom door. Above the door frame hung a sign that read Science Class. Thankfully, the door was open. Justin pushed it open and said to Harry, "Come in and get blown away by this." Harry stepped into the classroom and froze mid-step. The desks, chairs, and even the teacher's desk were levitating. What the heck was going on? Was this some dark magic trick? Or what? "What do you think?" said Justin, who had just entered and was standing beside him. "This happened last week or something like that. Our class was assigned science, and as soon as we walked into the classroom, we saw this. Honestly, I can't wrap my head around how these things could happen. But let's be real. Everything happening here is fascinating. I'm crazy about oddities. But this is going way too far. How would I even say this to you? Like a sci-fi movie?" Harry offered help. "Exactly," Justin said. "I'd love to know what's behind all this." "Who produces it?" Harry added without thinking. "What do you mean?" Justin was stunned. "Well, maybe it's someone who made all this happen, right?" Harry said, looking uncomfortable under Justin's puzzled gaze. "I mean, it's just a possibility, Yeah. But your theories are way out of the ordinary. I love fantasy, but this is ridiculous. How could someone make a door disintegrate like that without any other reason, or make chairs and tables levitate? I don't know. I mean, it could be. I know. But this is something beyond reality. Nobody could pull off what's happening here. Or maybe they can. That would be way too unreal. By the way, I read about this in my fantasy books, just in case. And came to a conclusion. Kind of crazy, but listen. Do you think these events could be due to witchcraft, if it even exists? Well, maybe," Harry said, adjusting his glasses in a sign of discomfort. Justin stared at him in amazement. "You really think that? You're the only person who thinks the same thing as me," Justin said excitedly. "I know magic doesn't exist, but even if it did, I believe these events must be caused by it. But honestly, we don't know what's behind it. It's better if I forget my theory, even though we both agree. It's probably not true. All my friends tell me I'm too imaginative, that this can't happen exactly as I say, and that's it. But wouldn't it be awesome if I was right and magic really existed? Don't you think so?" "Yeah, good." Harry stared at the floor. "I know exactly what you're thinking," Justin said. "I'm completely out of my mind." No, that's not it," Harry Solo hurriedly said. "This matter is rather uncomfortable for me. By the way," he added with a puzzled look at Justin, "what time is it?" "At 3:30 in the morning," Justin reported, checking his watch. "It's late. If anyone from my school knows I'm here, well, I don't know what might happen. And how did you end up here?" "I don't know, okay?" Harry replied irritably. "Sorry, but I need to go. And honestly, you should do the same thing too, go to bed." "Wait a second, Harry." Justin stopped him by accident. "You must have been to that castle across from us before, right?" "Well, yeah, I did," Harry said. "Why?" "No, I still think there's something weird about that castle. I don't know. I've tried entering it a million times, but I don't know what's going on. It's impossible to get in. It's just so strange." "How did you manage to get in?" "Entering," Harry said quickly, knowing he shouldn't reveal the password to anyone, and losing his patience. "Now I have to leave. It's late. I'm sleepy, and I don't know why I'm here when I could be sleeping right now. Come on, I'd better go. We'll meet another day, if that works out." "See you later," Harry said. Justin, "Hey, if you see Mark, let me know." "Agreed?" "Yes, it's worth it," Harry said. "See you later." Harry stepped out of Collins Becker's building, breathing a sigh of relief. Justin kept him on edge with his relentless questions about things he couldn't answer. But the guy had a knack for making people talk. Those bizarre incidents at the firm had given him fresh material to ponder. What was going on? He knew Justin's theory was spot on, but couldn't bring himself to confront him. Now the million-dollar question. Who or what was behind this whole mess? And how did they pull it off? What could have driven him to do this? Any reason would do. Harry's magical world experience had given him absolute confidence in his theory. As he pondered this, he emerged from Collins Becker and found himself facing the cliff. Then came the revelation. His invisibility cloak was hooked on a nearby tree branch. Overjoyed, Harry pulled it free, tucked it under his arm, and began scaling the cliff. Already at Hogwarts grounds, Harry slipped into the invisibility cloak that enveloped him before heading toward the castle entrance. "Blue Unicorn," murmured Harry. As soon as he spoke, the door swung open wide for him. Harry entered the castle and closed the door behind him. For a moment, as he climbed the stairs to Gryffindor's common room, he remembered the voice that had called him earlier. Could it be Justin?
Impossible.
Justin was a muggle. His voice would never reach his own room. Besides, it wasn't Justin's voice. It was an unfamiliar woman's voice, coming from the center of the earth. Something utterly strange. He didn't dwell on it any longer. He gave the password to the fat lady, went upstairs and fell asleep. He didn't take long to drift off. The next day, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were seated in the Great Hall, enjoying their breakfast. At that moment, the morning mail was flying through the dining hall, reaching every corner. A large black cat owl perched on Hermione's cereal bowl, scattering the grains across the tablecloth. The slightly grumpy young woman released the exhausted owl from its burden. The owl flew away happily, its tail wagging in delight. "Go on, Hermione. Open it up," Celeste pleaded, sitting beside her. "There's no need to open it in front of you, Celeste," Joey said with a sinister grin. "Of course he won't open it in front of you," she retorted sharply. "Hey guys, are you gonna fight over an envelope?" Hermione laughed, but when she saw her classmates' faces, she froze up. They all seemed ready to go head-to-head over something as trivial as that. "Open it up now," Ron snapped, on the verge of losing his temper. Hermione's trembling hands opened the envelope. The absence of a sender made it even more thrilling. She unfolded the letter and began reading calmly. Her large chestnut eyes widened in unison, their pupils glowing with a special light. As she finished reading the contents, her cheeks gradually flushed red. What's going on?" Celeste asked, intrigued. Hermione simply let out a long sigh and handed the letter to Celeste. She read it quickly, and when she finished, her expression mirrored Hermione's. "What's going on?" Ron asked this time. Hermione and Celeste embraced in silence. Then Hermione said, "The letter is from the Witch Heart magazine. They're gonna interview me tomorrow, and they've already asked permission from Dumbledore." "Why are they interviewing you?" Ron asked, puzzled. Hermione looked visibly annoyed. "What do you think?" he snapped. "Why would they interview me, Ron?" he continued patiently. Seeing the young man couldn't answer, he turned to himself. "Because I'm a model student who scores top marks and is also the class monitor. Isn't that obvious?" "See," Ron said, with no other way out. "Harry, I see you're being so quiet today. What's up?" He glanced at Harry standing on the opposite side and tried to change the subject. "You look tired," Hermione said with concern. "Don't you feel happy for me? Don't you dare, boys. Can't you see, Hermione? There was a party in the boys' dorm last night." "That's not the time for questions," interrupted Fred as he walked by. "Pretty funny, Fred," Harry said sarcastically. He'd been overthinking his last night's feat all day. A bunch of questions kept popping into his head. Who was that voice? Why were there so many weird things happening at Hogwarts? And who was behind them all? Did you have trouble sleeping last night? Hermione pressed on, brushing off Fred's chatter.
No.
Honestly, I don't.
Harry lit.
Would he tell his friends? Maybe later, but for now he'd keep it to himself. "I need to write to Sirius," he exclaimed, trying to steer the conversation elsewhere. "We'll help you this afternoon," Ron said with determination. "I'm speaking for you, Ron." "I'm sorry, Harry, I can't. I need to get ready for my interview. It's super important to me. I still have 3 books left to read." "That's awful. I'll be glued to my books all afternoon." I'll help you, Celeste said cheerfully. The story will continue. The strange events begin. Seiko, hey there again. I've had to split a chapter into 2 parts once more. Total disaster. But hey, remember this is part 2 of chapter 3. At that moment, the headmaster entered the main dining hall, creating an intense silence. Dumbledore always attended dinners but never breakfasts. His face bore more wrinkles than ever before, looking visibly weary. He walked to the center of the room and paused before speaking, his gaze fixed on his students. I have some bad news. Many won't take it easily. Mrs. Norris has disappeared. We've been searching all morning but to no avail. If anyone knows her whereabouts, please let us know. Thank you. Harry's face turned pale for several minutes. Mrs. Norris, the very cat he'd frozen and kicked out of the room last night? He'd completely forgotten about her. Ron must have sensed his friend's mood, which is why he said, "How are you doing? You look really off this morning." Harry didn't respond. He had no time for such worries. He was facing a major problem. If they discovered he'd frozen Mrs. Norris, they'd find out he'd been out of bed all night. Then they'd kick him out, and his beloved wand would be split in 2. Harry knew exactly what to do. He'd do it tonight. After a long silence, Dumbledore continued, "Speaking of something more cheerful, Christmas is approaching. There will be a feast and a dance. Except for first-year students, of course. That's all. The details will be communicated to them later." "What a dance! How wonderful!" Ron exclaimed excitedly. "We know who you're going to suggest it to, right, Ron?" Hermione asked playfully, nodding at Celeste. Celeste blushed. "If you're going to ask her for that, think twice about it," Joey said with a chuckle. "You'll end up getting the bitterest candy ever." "I'd love to go with you, Ronnie," Celeste said in a loud voice. She just wanted Joey to know she wasn't going with him. Joey did notice, and was slightly taken aback, but he didn't say anything. Ron was stunned. He hadn't even opened his mouth yet, and already had a charming partner ready for the dance. The afternoon had flown by in the blink of an eye. By the time Harry finally noticed, it was already late at night. He'd been practicing some tricky spellcasting exercises. Hermione had ordered everyone to bed down since dinner was over. All the Gryffindor boys followed her instructions without question. Hermione approached Celeste and said to her, "You're going to dance with Ron. I'm so happy for you." "Thanks," Celeste replied, looking slightly uncomfortable. "Have you got the dress yet?" "I do. It's gorgeous. The only thing is nobody's ordered it yet." "You're lucky." "Why? Just because I'm with Ron?" he said with a smug gesture. "If you want to, I'll tell you I don't." "Oh no, that's not why. Don't worry, I'd never go with Ron. You've made him so happy." Celeste didn't respond. She was going to go dancing with Ron. Ron was friendly and smart, but he'd never shown interest in her. At that moment, Joey approached the lonely girl. "I heard Ron's dancing is terrible," the young man said with a laugh. "Oh really? Then every time I danced with him, he did it brilliantly." She spat. Of course it was a lie, but she wanted to shut that smug bastard's mouth once and for all. "Have you danced with Ron?" "Oh yes, several times. And now, if you'll allow me, I'll retire to my room to rest." Celeste replied with a sly smile. She'd changed her mind. She'd dance with Ron. She'd thoroughly enjoy it, always outshining Joey. Harry quickly slipped into bed and waited until everyone had fallen asleep. When he heard Neville's unmistakable snoring, he knew without a doubt it was the perfect moment. He rose from his bed without making a sound and pulled out the invisible cloak of the suitcase along with the map of the Wanderer. He carefully opened the door and, "Harry, where are you going?" Ron's voice sounded weak, but filled with worry. "SSSHHH." Harry chuckled. "I don't have time to explain it. I'll be with you," Ron replied as he got out of bed. "You'd never guess," Harry exclaimed. "It's something I have to do alone," he explained, now calmer. "Okay." Ron gave up and went back to bed. Harry descended the stairs into the common hall. The night's stillness was punctuated only by the wind whistling against the windows and his own footsteps. His journey went smoothly until he reached the exact spot where he'd feared being discovered by Filch. He'd arrived. With the help of the Wanderer Harry's map, he knew exactly which door had hidden the cat. The map didn't list animal names unless they were animagos, so when he entered, he was utterly shocked. He searched the whole room but found nothing. The cat wasn't there. It was impossible. He couldn't have left because he was frozen solid. But what if he'd thawed? No way, this was a spell. Still, maybe the effect wore off or something. Plus, the door was locked with a padlock. What if they found him? He was out in the dead of night, in a freezing room, completely alone? Harry spun around, wishing he'd never set foot in that awful place. But until now, he hadn't wanted it so badly. Outside, in the hallway, a voice he recognized all too well stopped him. "Mr. Potter, what are you doing in the hallway at this hour?" "But you need a proper explanation," another voice continued. Harry turned around and knew it was all over for him. Standing before him were Filch and Snape. Filch was holding Mrs. Norris, who had clearly been affected by the spell Harry had cast. "We found my kitten," he said, glancing at Harry's expression. "The cat was frozen in this room. How could they possibly spot him wearing that cloak?" With no trace of the culprit, we decided to set up a trap. We pretended not to know his whereabouts so that tonight, if the real culprit, and you're undoubtedly brave, returns, it'll clear up all the misunderstandings. Any questions? Well, Harry managed to say, How do they see me?" Snape laughed. His laugh was utterly unpleasant. "If you had at least the invisible cloak," he said. Harry rubbed his shoulders in shock. No way, he thought. Why was he so careless? "Well, Mr. Potter," Snape continued with a sly grin, "today we've managed to dodge expulsion and punishment. But if this happens again, you'll pay dearly. Got it?" "Yes, sir," Harry said, secretly relieved that he had been exempted from punishment. "Well, Gryffindor will lose 30 points for this. Let him use it for another. And watch out, Potter. Watch out like hell if you don't want to face the consequences." "Back to the common room," Filch snapped, "before we change our minds." Harry complied without question. It was unbelievable. He hadn't been punished, and the best part? He hadn't even been expelled. But why? Snape always seized any misdeed Harry committed to scold him and threaten expulsion. Why didn't he expel him on the spot? For a moment, Harry considered going back and asking, but changed his mind. Better this way. Maybe they weren't expelling him over the invisibility barrier incident. Who knows? At the foot of the stairs lay his invisibility cloak. Harry immediately picked it up. Quietly ascending the stairs to the spot where the portrait of Lady Fat was hanging, he was about to approach it to give the password when something startling suddenly caught his attention. "Harry! Harry! Come on, Harry!" The voice of last night. Again. Harry couldn't stand this whole thing. Who could be calling him now? The boy remembered how in second grade, he'd heard voices coming from inside the castle walls that nobody else could hear, and that was because he understood the Parcel language. Was the same happening to him now? No. Impossible. The voice didn't sound like a snake's. Otherwise it would have been a hissing tone. But that mysterious voice calling to him wasn't like that. Instead, it was sweet and soft. Exactly the same voice from last night. "Harry, please, come to my meeting. Come on, Harry, please, Harry." Harry thought there was a good chance the voice might be a ghost trying to scare him, or maybe it could be Peeves the poltergeist, perfectly mimicking the voice and setting up a trap. That's why Harry spun around and shouted, "Who's over there?" Complete silence. Either the voice has vanished, Harry thought, or the phantom, whatever it is playing a cruel joke. But he wasn't about to give up so easily. Not a chance. "Who's there?" Harry repeated. "I know you're here. Show yourself now." Silence fell again. "Hey, if you wanted to scare me, you got it." "Okay." Harry continued. "Enough. Show yourself now. This isn't funny." And then, "Harry, come. Hear my pleas." "Wait, let's see," Harry exclaimed. "Where are you?" "Here. I'm here." "Harry, come on. And where is this place?" Harry started getting angry. "Hey, this isn't funny at all. I'll tell you, please." Harry stopped shouting. Anyone who heard him would think he was acting like a fool. The best thing was to ignore the voice. Yes, that was the best thing. He didn't care who it was, whether they wanted to play a joke, set a trap, or really ask for help. He was fed up. He turned toward the portrait of the fat lady and was about to open his mouth to say the password when he heard the voice again. Whether it was the owner or the owneress of the voice outside, they were growing impatient. "Harry, I need you to hear me. Come here. Come on, Harry. Harry Potter. Don. T. Ignore me. It's urgent." Then came a deafening explosion, followed by screams of terror and raucous laughter. The sounds were coming from below. Harry's hair stood on end. What the hell was going on? He draped the invisible cloak over his shoulders, holding it securely to prevent it from slipping off, pulled out his wand from the pocket, held it before him and murmured, "Lumos." A blinding light suddenly flashed from the tip of Harry's wand, illuminating the young wizard's path. He couldn't afford to waste any more time. Clutching his invisibility cloak, Harry raced down the stairs toward the source of the shouts. The commotion came from the Muggle classroom in the underground chamber. When Harry opened the chamber door, to his astonishment, it was already ajar. And the scene was utterly baffling. Muggle students, those ordinary-looking kids who usually sat in the classroom, were chained to their desks, screaming and frozen with terror. Truth be told, they didn't even need the restraints. They were paralyzed by fear. How did they get in? Harry wondered. Had someone whispered the password into them? The shock hit him so hard that he barely noticed his cloak had slipped off. When Harry suddenly appeared out of nowhere, the Muggles screamed even louder. Then Harry heard a sarcastic voice behind him that echoed through the entire room. "But hey, are you scared already? I can't believe it. But if this is just the beginning, you deserve it, miserable souls. Wait though, I think we have company." Harry spun around. He knew that voice all too well, and when he saw who was facing him, he knew he hadn't mistaken anyone. It wasn't anyone else. It was none other than Malfoy. "What are you doing here?" Harry roared in fury. There he stood, Draco Malfoy, dressed in a black robe with an attached hood. Okay. Who are we dealing with here?" Malfoy flashed an ironic grin. "But if it's Potter, who's been the one to grace us with this spectacle? Hurry up and shut your mouth." Harry interrupted. "What the hell are you doing with these Muggles? So what do you think? Torture this trash in front of your nose and give them what they deserve? Are you crazy?" Harry screamed hysterically. "You can't perform magic in front of them." "I know, Potter, but you're not the one to tell me what I should or shouldn't do," Malfoy declared. "Now, you'd better leave before you can say Muggle, or else you'll have to face the consequences." "Look how I'm trembling," Harry said sarcastically. "What's the deal with that?" "Well, if you don't come for yourself," Malfoy continued calmly, "I'll have to ask my 3 buddies to lend you a hand, and if you don't tremble now, you'll soon be trembling, I promise." Then Harry saw 3 figures, if they could even be called figures, darting toward him. Dressed in Malfoy's robes, they didn't look human at all. Instead, "Madman, why are you doing this?" Harry managed to say through his desperation. He was frozen with fear, and now he truly wanted to leave, but he couldn't. The boy tried to stay calm. After all, he'd single-handedly defeated 100 of those monstrous creatures in 3rd grade. Why not take down 3? Yet he'd always fainted at the sight of one, and he feared he might collapse in that very moment. "I don't like these Muggles," Malfoy said contemptuously, "roaming around here on Hogwarts grounds. They're in for a good fight. Let me get back to my business. You and nobody's stopping me," he shouted, grabbing the hooded figure beside him. "Get Potter out of here now." Harry tried to keep his cool, but he was starting to lose his head. He needed to act fast. But then, as Harry was about to draw his wand, he heard the supposed Dementor respond. "Your orders, Malfoy." Harry was utterly stunned. Could Dementors actually speak? Or, weren't they Dementors? If not, their spell wouldn't work, so they'd need to come up with another plan to get out of this situation. "Second time," he shouted. "Really?" asked Malfoy politely. "If you're trying to mess with me, I'll go straight to Dumbledore and blow your plans out of the water." "Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to do. Malfoy Empeliditio, you can't do it. You won't make it," he exclaimed. "Oh, of course I will," Harry threatened. The fear he had felt before had vanished. replaced by a burning rage. Sooner or later, I'll have to talk to someone. Malfoy seemed to realize Harry was right and lost his temper. He pulled out his wand and shouted, "Enough!" He snapped, pointing his wand at Harry. "Now, Potter, you'll have no memory of this and will need to go to bed." "Forget it." But Harry's reflexes didn't fail him this time. The young man swiftly drew his wand, raised it before him, and shouted, "Desviatus!" Harry's spell, a deflectional charm, hit Malfoy like a ton of bricks. The boy instantly veered off course and shattered the nearby hedge. Malfoy stood frozen in shock, while the Muggle crowd erupted in gasps of disbelief. "Release those innocent Muggles," Harry declared defiantly, his voice cutting through the crowd of Muggle shouts. "I don't see why I should do that," Malfoy retorted, regaining his voice with a smug tone. "Get them out. What's the point of torturing them? What did they do to you?" "Well, Potter, you know what? They were snooping around the neighborhood when I saw them at around 1 in the morning. Their curiosity is going to cost them dearly. Oh, they're going to pay a heavy price. Yeah. And what the hell were you doing at those hours? You're supposed to be sleeping," Harry realized late. He was also out of bed. "You too? But hey, it's the same thing," Malfoy grinned mischievously. "Whatever it is," Harry said irritably, "but answer me. What were you doing?" "Because I had urgent things to do. Besides," Malfoy replied impatiently, gesturing impatiently, "what's it got to do with you? Why don't you just go to bed now, Potter? This isn't your business." "Leave them go," Malfoy. Harry ignored him. "You know what? That's how you won't make the Imperius barrier reappear. I care less about that filthy barrier than I do about doing something important, like what I'm doing right now," Malfoy said with disdain. "Torturing Muggles seems like something important to you, Malfoy," Harry roared in fury and bewilderment. "I can't believe it. You've completely lost your mind. What's the point of this?" "You won't understand many things," Malfoy Potter said. "Go to bed now. You have no right to send me anywhere," Harry shouted. His blood boiled. "Dumbledore will find out about this, don't you think? If you dare, you'll get what you deserve here," Malfoy warned, his eyes fixed on the Muggles. "They'll kick you out for that." Malfoy and Harry fell silent for a few seconds, their eyes locked in hatred. The Muggles had stopped screaming, but watched the scene with terror. Finally, Harry spoke. "Okay, I'll go to my living room, but you've already found it yourself." As Harry was already gathering his cloak from the ground and heading toward the door, Malfoy shouted, "Potter, wait!" Harry spun around. "What?" He snapped back, his tone sour. "I've thought it over," Malfoy said. "You're right." Harry looked at him in disbelief. "Let's make a deal. If you don't tell the teachers anything, I'll let the Muggles go. What do you say? Do you accept this?" Harry hesitated for a few seconds. How he wished Malfoy could be expelled. But those poor Muggles' faces would never forget it. They were suffering, and he couldn't condone that. "The deal's done, Musito finally. Don't worry. I and my team will wipe their memories and make sure they return to school safe and sound," Malfoy concluded with a hypocritical smile. Harry couldn't quite grasp why he trusted him, but the words sounded convincing. With one final glance at the Muggles, Harry stepped out of the dungeon, not without a word to Malfoy. "But they're worth it." He walked into Gryffindor's common room, his mind a jumbled mess. But what truly gripped him was that lingering sense of unease and restlessness that wouldn't leave. He wasn't sure Malfoy would keep his promise. After all, they knew each other, but that wasn't the only mystery. Who was that voice? Where did it come from? Were Muggles asking for help? What were those hooded figures Malfoy's companions if they weren't Dementors? With these and countless other questions, he drifted off to sleep that night. A Bogart in Collins Becker. Hey everyone, here I am again with a new chapter, the 4th one. Huge thanks to all of you who left reviews and kept me motivated. 10 reviews, that's it. You guys are amazing. Wilbur. I know it sounds creepy that Malfoy tortures Muggles, but I wanted to bring out his darkest side. Plus, I'll explain why he does this later, but I won't give you any hints yet. When that voice called Harry, it gave you goosebumps, didn't it? Huh? Well, that's exactly the effect I wanted to achieve. Winky face. Celine. Thank you so much. Honestly, if I were Harry, I wouldn't have trusted Malfoy either. But here's the thing, Harry's got this naive streak. Well, sooner or later, he'll realize that Malfoy isn't exactly trustworthy. I've spoken too much. Well, I hope you enjoyed this chapter. Tomoyo, thanks. Winky face, Anuka. Yeah, you're right. I love keeping people guessing. LOL Megumi. Thanks to you too. Hermione. Aki, you got my chapter? Complete. Let me know if you like it. Winky face. Chapter 4. A boggart in Collins Becker. The next morning, Harry, wake up. Harry jerked awake. Was that voice calling him again? He wasn't sure if it was real. Then he saw someone beside him shaking him awake. It was Ron. Harry, Uncle, do you know what time it is? He exclaimed, it's 12:30 a.m. Thank goodness today's Saturday and we don't have classes. Or else you'd have gotten hit by a car. Oh, really? The Saturday today? Harry mumbled, rubbing his eyes and putting on his glasses. Yeah. You don't even know what day it is anymore. Hey Harry, I've noticed you've been acting weird lately. Last night you went to bed at 3 in the morning. I knew it because I heard you climbing the stairs. You've slept 9.5 hours, and you're not talking as much as before. I can tell you've become this quiet person. What's going on with you? See Ron, I'm fine. Okay? Harry said irritably. I don't believe that, Ron objected. Look at you. Pale as a sheet and wearing a grimace. Something's wrong with you. Harry let out a sigh. It's not important at all, he asserted. Ron looked at him with a suspicious gaze. Harry, something's wrong with you. He repeated. Serious. I won't leave this place until you tell me. Come on. I'm your best friend. You can trust me with anything. Harry hesitated. Yes, Ron was his best friend, but how could he swallow the truth that Ron had attended the Muggle school at night, that he'd frozen Mrs. Norris and nearly got punished, that a mysterious voice kept calling him from nowhere, and that he'd caught Malfoy torturing Muggle students last night? Ron waited solemnly. Finally, Harry said, All right, listen up, this is going to be a long story. Ron began, recounting everything that had happened during those 2 sleepless nights. By the time he finished, Ron was completely blown away, especially by the whole Malfoy Muggles incident that had rocked the school. What torture did Malfoy subject several Muggles to? He asked, horrified. If I already knew that, he's gonna end up like his father. We need to tell Dumbledore about this ASAP. No, Harry exclaimed. You see, Malfoy and I made a deal. He added, his voice rising as Ron's puzzled eyes widened. A favor? Ron repeated. I know he's gonna break it, I'm sure of it. Let me finish this, okay? Here's the deal. If I don't get caught, he'll leave the Muggles alone. But if we tell Dumbledore, Malfoy will keep tormenting them until they're sick of it. But Dumbledore will kick Malfoy out the moment he finds out what he's doing, and he'll find out sooner or later, even if we don't tell him, Ron reasoned. And once he's out of the picture, he won't be able to keep torturing Muggles, right? And I'll tell you again, he's gonna break the pact. I don't know. When he first told me, it sounded pretty convincing. What a load of nonsense. Malfoy's just another Muggle Death Eater like his father? I bet 100 galleons he'll end up that way. You don't have them, objected Harry. Who cares? Once I get them. Or better yet, I'll bet my weekly paycheck on it. Whether they kick me out or not, I'm sure he'll end up being one of them. I'm already imagining him in action. Yeah. But I get the feeling Malfoy's not in his right mind. In his sane judgment, nobody would torture a Muggle. Because, yes, someone does. The Mortiphagous. I'm deeply concerned that even the Mortiphagos aren't being judged. They're under Voldemort's influence. Don't say that name. It's the same. Unless Malfoy breaks his word, we can't expose him, Harry said with a sharp tone. That goes against my principles, but hey, Ron agreed. You'll see when Hermione finds out. As Harry and Ron were arguing, Joey walked into the room. Harry. But hey, are you still in bed? He said. Hey uncle, you should get up. The Quidditch training starts in half an hour, and I must remind you that you're the captain. Quidditch training. There it is. I totally forgot about that, Harry exclaimed, slamming his hand on the bed and springing up abruptly. And I haven't even had breakfast. If you don't take responsibility, I'm afraid they'll kick you off the team. Rio. Joey, come on. Hurry up. I'll grab my broom and be there in a flash. I'll see you in the field. Harry hurriedly slipped into his scarlet robe and bid Ron farewell, who reciprocated the gesture. The boy raced down the stairs to the common room, where he nearly stumbled over Fred and George. "Good morning, Harry. Or rather, good afternoon?" Fred greeted with a playful smile. "Where are you headed? Let's grab breakfast and see if we catch anything." Harry gasped out. "You're late," George said. "There's nothing to eat now, and there's not even God in the cafeteria. That's the perk of waking up late. We also woke up late and just found out that way," Fred added. "Luckily, we went to the kitchen and grabbed something to eat. What would you like?" Harry readily accepted the invitation, taking a small almond cake from Fred and George's plate. But before he could take a bite, he said suspiciously, "You didn't cast a spell on me, did you?" "Take it easy, that's just a regular one," Fred assured him. "Trust us. The real danger lies in pistachio candies." "What's wrong with those guys?" Harry asked, popping the cake into his mouth. "Give one to your first muggle," George said with a sly grin, "and you'll see." At that very moment, Hermione slipped through the portrait hole into the common room. She looked drowsy and grumpy. "Hey Hermione," Harry said with a mouthful of food. "What's up? Got your interview done yet?" "Yes, at 7 a.m. Hermione snapped back, her voice tinged with irritation. "How's it going?" "A scam. They asked me stupid, pointless questions. I think they set up this interview just to annoy me. I wasted my time and got up at dawn for nothing. I have way more important things than answering these pointless questions. So after half an hour of interrogation, I blew their door off their nose." "Well, I'll see you later, Harry. I got a lot to do. Homework. And you can't even see what a dream I have." Hermione snorted. "See you later." "See you later," Harry said as he watched Hermione ascend to the girls' room. "All right, Harry, we'll see you at the field," Fred said. "Until then, so far, guys. And thanks for the cake." "There's no way," both twins exclaimed simultaneously. Harry climbed into the boys' room with his fireball, then headed straight to the Quidditch pitch. Joey, Katie Bell, and Nadine Mullet were already there. When Harry greeted Nadine, she appeared a bit shy. Fred, George, and Alicia Spinnet arrived shortly after. "All right, we're all here," Harry said. "Can someone tell me what the next Quidditch match of the season is?" "Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff," Fred reminded him. "Our boss needs us to refresh his memory, right?" George joined him. Okay, that's true. Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff, which will take place in February." "Yeah, I remember now." "All right, I know there's still time, but we need to start gearing up from now on." "I don't get that expression, but it's valid," Joey remarked. "That means we need to give it a good scrub," Katie Bell said. "You don't really care about everyday expressions, huh?" "Yes, but only in everyday expressions of ordinary people." "Ready, go, Harry." "Let's see. Slytherin will face Hufflepuff next month. We need Slytherin to lose so we can level up with Hufflepuff. Come on, get on your brooms. Training begins." "Harry, why is it necessary to be equal with Hufflepuff?" Nadine asked. "Not necessarily equal, so they don't have too many points over us and vice versa is enough. That's always better, don't you think?" Harry replied politely, and Nadine blushed. "But we need to watch out that Hufflepuff doesn't beat Slytherin by too much, or they'll end up above us." "What a humiliating defeat for Slytherin to be beaten by Hufflepuff," Joey remarked. Everyone burst into laughter. "All right, everyone to their seats." Harry opened the wooden box containing Quidditch equipment and released everything. The Weasley twins grabbed their bats, the bludgers flew off, the snitch vanished from sight, and the cuffle stayed put. Everyone mounted their brooms, while Harry collected the cuffle from the ground to throw when training began. 3, he murmured. 2, 1. With a powerful kick like his teammates, he sent the quaffle soaring upward with all his might. Everyone leaped into the air and began their training. While others performed their assigned tasks according to their positions, Harry scoured the field for the snitch. They hadn't even been training for 2 minutes when Harry felt someone tapping his shoulder. Turning around, he saw Nadine standing right in front of him. "Harry, do you have a minute?" the girl asked shyly. "Wait, can you wait until the training ends? We can't interrupt it now," Harry protested. "Please, just a few seconds," Nadine pleaded. "I need to tell you now. If not now, never." Harry, please. The young man snorted and averted his gaze from the playing field. Let's see, Espedo said irritably. What's so important that you can't wait until later to tell me? Nadine's eyes brimmed with tears. Harry, don't get mad. I just wanted to ask you to be my partner at the Christmas dance. Harry nearly fell off his broomstick at the sheer surprise of the news. What? He exclaimed. That's all, Nadine said. But I see you're not interested. All right, let's keep training. She spun around with her broom. Nadine, wait. Harry grabbed her and rushed after her. The news had left him stunned, but he couldn't let poor Nadine stay so desolate. Nadine turned to Harry. Hey, I didn't mean to be like that with you, she apologized. I still don't have a dance partner. Well, if you want me to be your partner, I'd be more than happy. Nadine's face lit up when she heard that. Really? He stammered. Of course, he assured Harry with a smile. I have no objections. Nadine smiled back and said, Okay, let's keep training. The young woman blushed slightly and left with Alicia Spinnet and Katie Bell. Harry shrugged and kept searching for the snitch. But the Quidditch training didn't last much longer. On the field, Professor McGonagall suddenly appeared. Her face wore a very serious expression, as if something grave had happened. Potter, he exclaimed, glancing upward. Harry, still slightly dazed by Nadine's request, jumped when he heard McGonagall's voice. He looked down, worried. What had he done that time? Yes, teacher? He said, trying to keep his composure. Potter, I want you to cancel the training right now. What? Why? Harry couldn't believe what he was hearing. Yet he kept his head suspended in midair, still holding onto the broomstick. Dumbledore wanted to address everyone about an important matter, the professor continued. And I can't stand that you're the only ones who don't realize this. Well, if that's the case, should we head to the Great Hall? Yes, if possible, within 5 minutes. All right, let's get this over with. Harry shouted as he charged toward his teammates. Training suspended. Everyone down. How come the training was suspended? We've only been doing it for a quarter of an hour. Joey protested. I'll explain everything below. Let's all get down to earth. The whole crew, clueless about what was happening, came down to earth and got off the scows. What's going on? Alicia Spinnet asked. Dumbledore wants to inform everyone about an important matter, Harry announced, grabbing the quaffle and tucking it into his chestnut box. So we need to make it to the dining hall within 5 minutes, at the latest. What's it going to tell us? Nadine asked. Well, I don't know, you'll have to tell us now. All right, grab your brooms and let's head to the castle. Soon after, everyone gathered in the Great Hall, all eagerly awaiting. What kind of major news did Dumbledore have to share with everyone? Nobody had any clue. This time we didn't do anything, Fred said with a puzzled look. What could have happened? Are you sure? Ron responded, his tone a mix of reproach and suspicion. Shoo, Kalaus Chisto Ginny Dash. It's about to start. Dumbledore had just entered the Great Hall, where an oppressive silence hung thick in the air. At the teacher's table, he cleared his throat and spoke. He had to deliver a devastating revelation to the magical world. The Ministry of Magic has uncovered a boggart at Collins Becker, the Muggle school directly across from us. There were murmurs and gasps, but within seconds, silence returned as Dumbledore continued his speech. That's why we must exercise extreme caution with our magic now more than ever. No more suspicious activities. Understood? He emphasized. This matter demands, as I've already mentioned, the Ministry will now work around the clock to ensure control. That's all there is to it. With that, Dumbledore quickly withdrew from the room, where he could once again hear the murmurs and exclamations. How did a bogeyman possibly end up at a Muggle school? Hermione asked, intrigued. You're right, it's really weird, Harry chimed in. I thought magical creatures couldn't even get into that school. Ron mused, lost in thought. But Ron, the invisible barrier isn't there. Celeste reminded him. This year's been a weird time at Hogwarts, Harry added. It's like someone's been messing with it, right? Strange things happen every year, Hermione objected. Do you think anything exactly normal would ever happen in a wizard school? Well, I know it's not true, but now more than ever, or maybe that's just my perception, but there's no need to worry too much. Ron said. The ministry is handling the case, and everything's under control. Suddenly, they heard a voice dragging words behind them. I don't think the ministry's doing anything worthwhile. And not people as incompetent as your father, Weasley. They turned back. Clearly, it was Malfoy who gave them a wicked grin before walking away. Malfoy! Ron roared, gesturing to stand up and punch him. But Harry and Hermione held him back, forcing him to sit down. I swear I'll punch my dad in the face again when he says that nonsense again. I hate to say it, but I think that Malfoy is right, Joey said, to everyone's surprise. What are you saying, Joey? Ron stared at Joey with wide eyes, unable to believe his ears. Your father works at the Ministry of Magic, if you've forgotten that. Yeah, I know, but I don't think the ministry can fix it, to put it bluntly, Joey continued.
Ah, ¿no?
Ron looked at him in disbelief.
No.
That's the job we're supposed to handle ourselves. Us. You're not. Me. And, Harry, can I talk to you for a moment? All right. Harry agreed, completely unaware of what his friend was up to. They got up from their seats and walked away, not without hearing Celeste mutter under her breath. I have no idea what that Joey's got up his sleeve. Honestly, fame has gotten to me. Joey didn't take the comment to heart, and they headed off to a corner of the Great Hall. Well, what do you want? Harry asked once they were there. I thought maybe you and I could take down the boggart. What do you think? Joey said in a confidential tone. Well, I don't know what to say. There are already experienced people for that. Harry objected. But it'll take them ages to finish off a simple boggart. Just imagine. Thousands of innocent muggles facing their most terrifying nightmares. There's no time to waste. You're absolutely right. All right, I'll help you out. Brilliant. Tomorrow night. Joey began. Tomorrow night? Harry interrupted. Are you crazy? If it's tonight, how are we supposed to find the boggart? Do you plan to go from room to room searching for it? If you've got a better idea. Joey replied, slightly annoyed. No, but going out at night is pure madness. We'll head out this afternoon and ask Justin. Who for? Ask someone around there to show us where that thing is. And there you have it. Okay. See you later. See you later. Harry walked over to the table. There was only Ron and Hermione left. What were you talking about, Joey? Ron pressed. We've been negotiating, the man replied with a chuckle. Then he headed to the Grand Hall. Joey was waiting for him there. They immediately left the school. Joey spoke nonstop all the way to Collins Becker, moving at lightning speed and almost screaming. There was clearly something off about him. Despite this, Harry wasn't listening. He had so much on his mind. Suddenly a terrifying thought had suddenly struck him. What if Malfoy wasn't keeping his promise? Could he trust him? But those worries weren't all there was. What truly troubled him now was Justin. He hated the questions they kept asking, those made him nervous. And he had this nagging unease, though he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Then Joey's voice suddenly snapped him out of his reverie. We're finally here, right? Ah, Harry said, here I am. How curious. Muggles call this building a school? Joey remarked, eyeing the Collins Becker building with a wry smile. Yeah. Is that really that weird? Well, I've never seen a Muggle school before, Joey shrugged. Maybe you have, but not me. Come on. Let's go in. Harry turned the doorknob at Collins Becker's entrance, and he and Joey went inside. Hey, what's the weirdest part about all this? Joey said to his friend as he slammed the door behind them. What? Because the boggart has specifically chosen such a spacious and well-lit location. The boggarts prefer places with characteristics that are the opposite of this one. I know, Harry said with a weary gesture, but he probably hid in a particularly dark room, not that he actually went into the courtyard. Yeah, you're right, but how did he end up here? You know what? He might have been hiding in a box. The school janitor must have grabbed it and… Harry cut off his wild speculation. He'd just seen Justin leaving the building with that uneasy look on his face. Never had he been this excited to see him before. They could even interrogate him about the boggart's whereabouts. Hey Joey, he said to his partner who hadn't noticed Justin's appearance, wait here. I'm gonna ask Justin for help. I just saw him. I'm back. Justin? Who the hell is this? Joey started, but by the time he realized it, Harry was already climbing the stairs. ready to talk to Justin, even though the guy bombarded him with intimidating questions. "Hey, Justin," he called out. The man looked up, confused, and when he saw who was calling him, his face lit up with excitement. "Harry, how wonderful it is!" he exclaimed, running excitedly towards him. "You're absolutely perfect to show up right now." "What?" Harry asked, feigning curiosity. "You see, you're the only one who supports my theory about the strange events, and I need your help." "What's the deal?" "Well, in our class a really weird creature has appeared. It's creepy, but fascinating at the same time. How would you describe it to make me understand?" "Does he change his appearance whenever he sees someone?" Harry asked him. "And is that exact way he's acting exactly what scares the person the most?" Justin stared at him in astonishment. "Exactly, that's it," he exclaimed. "That's the exact description." "How did you know?" "Well, it's a long story," Harry said with a smile. "I've had to deal with several of them, you know?" Justin couldn't believe what he was hearing. "Amazing. I managed to say, well, I tried looking up information about that creature in my books, but couldn't find anything. That's why I thought you might be able to help me. Since you're so knowledgeable about the subject, I'll do something better than that," Harry declared. "You know what, Justin? I'm here to take down that bastard with a partner." "Wait, seriously? You're gonna wipe that thing out?" Justin was stunned. "Unbelievable. How? I'm not missing this for nothing." "Well then," Harry instantly regretted telling Justin about his plans. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him that startled him. "Hey Harry, dude, what the hell are you doing? That bogeyman's about to escape. I don't get why you're wasting time talking to some." Harry spun around. The speaker was Joey, but he had frozen mid-sentence. He immediately wore an expression of utter astonishment and stumbled slightly. Harry quickly realized the reason for the surprise was Justin. Joey had just seen him. Justin had also seen Joey and wore exactly the same look of shock that Joey did. "Aya!" they both shouted, pointing at each other with their fingers. "But it's exactly like me," Justin exclaimed in disbelief, even though his hair was more disheveled. "Can't believe it. What the hell?" Joey managed to say, stunned. "This can't be happening to me." Harry cleared his throat to draw attention from both of them. "Joey, this is Justin." He first addressed Joey before turning to Justin. "Justin, this is Joey. Honestly, you're identical twins, as similar as 2 drops of water." Joey and Justin exchanged glances before turning to Harry, their eyes wide with disbelief at what they were hearing. "Did you already know him?" they said in unison. "Since the start of this semester." Harry smiled. "I've known both of them since the very first day." "How? But, Harry," Justin hesitated. "On the first day of class I saw you, then you went to the castle. Did you see him then?" "See Joey at my school," Harry said. "Your school? You mean you went straight to your school after entering the castle?" Joey and Harry exchanged glances, at a loss for words, while Justin continued. "Harry, you need to explain this to me.
I'm totally confused."
You know what? There's no school around here that uses this thing." He gestured at Harry's robe. "How do you know so much about that strange entity? What you're saying is completely unreal. And then, how do you know the castle across the way is over 1,000 years old?" "I don't know anyone who knows that. Before it was built, there were ruins." "That's what you believe, Muggle," Joey blurted out. Justin kept staring at him. "What?" he exclaimed, puzzled. "Joey!" Harry shouted angrily. "Oh, I messed up again." Joey blushed instantly. "Nothing. Forget what I said." He turned to Justin. "But," he insisted, "I want to know. How did you call me?" "Muggles Titubio." "Joey Azarado." "Muggle," Justin repeated, lost in thought. Muggle. He'd never heard that noun before. What did it mean? "We don't have time to explain anything right now," Harry snapped, on the verge of a nervous breakdown. "Listen, Justin. You need to tell us where that Boggett is hiding." "Boggett? Are you referring to the one who changes our class?" "Yes, that's his name." Harry let out an exasperated sigh. "Well, where is it?" "Room 52, Geography and Information Technology class." "Justin, Tercio floor. Second door on the right." "Shall I accompany you there?" According to the agreement, Harry and Joey agreed. The three young men entered the building and climbed the stairs to reach the third floor. Finally, they made it up there. Here it is, right? Joey said. Second door to the left. A class of herbarium, you said? He glanced at Justin, who was utterly baffled. The boy burst into laughter.
No.
Justin corrected, still laughing. The geography classroom. What a wild imagination. Joey looked at him in confusion, but said nothing. Well, let's go on, or what? Harry asked impatiently. Justin turned the knob and opened the door slightly, peering inside. What's going on? Joey asked as Justin turned pale. The Bochits, or whatever you call them, are in the closet. Seeing his friends in different expressions, he explained, if we go in, it'll come out, but if we don't go in, it'll stay there. Harry reasoned with a sharp wit. What do you prefer? You don't have to come with us. Joey shouted angrily, you can go. Oh no, not a chance. I wouldn't let this slip through my fingers for anything in the world, said. At that moment, Justin slammed the door open and stormed in with a resolute stride. When his friends also found themselves inside, he asked, and now what? Now it's time to open the closet, Joey declared decisively, taking a step forward. Are you going to face your first Bogart? Harry asked. Of course. Yeah, you'll go next, Harry. I'm coming here. Joey opened the closet decisively and stumbled slightly. A horrifying vampire emerged from the wardrobe, slowly approaching him. Justin swallowed hard, unable to utter a scream. Joey looked pale and terrified, but I grabbed the wand with determination. Harry noticed that Joey was left-handed, so he wielded it with his left hand. I waved it vigorously and shouted, Ridiculo, CRAC. The vampire's fangs turned into gummy candies. Joey had thrown aside all fear and was laughing uncontrollably, slapping the ground with his feet. However, Justin was in a trance. What did he do? He stammered. All right, Harry, Joey said when his laughter died down. Now it's your turn. Harry hesitated for a second. His eyes locked on Justin before he charged resolutely toward the Boggart vampire. The creature instantly transformed into a Dementor upon seeing Harry. Fear gripped him, blurring his vision, but he knew exactly what to do. For a split second, he turned back to Justin, who stared at Harry with a mix of fascination and terror. He had to act fast, but he felt like he was going to faint. For desperate situations, desperate measures, he thought, desperate yet determined. Justin was about to learn everything. But, so what? That way I could stop asking those impertinent questions, and there was no other way out. He waved his wand at the Boggart without hesitation, thinking of something cheerful, those points they could score for defeating the Boggart, and blurted out whatever came to mind when facing a Dementor, Expecto Patronus. Harry's wand conjured a silver stag that charged at the Dementor and vanished. The Dementor stumbled. Justin couldn't believe his eyes. Eh. Joey claps wildly. I never knew you could wield the Patronus spell so well. Even I can't do it. Harry smiled nervously and said to Joey, let's finally get this over with. Come on, both of you at once.
Vale Joey approached Harry.
The two young wizards raised their wands against the boogeyman, shouting in unison, Ridiculo! The bogeyman finally exploded with 1,000 swirling plumes of smoke and vanished. Harry and Joey were over the moon. They'd defeated the bogeyman. We made it, Joey. We made it! Harry exclaimed, overwhelmed by sheer joy. I knew we'd make it, Joey grinned. Go ahead. Harry and Joey shook their free hands together. This is going to be a bombshell at Hogwarts, Joey exclaimed. I can almost picture McGonagall saying, Excellent, Potter and Clearfield. You're true heroes and a source of pride for your house. 50 more points for Gryffindor. He mimicked McGonagall's tone. I wish it were that way, but what they'll do is deduct points from us for. Harry paused and looked at Justin, who was staring back at Harry and Joey as if they were ghosts. It's been mind-blowing, he said in a raspy voice. I still can't wrap my head around it. Now you've got to give me a full explanation and most importantly answer this. Who are you guys? Joey and Harry exchanged glances, hesitating. You should tell him the truth, Joey said skeptically. He's seen it all. Harry nodded vigorously. There was no other way to explain everything to him. You see, Justin, Well, you've already seen how we ditched the Bogart. I think that gives you a good clue about our identity, he began. Wouldn't it be useful to tell you that you're not as imaginative as everyone else thinks? He looked at Justin with a pointed gaze. A pause occurred, during which one could see in Justin's blue eyes that he was tying the threads together and reaching a conclusion. The most obvious one. You guys? You're magicians, he exclaimed. That's right, Joey. Very good. Justin. You know a lot, judging by what I see. Joey, he reads fantasy books, Harry told him. It was obvious that sooner or later he'd find out. Justin was fascinated. Really? Really? Goodness. This is... I don't know how to put it. He stammered, visibly moved. I thought nothing could ever happen like in the books about me. Yeah, that's what all muggles think about you. Joey let out a chuckle. Muggle is what we wizards call you, since you don't have magical powers. By now I've explained myself enough. Justin kept speaking in rapid-fire speech about the excitement. So you didn't answer my questions properly. Harry, you didn't want to answer because then I'd discover everything about you, right? And your outfits. Yes, of course, like I hadn't thought of that before. They're the stuff of a wizard. Harry smiled. It was the first time he'd ever smiled genuinely in front of Justin. They're called tunics. Justin, I told you the day we met, it's the uniform we wear at the school where Joey and I go to. Are you actually going to a school? Justin asked, intrigued. I thought you'd stay with me, but this isn't your typical school, is it? Of course not, he declared. Joey, referring to the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Let's go outside, Justin. Harry winked at him. He said, we need to show you something, Joey. Plus, I'll explain a whole bunch more things to you. Of course. Justin, brimming with life, followed Harry and Joey outside the building. He looked genuinely excited. Look, Justin, Harry, when you left the building you stopped and pointed towards Hogwarts. Remember I told you my school was not far from here, right? Well, I didn't lie to you. That's it. Don't tell me, exclaimed Justin in disbelief. Is your school a castle? Now I get it, you really know everything about it. During the next half-hour stroll around Collins Becker's grounds, Justin bombarded Harry and Joey with endless questions about Hogwarts, themselves, and their magical world. He was itching to know everything since his greatest passion was witchcraft. The two teenagers spilled the beans. Their Hogwarts classes, houses, Quidditch. Justin even asked them to hand over their wands, and he went wild when he finally held both in his hands. Watch out for them. Huh? Joey said with a grin. Mine's a 27 cm and a half redwood. The dragon's heart nerve. It's never let me down once. Don't go too far, Harry chuckled. And what's the story about your magic duel with Celeste? Joey blushed. Wow, are these wands always made of something? Justin asked, his knowledge of the wizarding world growing with every story Harry and Joey shared. Yes, he nodded. There are no two identical wands in the world. And what was Mr. Ollivander saying? Ah, right, the wand chooses the wizard, not the other way around. What's made of your thing, Harry? Justin asked. Made of acacia wood and phoenix feather. It measures 28 centimeters, Harry reported. Now I get why you're backing my theory. Justin returned the wands to their owners and turned to Harry. You know that's true, right? Joey didn't get it at all. What theory? He asked, looking confused. Harry explained the strange occurrences at Collins Becker to him, and Justin's theory that these events were caused by witchcraft. Yeah, that's totally possible, Joey mused. I wouldn't rule it out. Honestly, this doesn't feel like pure witchcraft to me. It looks more like some shady dark art scheme. That's what I thought, Harry chimed in. But who or what is behind all these events? And with what purpose? To make muggles suffer? Nobody knows, and I certainly don't. I am a student here at this school, Justin said. Now that I think about it, Harry, the other night you said strange things happened where you were. Is that true? Undoubtedly so, Harry declared emphatically. Listen up. Our situation is equally serious, Harry told Justin, who was paying closer attention than ever, about the disappearance of the invisibility barrier and the security measures Hogwarts had implemented. It's really strong, he remarked when Harry had finished. But how did this happen? Nobody knows, Joey said, but personally, I get the feeling that what's happening in the magical world and what's happening in the Muggle world are somehow connected in some way. You might be right, Harry said, but we need to dig deeper to find out who's behind all this and what's really going on. There's something I still can't wrap my head around, Justin said. I'm not talking about what's happening in both worlds. How come Joey and I are exactly the same? Exactly the same thing. Didn't say that, Joey Pirro. But yeah, I'm totally surprised too. What's your last name? Clearfield. While my mother reverted to her maiden name after separating from my father, I carry the family name passed down from my father. Well, it's the same one as mine. And you say you live with your mom? Yes, and with my little sister Tracy. She's adopted, of course. So I live with my dad. Hey! There are way too many coincidences. Of course there are, Harry interjected. I am getting to the conclusion of this question I've been pondering all this time. What day were you born? May 17, 1986. Joey and Justin said simultaneously. They exchanged glances, stunned. I got it, Harry exclaimed, rubbing his hands together. It's clearer than water. You're brothers. What? Joey exclaimed in surprise. Yeah, I'd say we're way more than just brothers. Justin exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. The twins exchanged glances. Their eyes locked. They smiled at each other, understanding everything, then embraced to make up for all the time they'd been apart. That's how it goes, Harry thought to himself, watching Joey and Justin cling tightly. Though they were twins, their parents had separated them, which was why they'd never seen each other. Until now. And all this time I kept thinking I had no brothers, Joey said, suppressing his emotions as he finally pulled away from his brother. How wrong I was. Well, we'll talk about that later, Justin said with a smile. Right now, what matters is what's happening in the magical world and the Muggle world. Yeah, of course, Joey chimed in. If we don't handle this carefully, we could end up with a total disaster. At that moment, Harry had an idea. We could have prevented this. We could have uncovered what's behind it all, or who's pulling the strings. What are you talking about? Joey asked. How can we save both worlds from chaos? Joey Espedo, Harry, we just need to investigate. And for that, we'll start tomorrow. We'll gather all the information. Justin could be a huge help since he's a Muggle and knows everything happening at his school. Yes. And I'll keep you informed about any strange occurrences that might happen, Justin said excitedly. Well, and we could connect one thing to another. Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's do it that way. Joey approved. But Justin Harry looked at Justin very seriously. Promise us you won't tell anyone what you know about us. I swear, Justin declared solemnly, clutching his left hand to his chest. You can trust me completely. Rest assured. I am a tomb, a coffin. Okay, man, but don't go all out there. Harry burst into laughter. We know you're not going to back down. Well, but just in case, Rio Justin. It's getting dark. We'd better leave now, Harry said, looking up at the sky with concern. If not, it'll be harder to get in since Filch will be on guard duty. Joey chimed in. So soon? Justin asked, looking distressed. All right, I'll have to leave too, so I don't have to climb out of my room window. Calm down. We'll keep you in the loop. If Harry and I find anything out, we'll let you know right away, and you'll do the same. Okay? Joey said. Justin nodded several times. Wait here. Justin shouted as Harry and Joey started walking toward that mysterious castle he knew so much about. What? They both exclaimed in unison, their voices trembling with alarm. Since we made a promise, we must join hands, he said, stretching his hand out. Come on, he urged. Harry and Joey did the same, their hands trembling. So, what's going on? Why are you guys so weirded out? Have you never done this before?
No, yo y dinaid.
The wizards gathered the wands. Well, let's do it this way. We'll join hands to seal our commitment, investigate the matter thoroughly, and pledge to support each other through all we need. The three young men repeated it again with solemn tones. They slowly parted their hands. They said their goodbyes. As Justin dashed toward his school where barely any light remained, Harry and Joey walked in the opposite direction toward a castle that was lit up in nearly all its dungeons and towers. But where the brightest light shone was in the dining hall. They're having dinner, Joey reported, shivering from the cold. That's the most likely scenario. By the way, Today is Halloween dinner time. We're gonna be in serious trouble if we miss it. Hurry up. How is that even possible? Joey asked after a long silence. Harry looked at him in confusion. How could I be a wizard while my twin brother is a muggle? He clarified to Harry.
No.
I don't know, the questioned individual admitted. That's completely unrelated. Not everyone's qualified for magic, right? Joey shrugged and kept walking. His brow furrowed and lips pressed tightly together. Harry walked beside him, lost in thought. Had they really made the right call to spill all their secrets to Justin? Justin wouldn't say a word, no doubt about that. But they might have gotten themselves into serious trouble. Of course, they had no other choice. Joey froze mid-step. Harry stared at him in astonishment. I heard something moving in the forest trees, he said with a worried tone. It'll be some centaur, Harry replied, glancing at the direction Joey had pointed. Both of them gripped their wands tightly against their bodies. Let's keep walking. They took a few more steps before freezing in place. A figure was approaching them along the path. It's Filch! Joey exclaimed. He must have noticed we're missing. Harry was preoccupied with something else. The forest kept echoing with strange noises that were inching closer to the path. Joey kept his wand held high in the air.
No.
Harry whispered. We don't know what it could be or where it might be. It would just be a waste of time. Meanwhile, the figure of the path had approached. Though their faces remained indistinct, Harry and Joey knew exactly who it was. They were in deep trouble. Who are you? The figure growled from a distance. Still, Harry recognized the voice. Hagrid! He exclaimed. Overjoyed, it's me, Harry. The figure approached swiftly, where the two wizards could clearly identify who it was. What are you doing here? Hagrid asked, but he no longer used that warning tone in his voice. It's a long story. Harry yawned, muttering. There are strange noises in the woods, Joey exclaimed, speaking for the first time before the forest ranger. Hagrid laughed. It all seems like a complete mess, the giant shouted. The one who's been scaring you is Fong. Fong! A hefty dog emerged from the bushes with its tongue sticking out, eagerly licking Hagrid's hand. Then it lunged at Harry, wagging its tail in delight. Confused, hungry, freezing to death and utterly exhausted, Harry and Joey had no choice but to laugh at themselves. I'll accompany you to the castle, and along the way you'll hear everything that happened, said Hagrid. You can trust me. I'll tell Filch you were helping me plant my little garden, and he's been working on it all night. Harry and Joey exchanged relieved glances. As they followed Hagrid, Harry thought to himself one last time before entering the castle. This adventure was just getting started. The First Kiss, Part 1, Chapter 5. The First Kiss. The chilly month of November had begun. While anomalies persisted in both the Muggle and magical worlds, Hogwarts continued its daily routines as if nothing had happened, until security measures remained in place, reminding everyone that normalcy still held. To the fifth-year students, Professor McGonagall had already begun advising them to start studying for the TEMO, essential title of ordinary magic. They had removed the barriers around Hagrid's hut, which they had installed as anti-Muggle security during the Magical Creatures Care class, but had to put them back up when a Muggle student passing by got badly burned while trying to grab Seamus Finnegan Stredick. The Quidditch training was more intense than ever before, thanks to Hufflepuff's crushing victory over Slytherin in their match that year. This game had ignited Harry's determination to win the Quidditch Cup this season. So fired up was he that he enthusiastically taught his team new techniques. Fred and George joked that if he kept up this pace, he'd end up looking just like Oliver Wood, the former Gryffindor captain. With Harry having secured the Quidditch captaincy, he was fully occupied with daily duties and magical studies, along with training sessions and strategizing Gryffindor's team moves. But this wasn't the only thing keeping him busy. He also had to investigate what was happening in both worlds involving the Clearfields twins, Joey and Justin. Every day after class, around 5:15 p.m., Harry would pull out his invisibility cloak. He and Joey would slip into it and sneak off to Collins Becker. They knew they were in deep trouble if caught sneaking between schools, but there was no other way to get the inside story on the Muggle world. And until now, everything had been going smoothly for them. No one noticed his absence at Hogwarts, and no one had discovered their secret visits to Collins Becker. Thanks to Justin, who was doing an excellent job as their spy, they were learning more and more about the situation. Having young wizards as accomplices and friends made Justin ecstatic. He showed more interest than anyone else in the investigation, eagerly waiting for classes to end so he could see Harry and Joey. He kept everyone updated on everything happening at school, never missing a detail. The three boys had decided they'd set up a regular meeting spot to hang out together. They decided to plant a large acacia tree in the eastern courtyard of the school. Hidden behind it, Justin waited for Harry and Joey, who could safely leave their invisibility cloak inside a hollow in the trunk without worrying about it being stolen. Joey had cast a spell to prevent anyone from taking the cloak, adding extra security. When they left, he would break the spell to retrieve it. "This is something we learned in Spellmaster," he said, as if casting a spell on a tree were the most natural thing in the world. It's extremely difficult for an unqualified mage to perform the counterspell. They had also agreed to carry a parchment and quill with them, to jot down everything they discovered and what was happening that day, as if it were an improvised journal. Harry and Joey took turns writing on it every other day, and after a week they needed another roll. The parchment contained entries like this: Day 11. Today, Justin was late to the Acacia School, so Harry and I had to wait for him. He showed up at 5:30 and apologized, saying his delay was because the art teacher, I think it's spelled that way, had extended the class period because some of Justin's classmates were chatting during the lesson. Well, but the wait was worth it. As always, my brother gave us an excellent account of the bizarre occurrences at Collins Becker. According to him, the strange happenings at his school are increasing in both frequency and severity. We need to do something, but what exactly? Harry says we've just started, as if to say, so we can't finalize any theory because we don't know if it'll actually work out. Still, I maintain my hypothesis that what happens in the Muggle world and the magical world are somehow connected. Well, you'll see. That concludes my summary for today. Joey, Clearfield, or, for example, the following summary, Day 17. While the Muggle world's current state is concerning, I'm deeply concerned that even the wizards aren't faring any better. Yesterday, Ron received an owl from his mother, and judging by what he said, it didn't exactly lift my spirits. The situation isn't just about Hogwarts' invisibility barrier failing. The magical protection around places like Diagon Alley is deteriorating, and the alleyway is getting overrun with Muggles without anyone even opening the entrance. It's getting clearer that Voldemort must be behind all this. Well, if not him, then any of his Death Eaters. As I always say, we can't make concrete decisions, but it's clear that the dark arts are involved. And this isn't the only thing that worries me most. Hermione told me tonight that she and the Hufflepuff prefect caught some Slytherin boys trying to sneak Muggle students into Hogwarts. It's a shame she didn't recognize the offenders. They must have noticed this too at Collins Becker, since Justin mentioned that students from his second-year program, they would vanish at night and return the next day looking strange. Why does it feel like Malfoy is skipping his part? I keep asking myself, did I really trust him that night? This unease is eating at my heart. Well, I guess we'll see how things play out over time. This summary was clearly written by Harry, who grew increasingly anxious about whether the pact he had made with Malfoy remained intact. He hadn't mentioned the pact to anyone except Ron, and wondered if he should bring it up to the Clearfield twins for their input. Perhaps later, they'd already have too many things to do to worry about such trivial matters. Another thing that consumed most of Hogwarts students' time was the Christmas dance. With only a few weeks left, the whole school buzzed with excitement about it. Very few had found their partners yet, including Joey, who was still torn between options. Well, I don't know who to ask for it, he told Harry one day while heading to Collins Becker for the ongoing investigation. Not many girls here are worth it, and besides, they're all free. Did you ask Hermione for it? Harry asked, holding his cloak tight to keep it from slipping off. Quote, I didn't #039. T think I #039. D ask her? Quote, Joey confessed. Quote, but I guess she #039. S already got someone to go with. I heard her talking about it with Celeste. Harry, do you have a partner? Quote, yes, quote, he replied. Honestly, I can #039. T complain. This year #039. S been way better than last. Back then, by this time of year I still hadn't hashtag 039. T found a partner. In the end, I ended up with Parvati Patil and let hashtag 039. S be real. It wasn't hashtag 039. T exactly pleasant company. Not surprising to me, he hashtag 039. S got the air of someone with divination skills. Joey burst into laughter. How many people actually have the ability to predict the future? I can count on one hand. Truth be told, real psychic powers are extremely rare among those blessed with such gifts. The future is fundamentally unpredictable from my perspective, and as McGonagall rightly observes, divination is a rather crude branch of magic. Well, something you don hashtag 039. T stand out for, quote, Harry said with a smirk, quote, it hashtag 039. S about time, quote, quote, how funny, quote, Joey retorted sarcastically, quote, well, who hashtag 039? S your date this year? Quote, before Harry could respond, a few words reached his ears. Wait, and you hashtag 039. V got everything planned out? Yes. The Muggles will find out who we are. Okay. You know what? Don hashtag 039. T do anything before the deadline, or they hashtag 039. LL start suspecting, especially Potter. Let hashtag 039. S get back to the castle. Harry turned abruptly toward the source of the voices, but it was too late. He could only make out 4 figures in black robes hurrying toward Hogwarts. Who could they be? Haven hashtag 039. T you heard that? He whispered to Joey. Sim. Joey squinted his eyes. Quote, who are they and what hashtag 039? S in store for them? Quote, well, I hashtag 039. D like to know, quote, Harry said, watching the 4 silhouettes turn the corner to enter the castle. They're hashtag 039. S.A. cat locked up here. What do they do outside of Hogwarts? They hashtag 039. Re-breaking the rules, the security measures. And what does it have to do with me that they hashtag 039? Re-plotting against me. I don hashtag 039. T no. We hashtag 039. LL figure that out later. Harry Joey tugged at the sleeve of Harry hashtag 039. S robe. Justin hashtag 039. S waiting for us. Okay. Harry shifted his gaze from where the silhouettes had vanished, and he and Joey discreetly slipped into Colin's amp. Becker, trying not to raise any alarms among the Muggles. With cautious steps, they descended the stairs and made their way toward the acacia tree. Behind it, Justin was indeed waiting. Joey extended his hand and struck the trunk 3 times. This was the signal to alert Justin that they had arrived. The Muggle boy turned around, looking in the direction of the blows. Harry and Joey slipped behind the acacia tree, where they removed their cloaks and suddenly appeared before Justin. Hello, Justin. They greeted each other simultaneously. Quote, hey there, Harry Joey. Quote, Justin returned the greeting with a hint of surprise. Quote, you know what? I hashtag 039. Am still getting used to this. Your appearance is way too abrupt. Quote, you hashtag 039. LL get used to it sooner or later, quote, Joey assured. Quote, you hashtag 039 LLC. Quote, something new happened, Justin? Quote, Harry asked. Yes, several fascinating things, quote. The boy nodded, grabbing the invisible cloak from the 2 wizards and examining it with keen interest. Right now I hashtag 039. Am telling you all about it. We just saw something that could be super useful, Harry said. But you never know. Well, go ahead and start. Quote, agreed. Quote, Justin nodded. Slipping the cloak into the hollow trunk of the acacia tree, he hashtag 039. D bent. Quote, not just one, but 2 strange occurrences happened recently. During math class while we were explaining fractals. Quote, what hashtag 039? S that? Quote, Joey interrupted, looking puzzled. Quote, what we study, fractions and all that, quote. Justin replied, visibly annoyed by the interruption of such a trivial matter. Quote, Can I continue? Quote, yes, of course. Quote. Harry nodded, giving Joey an exasperated look as the boy still couldn't hashtag 039. Wrap his head around Justin hashtag 039's explanation about the broken parts. Well, turns out the professor started swaying and fell flat on his back, completely motionless. Let me tell you, he couldn't move a muscle. Anyway, after that, the usual drama unfolded. You know how it goes, chaos and shouting. They took him to the infirmary because he was in serious trouble. Joey and Harry exchanged glances. What's going on? Justin asked. Do you know what that is? That sounds familiar to me, Harry said. But I'm not entirely sure. I think I know what it is, I'm sure, Joey. Justin, do you know if someone muttered some spell before the professor froze? I don't know if that was a spell. Since I'm not trained to recognize such things, Justin admitted, but it sounded pretty weird. Something like total petrification or who knows. Harry's mind lit up in that instant. Petrificus totalis. He exclaimed. That's got to be it. Was that how it was? Yes, that Justin nodded. Well, that's a spell, Joey emphasized. The total immobilization spell. Everything fits perfectly into place. That spell I witnessed when I was in first year, Harry confirmed. That's why it struck me so strongly. Hermione had cast it on Neville. Stop it. Joey burst out laughing. Hermione's casting a spell on Neville. What's the big deal? What did he do to make her so mad? I'll tell you later, Harry said, casting another warning glance at Joey to make sure he'd keep his mouth shut. But what really matters right now is what happened in Justin's math class. If they used a spell to immobilize the teacher, there might be someone here causing all these events. That's a good point, Justin chimed in. It might be what you're saying, but I'm not entirely sure. Not every event here is caused by spells. At least we've got a clue about who's behind these weird incidents, said Joey. And what about the other one? What? You mentioned that 2 strange occurrences happened. Ah yes, then you'll see. At that moment, a girl's voice interrupted Justin's story. Justin, where are you? The boy sighed and whispered to Harry and Joey, who were already hiding behind the acacia tree. She's one of my classmates. I don't know what she wants, but I'll stay here until she leaves. But Harry and Joey pushed him forward until the girl found him. Where were you? I've been looking for you the whole time, he scolded her. What do you want, Beth? Justin asked without any preamble. You won't believe what happened. I thought you'd be interested in this story, since it relates to those magical events you keep talking about. Seeing Justin's anxious face, Beth smiled smugly. Well, just a few minutes ago, they found a first-year student with an elongated nose and slightly enlarged hands. Harry and Joey, who had been eavesdropping discreetly on the conversation from the edge of the acacia tree trunk, choked back a scream. What do you mean? Justin pressed. Beth let out a frustrated sigh. Stop interrupting me. They rushed him to the infirmary quickly, but they believe there's no cure. The boy recounted hearing footsteps behind him, and suddenly his nose and hands grew to unnatural sizes. Ah, he added, glancing at Justin's expression. Visits are prohibited until he regains his normal body size. By the way, what were you doing there? Justin was startled. He'd been dreading that question he might ask him. Well, to take a walk and clear my head before tomorrow's exam. Exam? Beth exclaimed. I didn't know there was one. I have to go. Bye. Justin grinned as he watched her dash up the stairs. When Harry and Joey approached, he chuckled and said, There's no exam tomorrow. Poor Beth, she'll be studying all day. Oh, and by the way, have you heard what happened? Yes. We've heard that, Harry replied. We believe it's the Engorgio spell. Now our doubts grow. Could this be the same person who cast both the total immobilization spell and the Engorgio spell? Harry, Joey exclaimed, clearly thrilled. When we were heading here, those 4 figures heading to Hogwarts, do you think they were them? What are you waiting for to tell me all that? Justin asked irritably, since the conversation had only been between Harry and Joey. After sharing everything they had seen and heard, Justin exclaimed, Do you think all this is caused by some Hogwarts students? We don't know if they're students or even if they were them. Joey defended himself. Joey and I'll try to find out something at Hogwarts, Harry added, but I doubt we'll get much of a clue. Let's drop this topic. Are you going to tell us about that other weird incident? Joey turned to his brother. What? Oh, right. Here's the deal. It all started when our geography teacher announced an insane exam we'd never seen before. That afternoon after cramming, Anna, a classmate of mine, practically begged the teacher to break his foot, so he couldn't show up for class and take the test the next day. Then what? Harry said indifferently after a pause. That was a hit. Is that the weird thing? Just a coincidence. That's not magic, Joey protested. But you can't deny it's strange. I don't know any spell that breaks feet, Joey quipped. Could you give us more details? Harry asked. Well, he wanted it after dinner, Justin said, trying to remember. What did you eat? Harry pressed. Justin looked at him in surprise. Well, I don't remember, he mumbled, looking puzzled by Harry's question. Harry was referring to whether you all ate the same thing, Joey clarified. Ah, yeah, that's right. Anna sat down beside me and had the same thing as me. If you're talking about that, but I remember the drink was different. I'd never seen anything like it before. It had this weird purplish tint, almost like blackberry juice, or something even stranger, purple. I've never seen such a drink before, exclaimed Joey. Harry fell silent, not uttering another word. A purple drink. It reminded him of something. But what could it possibly be? Maybe you're right and it's just a dumb coincidence, Justin said after a long silence. Whatever happens, you can wait. Harry and I need to get back to Hogwarts before they start missing us. It's late. Yeah. I'm leaving too. See you tomorrow. After grabbing the cloak and making sure their bodies were completely hidden, Joey and Harry set off on their journey to Hogwarts. He's been very quiet, said Joey, looking at his friend. I've been thinking about it. Harry replied thoughtfully, that purple drink. Stop overthinking about that. The real issue is those 4 figures we saw. They probably weren't up to any mischief, whoever they were. Do you think they're from Slytherin? I don't know, Harry said honestly. Well, if you want my opinion, they are. In fact, I'd say Malfoy would be right among them. Don't talk nonsense. You look just like me, total mess. Total chaos. Let's move on to something more interesting. Dancing. Do you want me to tell you again I'm single? I've got it, Harry suddenly exclaimed, completely ignoring Joey's sarcastic remarks. What? My partner? Harry shot Joey a glare and said, You're such a jerk, man. Not that. The elixir of immortality. How did I never think of that before? What's the nectar about? It was the drink Hermione ordered on the train. It was pricey. And had a purple hue. How do you even know that's it? There could be millions of purple drinks out there. Ah yes, okay, I get it. Maybe there's only one. But that seems a bit unlikely. Well, keep going. Is there anything else about that? The nectar of immortality? Well, Hermione said she had some properties, but she didn't specify which ones. You're saying that drink grants wishes? Joey asked, alarmed. Well, Hermione drank it and said she had wished for things and all of them had come true. And why would anyone want to fulfill Anna's wishes? Well, honestly, I don't know. But those desires weren't exactly good, depending on how you look at it. Harry looked at the flight again with the same gaze he'd had before. Yeah, leaving a teacher disabled is awesome, in my opinion. Nothing beats that, he said with a wry smile. Okay, cut the crap. So how did Anna end up with that drink? Harry stopped. They had already reached Hogwarts. Better not dwell on the matter and focus instead on sneaking in without being seen. We'll get to that later. Blue Unicorn Musito. The entrance door swung open wide for them. Harry and Joey slipped inside discreetly, where they immediately removed their invisibility cloak. No one had noticed their absence. Weeks later, Christmas arrived. When Harry woke up, he found more gifts under his bed than usual. The first present he saw was Ron's, a fantastic book about the World Cup of Quidditch. Later, he discovered Hagrid's gift, which turned out to be Sare, like that traditional hard cake as tough as stone. Then there was Hermione's, a giant box of assorted sweets from Honeydukes. Harry wondered how they'd let him go to Hogsmeade to buy them. The one from Mrs. Weasley, a navy blue sweater she knitted for him and his children every year. There were also Christmas cookies, the one from his uncle's, an old dirty pencil with a nib worn out. Harry thought they'd at least been more worn than last year. And Joey's, a curious golden canary about the size of a golf ball that looked like a snitch. but without wings. There was a card attached to the gift. He said the following: Harry, Merry Christmas. I hope you like my gift. It's a pocket communicator, and as you might have guessed, it's designed to communicate with someone even from miles away. Communicators are usually sold in pairs, but I made a little trick to make one work between you, Justin, and me. So I got another one, a lilac-colored one with silver accents, and I gave Justin another one, this time in bronze. What I'm unsure about is how they'll manage to communicate with us since he's a muggle and doesn't have a wand, which requires though it might work with some enchanted object. We'll see what we can do. See you later, Joey. Harry scrutinized the communicator. It would be a great tool for when they weren't together. Yes, sir, Joey had thought of everything. Suddenly, he realized there was an additional gift on the bedspread. A smaller package wrapped in red silk paper. He opened it. It contained a basket brimming with sugar hearts and carried a note. Harry picked it up and read it. It said, Dear Harry, this is my Christmas gift for you. I hope you'll like it. Also, I want to tell you that you're a very special person to me. I would have said this to you in person, but I'm too shy. I wish all the boys could be half as pleasant as you. That's all. I'll take my leave. We'll meet tonight at the latest. Sincerely yours, Nadine. Nadine Mullet. Harry blushed. Did this mean she liked him too? He wasn't sure, but the sincerity and affection in her handwritten note made it clear to him that Harry meant more than just a friend to her. At that moment, Joey entered the room. He was already dressed in his usual robe. Merry Christmas, Harry. He greeted cheerfully. How's your sleep been? I got up an hour earlier than you, and so did Ron. Well said, Harry. Thanks for the communicator. Not a chance. I thought we needed it. Joey's eyes shifted to the bag of sugar candies Nadine had given Harry. Oh, Harry, you were so quiet. Who do you like? I suspect Nadine Mullet, Harry said, glancing at the note. She sent them to me. And here's the kicker. She's my dance partner for tonight's party. Yeah, right? Joey grinned slyly. You're such a cunning little rascal. How funny. Just to let you know, she was the one who suggested it to me. Did you know? Harry grunted, visibly annoyed. No, if I don't say anything, she's totally into you, man. Listen up. If a lady gives you sugar hearts, you're definitely into her. And why do you know that? Because they gave them to me too. And my dad did the same when he was our age. And here's the kicker. He never told me about it. Hey there. Did you get sugar-coated hearts? When did they come your way? Hey, Joey said casually, turning toward his bed where several baskets of sugar hearts lay, each with a note attached. I found these 6 when I got up. Of course I forgot about that, Harry said, grinning with a sly grin. The Joey Clearfield fan club. Yeah, Yerio Joey with sarcasm dash. Just to let you know, I'm smart. They're not the kind of plastic tits who stalk me around the clock.
No?
Then who are they from? Well, some are anonymous. But I don't think they're from my admirers. Flip the script, dude. One of Slytherin actually liked it. One of Slytherin. Can you believe it? Oh, really? Poor thing. If it's Millicent Bulstrode, Harry said with a sly grin, I'll share your feelings. No, it's not Millicent Bulstrode. Thank God it isn't. She's new, named Sandrine Nightstone. Honestly, she's pretty decent. If you ever meet her. But hey, she's notorious for being a cold-hearted assassin and 计算器, just like any Slytherin. But she's not as evil as they paint her. Look what she wrote. You might not believe it, but I'm a huge fan of yours. You're an amazing Quidditch player, and it's a shame you're in Gryffindor's house. Still, I managed to get your gift delivered through a girl from your house. Joey picked up Sandrine's note and read it. It's unbelievable that a Slytherin girl wrote that, Harry remarked, slipping into the school robe. Well, you see, I'm wondering who his accomplice might have been. Come on. Grab breakfast and let's head over to Collins Becker to greet Justin. Plus, I'm dying to test drive those communication devices. After finishing breakfast, Harry and Joey said goodbye to their friends, using the excuse that they had unfinished business. Grabbed their invisibility cloaks along with their own, and headed to Collins Becker. There, they headed to Acacia. Justin wasn't there, obviously. It wasn't the usual time when they'd hang out. They removed the cloak, left it there, and went to fetch their friend, before Joey threw the spell on the tree to prevent anyone from taking the cloak. As always, They found him in a corner of the yard, chatting with his classmates. I feel like this is going to be one of the best Christmas experiences of my life. They've given me tons of awesome gifts, and let me tell you, they're all amazing. Seriously, I'm not exaggerating here. Psst, Justin. Joey and Harry whispered to each other, hiding behind a nearby tree near the group. Huh? Justin turned toward the tree and said to his classmates, "Forgive me, I think someone called me." Then we kept talking. With that said, Justin approached the tree where Harry and Joey were hiding. To his surprise, they suddenly emerged from their hiding spot. "Merry Christmas," they said in unison, bursting into laughter at the sight of their friend's face. "Exactly." Justin grinned. "What a surprise. I didn't think you'd be here so soon." "We'll never know for sure," Joey said, laughing. "I see it now. Thanks for the gifts. They're absolutely fantastic." "Nothing at all," Harry said with a smile. "I thought my old Quidditch book might make you happy." Harry had gifted Justin the Quidditch Through the Ages book via Hedwig, which he had already read extensively. "And so much!" Justin exclaimed excitedly. "I've already checked out a part today and it's awesome. And even better knowing it's real. I'd absolutely love to watch a Quidditch match. Come one of these days to our school stadium," Joey said. "We'll sneak you in there, put on your invisibility cloak, and watch the game from the top tier. I'm telling you." "What do you think, Harry?" "I'm not sure." "I'm not entirely sure," Harry objected. "It's too risky. I think they'll notice a Muggle presence before long. I don't know, we'll see." "Are you playing Quidditch?" Justin asked, clearly curious about the topic. "Of course. We've already told you that in our house team." "Gryffindor," exclaimed Joey, pointing to his red shield with a golden G in the center, and Harry's shield, which was exactly the same. "I'm the keeper and Harry is the seeker plus captain of the team." "Yes, that's right." Harry nodded. "We're dressed in red robes. The team members besides us are Fred and George Weasley, Katie Bell, Alicia Spinnet, and Nadine Mullet." "Oh my goodness, Nadine Mullet." At the mere mention of Nadine's name, Joey gave Harry a playful nudge, grinning with mischief. "Yeah, her, what's going on?" Harry said irritably. "Let's be clear. There's absolutely nothing between her and me." "Not now, but soon," Joey chuckled. "It's coming your way. Those sugar-coated hearts, remember?" "Oh, shut up. You don't even know if it's true or not, so stop bringing that up." "What's up with that Nadine?" Justin asked. "Because he gave her sugar hearts for Christmas," Harry said, already quite irritated. "And he thinks that's why I liked her." He pointed at Joey. "Not that I believe it, but I say it." Coroboro confirmed this. "Have you noticed how he looks at you during training sessions?" "Look, let's drop the Nadine Mullet stuff," Harry finally said. "Let's talk about something more interesting." "Val," said Justin, completely agreeing because he couldn't quite grasp what his friends were talking about. "Hey Joey, I'm still not getting the point behind your gift." "Oh, what a piece of cake," Joey quipped sarcastically. "You Muggle should have been one. Come on, bring it. Come on, you're in my room." Justin burst out laughing at his twin's antics before climbing the stairs. Later, he returned with his pocket communicator in hand. "Here he is," he said. "Okay, that's a pocket communicator," Joey explained. "And for the nth time, I'll tell you it's used to communicate verbally with someone miles away." "Excuse me, Joey, but I think you're overreacting," Justin objected. "With this one, you've only mentioned it twice. Whatever it is, that's who you are and what you're meant to be. I've magically crafted this for you, Harry and me. Why not give it a try? Harry and I've brought our own." "Bala, go ahead, Harry. Just tell us what I need to do to get in touch with one of you two. In my case, that's easy. Harry, grab your wand. I'll get mine, and Justin, you're a Muggle." Joey looked at his brother with concern. "You don't have a wand. How are you going to handle this?" "Well, I don't know," Justin admitted. "Do we need one?" "Yes, but even an enchanted object could work too," said Harry, who had drawn his wand and communicator. "You mean that?"
No, Joey?
"Yes, that's right." He nodded. "Ah, so a pencil could work?" Justin said, his voice tinged with surprise as the two wizards stared in disbelief. He pulled out a pencil from his jacket pocket, nearly as long as Harry's wand. The pencil was quite peculiar. Its tip gleamed silver, while the rest of it glowed with an electric blue hue. A pencil? Harry repeated, incredulous. And what's the use of a pencil? I don't know if he's really happy, Justin said. But there's nothing to lose by trying. Well, give it a shot and see how it goes, Joey said, though not entirely convinced. Let's see. For the third one, Harry, you and I'll take a shot at the communicator with the wand, while you, Justin, do the same thing as us but with your, the sander. He took out his pencil. Justin looked at Joey with determination. Okay, whatever you want to call it. Got it, both of you? Yes, they said at the same time, Harry and Justin. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Harry, Joey, and Justin simultaneously struck their respective communication tools. The wizards with wands, the muggles with pencils, and a spark ignited in the 3 communication devices, followed by a peculiar hum, like the clinking of a tinkling bell. It works, Joey exclaimed excitedly. That's unbelievable. Harry gaped at Justin in disbelief. How could a regular pencil have? Well, let's be real. This isn't your average pencil, Justin confessed. Not since I lent it to my cousin. What happened? I lent him this pencil, a regular one at first. For a few days, Justin explained, but when he returned it, it wasn't the same. He added, it writes like a fountain pen with silver ink. Plus, it never wears out and doesn't require sharpening. When I didn't know magic existed, I was completely blown away. But now that I do, I think it's because my cousin is a wizard and he cast the spell on me. That's the most likely thing, Harry said. It must be under a spell. Otherwise your communicator wouldn't have reacted. What's the name? Joey asked. William Bridge. Oh, the old Will. Joey burst out laughing. That's a real jerk. Do you know him? Of course. If it's your cousin, then mine too? Or are you forgetting we're brothers? Of course not. How could I ever forget my twin brother is a wizard? Justin grinned. And tell me, is he one too? What's it about? A wizard? Of course it is. He's a year older than us and goes by Spellmaster. You can't imagine how much magic that guy knows. And here's the kicker, he's obsessed with muggles and all things related to them. It's like you, but in reverse. Right now I get your passion for pencils, pens, batteries, and plugs. Justin burst out laughing. Yes, I never knew his passion was this intense, that it drove him to cast spells on cobblestones. Lapises, Joey.
Eso.
It reminds me of Ron's father, Harry remarked. He's also obsessed with muggle objects. A total fan. Seriously? Joey burst out laughing. Let me tell you, they'd be like a brother. You know what I mean? Will has always been like a brother to me. Every time Aunt Florius, my father's sister, came to visit us, he'd come along to keep me company. But never, he mentioned you to me. That's odd because if you'd been seeing him often too. Well, only when Aunt Florius came over to the house, which wasn't very often, Justin said. But he never mentioned you either. I think he never did because he didn't know we'd never met. Don't talk nonsense, of course I should have known that, Espedo, Joey dash. The thing is, I think I wanted us to figure it out ourselves. That's what I believe, I don't know. Anyway, we've already met. I'll have to tell him next time I send him a leech. Will and I are gonna have a blast, Justin said. Actually, he's been way more of a companion than Tracy. He was the one who gave me those fantasy books. Harry suggested maybe I gave you some spell books. Shall we take a look? All right. Come on. Justin climbed the stairs to the building, with Harry and Joey following closely behind. They reached the 7th floor where Justin led them to his room, number 105. Pushing open the door, they stepped inside. 3 beds lay neatly arranged, while the floor still held numerous gift wrapping papers scattered about. Let's see. My books. My books. Ah, here they are. Justin pulled out 8 massive volumes from under one of the bunk beds. They're a bit old, but they're awesome. Like treasure troves for me. And I've got more at home. Let me see. Harry leaned over the books and read what was written on one of the covers. Predicting the unpredictable. Hey, I spotted this book at Flourish and Blots, the bookstore on Diagonal Alley. I used this book last year for the Adivination Audio, guessing adding activity, as Joey suggested. He even leaned forward to get a better look. The thing is, it's no longer, where's that? Wait, here's another one. He grabbed another book. 1,000 magical herbs and fungi. The potion and herbaria book. Harry, look at this. It's a story of magic. Here it comes. But aren't all these books the ones we use at Hogwarts? That's exactly how it looks. Look, this is one of my favorites. Justin excitedly showed them a glossy red cover featuring the title Fantastic Beasts and where to find them. All these books are our study materials, Harry exclaimed. The ones we use for classes and all that. Well, except for a few exceptions which are in the library or elsewhere. The Dark Arts, A Guide to Self-Protection, A Trip with Vampires. Well, that's the one supposed to be Gilderoy Lockhart's. I'd rather not remember. And Great Magical Events of the 20th Century. This must be a book I bought at Flourishblots or somewhere like that. That's not even something I've read yet, Justin said. Will gave it to me for my birthday. I think I'll be in that book, Harry said. I don't know. My friend Hermione told me this when I first started at Hogwarts. Really? Come on, Harry. Then you'll be famous, right? Is he famous? Joey exclaimed. You don't know the whole story. Dad told me his tale 1,000 times. He pointed at Harry's forehead. See that scar? That's the mark left by who you know when they tried to kill him. Oh, Voldemort, Harry said. Joey shuddered. Don't say that name. Please don't say it, Musto, horrified. Well, Harry, they tried to kill you, didn't they? Justin stared at Harry with wide eyes. Yes, with a deadly curse. Avada Kedavra. Joey shuddered again. But he miraculously survived. He's the only wizard known to have survived it, which is why he became so famous among us. That's mind-blowing, Justin said, visibly impressed. I hadn't really noticed your scar before, but I'll admit it's pretty striking. No wonder you're famous, he added. I never knew that scar was actually a curse. Well, yes, but let's leave that topic aside, Harry said, visibly uncomfortable. I don't particularly like quoting him. Harry, you're always so modest. Joey smiled. But hey, you're right. Let's change the subject. You know how stupid I've been, right? Justin said. All this time I kept thinking those books were just pure fiction. You were dead wrong, Joey burst out laughing. Harry and Justin joined in the laughter. Well, we came here to launch the communication devices. Not for nothing, Harry said as Justin tucked his books back under the bed. That's true. We only know how to turn them on. Justin chimed in. Excuse me for correcting you, Justin, Joey interrupted, his tone reminding Harry of Percy's mannerisms. The communication devices didn't activate. They simply went into standby mode. Harry couldn't help but chuckle when he heard that. What? Joey looked at Harry, visibly annoyed. No, nothing, Harry said, trying to hide his laughter. The instruction manual for walking magical objects had spoken. Justin burst into laughter, and Harry, who couldn't take it anymore, joined in. Joey watched them with a furrowed brow. You're pulling a trick here. Come on. Stop laughing. Let me tell you how those communication devices are completely broken. Okay, Justin stopped laughing and approached Joe. How do they stop working? Give them a tap with the wand. For Justin, use the eraser, or rather, the pencil. Let's disable them and then reactivate them. What do you think? Harry and Justin said at the same time. 3. 1, 2, 3. The three men delivered 2 blows to their respective communication devices. Afterward, they reactivated the systems and initiated their first conversation through them. General Joey Clearfield. Harry, Justin, can you hear me? I'm changing. Sure. I hear you, Harry replied, standing away from Justin and Joey in the 7th floor hallway. I hear you, loud and clear, Justin replied from his room. Are you listening to us? Yeah, I hear you. Looks like this is going well. Harry and Joey left Justin behind and headed to the castle. Now that they could communicate through the intercoms, everything would be much easier. The afternoon flew by too quickly for Harry's liking. In Gryffindor's common room, Ron and he were playing a game of wizard chess while Hermione read something interesting, or rather what she thought was interesting, from the book History of Magic. Most students had decided to stay at Hogwarts for Christmas, as those holidays promised to be super fun. In 1873, the Ministry of Magic. Shut up, Hermione, Ron snapped. We don't care a damn what you're reading. You might not care about it, she retorted, but Harry's sure to find it super useful. Will you shut up once and for all? Harry said, lifting his head. I can't focus. He needed to be moved, but Ron's cards were practically cornering him. Ron watched Hermione opening her eyes wide, and she nodded silently. Well, Harry? He asked, his voice trembling. What? The young man snapped, eyes glued to the board where Ron's horse was thrashing furiously. Ron and I were wondering, hey Harry, if you're in some kind of trouble, me. What Hermione meant, Ron clarified, his face turning slightly pale, is that we haven't seen you much lately. You've been spending most of your time with Joey and… Harry stood there, jaw dropped. What could he do? The moment had arrived. He needed to tell them everything. After all, Ron and Hermione had never let him down before. Because you'll see. Harry began recounting everything, starting with how Joey and Justin looked alike. When he heard the mysterious voice that kept coming from nowhere, he paused, hesitating. But he decided to tell the whole story without skipping anything. By the time he finished, the sun had already set, and Harry's voice was hoarse from all the talking. I knew you were up to something, Ron said smugly. But why didn't you tell me? He asked, his voice tinged with hurt. I think you know you've broken a lot of the rules, Hermione said, her tone blending concern with a touch of sternness. I know, but now's not the time for you to throw that in my face, Harry retorted, refusing to listen to his headmistress's lectures. Even if she were his best friend. Does that voice sound like a snake's, like in the second year, Harry? Ron said, his voice trembling slightly. I don't believe it. It wasn't a snake's voice, the questioned individual responded, struggling to recall. Ron is right, Hermione interjected. Maybe a snake got in through the pipes and he was asking for help. Hermione, Harry snapped. Besides, I'm pretty sure it wasn't a snake. I told you before that voice I heard wasn't like that. At that moment, Fred and George appeared with beaming smiles, and the three friends put aside their disagreement. What are you still doing like this? Don't you want to change? Said Fred. We went down to the kitchens to grab some treats for our partners, George explained, giving Harry a wink. Fred lifted two well-wrapped packages so everyone could see them. I think I'm gonna change, Hermione said coldly. See you later, boys. What's wrong with you? Fred asked, utterly confused as he watched Hermione slam the door of the fifth-year girls' dormitory shut. Oh, it's nothing at all, Ron hurriedly said, hoping Hermione wouldn't remember the PDDO. Who are your partners? Harry asked the Weasley twins with keen interest. I'm going with Alicia Spinnet, George replied, and Fred is with Susan Bones from Hufflepuff. What about you guys? My partner is Celeste, Ron said, his face flushing red, and Harry's partner is Nadine. What about Nadine, huh? Go for her, Harry. I think we need to go change, Harry said, looking a bit nervous. See you later, Ron said as he packed up his chess pieces with Harry. They hurriedly climbed the stairs and, in the empty room, began searching for their ceremonial robes. Continues. The First Kiss, Part 2. Remember where I left it last year? Harry asked, scanning the room. Seeing Ron shake his head, he let out a resigned sigh and began rummaging through the trunk for all his clothes. Meanwhile, Ron was trying to slip his copper-colored robe over his head. Though it was meant for his older brothers, the garment still felt a bit too tight on him. What a disgust! She exclaimed when finally getting it on her. What do you think Celeste'll say seeing me like this? You're not so bad, Harry encouraged, parting his hair from the face with one hand while trying to stretch his wrinkled green tunic, which was already full of creases. Remember your formal gown last year? Could have been worse. What a disaster that tunic was. I spent hours smoothing it out just to save time. He sighed, abandoning the effort with a weary expression. At least yours isn't too small. Mine is, Ron protested, gesturing at the part of his pants that was still exposed. I don't think Celeste's paying attention to that stuff. Now, stop whining and help me put everything back in the trunk, Harry exclaimed, scanning the clothes scattered across the bed and floor. After getting everything sorted out, Harry tried to style his messy, ashen hair in vain, while Ron was rehearsing what he was going to say to his partner in front of a full-length mirror. Hello, Celeste. You look so good. Leave Ron alone, Harry said, abandoning his attempt to dress properly. You don't need to make a fool of yourself in front of a mirror. To rehearse what you're gonna say to Celeste. She doesn't care what you say. If you're all set, let's get started. Well, all right. Ron tossed the mirror onto his bedspread, his face flushed with embarrassment. When they were ready, or at least thought they were, they went down to the common room to wait for their partners. There they found Neville and Colin Creevey, Harry's former admirer. Hey guys, what are you doing? Ron asked. We're waiting for our partners, Colin replied, his face flushing slightly as he saw Harry. Harry? Could you? He said, pulling out a muggle camera. Right now? Maybe another time, Harry replied, visibly uncomfortable. Whatever you want. The boy conceded, lowering the camera with a hint of disappointment. Who are they? Ron asked, turning to Neville. You'll see. Neville chuckled. It's a surprise. You won't believe it. At that moment, the girls' room door opened and Ginny descended the stairs, wearing a pale yellow dress with small pink, also yellow, polka dots printed across various parts. She had her hair loose with a matching headband. The second one descending was lavender brown, wearing a pink flared skirt and a button jacket in a deeper pink. Her hair was tied into 2 long braided strands. Finally, Hermione came down. When they saw her, Harry and Ron were left speechless. Hermione wore a sky blue dress that matched her earrings, which had an oddly bluish tint. Her hair was tied up in a bun, but with some. Her hair was loose and unruly. This came as a shock to both young people, since they had never seen Hermione's hair styled up before, except during the Christmas dance, and honestly, she'd rarely been seen with proper hair in their entire lives. Neville stepped forward and grabbed Lavender's arm, who responded with a smile. See you later. Let's meet again at the dance. With that, Neville and Lavender vanished through the portrait's hole. Wow, Neville looked so happy, Harry remarked. The others nodded in agreement. We're leaving too, said Ginny in a trembling voice as Harry's emerald green eyes fell upon her. Her face flushed crimson as she bolted out of the common room, Colin hot on her heels. Was Ginny Colin's partner? Harry asked. I'm afraid so, Ron replied with a furrowed brow. No wonder they formed the Harry Potter fan club together. I told you those two were meant to end up together. I suppose so, Harry admitted, trying to hold back a laugh. Well, Hermione, why are you so quiet? Looks like your partner hasn't arrived yet. You won't get it. Hermione snapped back with a sour expression. My partner isn't from Gryffindor. Oh no? Who is it? I don't think you care. We'll meet in the main Great Hall, so if you're not bothered, I'll go down with you. Oh, Celeste and Nadine told me to let you know they'll be down soon. He hadn't finished speaking when the girls' room door opened again. This time Celeste came down the stairs in a crimson dress that accentuated her fair skin and hair styled into a long braid reaching halfway down her back. Ron moved nervously. Behind him, Nadine descended and gave Harry a shy smile. His robe was a light lilac, with a portion of his dark red hair coiled into a self-tied braid that formed a bun. The rest flowed freely, ending in soft curls that cascaded gracefully over his shoulders. When they reached the bottom, Ron and Harry stepped forward nervously. If you ask me, I'd say they were pretty flustered. You're gorgeous, Celeste, Ron blurted out, completely forgetting everything he'd rehearsed in the room. Celeste barely managed to catch a few words. She just smiled and said thank you. The tunic fits you perfectly, Harry said, his voice markedly different from his usual tone, though he tried hard to hide it, and clearly flushed. Nadine blushed slightly. Thanks, she muttered, clearly more embarrassed than Harry. You look great too. What? Are we leaving? Hermione asked, growing increasingly impatient. Ron replied, his ears glowing with a vivid crimson hue. The 5 left the common room in silence and didn't utter a word even as they reached the dining hall entrance. They had no reason to speak, since Hermione would occasionally drop witty remarks like what a gorgeous night, or have you checked out the names of the 30 wizards who excelled in using the Obliviate spell. This really fascinating. Though the topic wasn't what Harry had hoped for, he was deeply grateful to his friend. At that exact moment he couldn't think of anything to say, and the person walking beside him with flushed ears and stumbling occasionally, Ron obviously, seemed to be no better off either. When they reached the entrance of the great hall, they heard soft murmurs coming from inside. At the door, there were also many students waiting for their partners, or simply looking around without anyone to pair up with. Hermione looked around nervously, her heart pounding. "What's up, Hermione? Can't you see?" Ron whispered, looking slightly more composed. Hermione shot him a warning glance before disappearing into the crowd, muttering, "Wait a second. I'm back now." After a brief moment, he returned from the arm of a rather handsome boy. Ron must have thought he was too handsome by the look on his face, who was a year older than her. Undoubtedly, Hermione's companion was Jason Hill. At that time, Hermione had become the envy of many Hufflepuff girls, Jason's house, and nearly all of Hogwarts. She played on the Quidditch team and reminded many people of Cedric Diggory, the former Hufflepuff student. "Hello," Jason greeted as he approached Harry, Nadine, Ron, and Celeste. "I haven't had the pleasure of meeting you all yet. My name is Jason Hill," he said, extending his hand. "You know me well, you're Harry Potter and Honor. You're Nadine Mullet, whom I saw training." Nadine nodded. "And you're Celeste, the one who messed up all that muggle business." It was Joey. She corrected him, but couldn't stop smiling at him. "And you?" Jason continued, frowning at Ron while pondering. No, I don't think I know you," said Ronald Weasley. Ron introduced himself coldly. "I'm so happy." Jason grinned, but Ron didn't seem particularly thrilled. He countered with equal calmness, without much enthusiasm. "Let's go in," Hermione suggested, noticing Ron's feelings. "Okay," Jason chimed in. Hermione and Jason walked into the great hall holding hands, leaving behind envious glances and admiring looks from the other girls. "They make a great couple, don't they?" Celeste remarked, glancing at them. "Why don't we join in too?" Ron suggested, clearly not about to let his dream girl get dumped by Jason either. "Sure thing. Wanna dance, Ronnie?" Celeste suggested warmly. At that moment, Ron completely forgot his dislike for Jason and offered his arm to his partner, leading them both into the great hall. Harry was thrilled, gazing at the couples in the grand hall and the festive atmosphere. But then he had a sudden thought. Where was Joey? "What's wrong with you?" Nadine asked, her voice tinged with concern. "Well, I haven't seen Joey yet. I'm wondering where he's at." "I think it's inside already," Nadine said, leaning out of the doorway. "What do you think we should go in?" "Good idea. Let's go." Harry agreed, making a gesture to enter. Then Nadine did something the boy hadn't expected. In no way, not only did she approach him, but she clung to his arm as if afraid someone might snatch away her partner. Harry felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. He remembered Joey's words. "Listen up, man. If a girl gives you candy hearts, she must like you." Was his friend right? He didn't know, but he began to suspect it might be true. Well, maybe he'd ask later. Without giving it much thought, he decided to head into the great hall. Her partner remained by her side, clinging to her arm without letting go. A gesture that left Harry feeling slightly uneasy, yet he didn't mind her presence beside him. What on earth was she thinking? He finally shrugged off his stubborn preoccupation when he saw Joey, dressed in a navy blue robe, bowing dramatically to a blonde girl in a pink long gown who was putting on an affected smile. "What kind of couple are they?" Nadine remarked as she spotted Joey and the blonde girl. "You see," Harry replied, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. So that scoundrel Joey had already found a partner. He'd soon have some sweet little words with him, right? Very soon, actually. "Hey there, Harry." Joey greeted him when he spotted Harry and Nadine. Harry replied with a grin. Well, I wanted to tell you, but you started playing chess with Ron. And Joey tried to excuse himself, embarrassed. Well, it's the same thing. Aren't you going to introduce me to the lucky one? So funny. All right, I'll show you. Look, this is Catherine Bertius, a new Ravenclaw girl. Joey introduced his partner. And she's French too. Catherine, he's... Joey? Honey, you don't need to show it off. Catherine interrupted, her voice soft and a wide smile spreading across her face as she saw Harry. Hagwi Pateg, an honorable connoisseur.
"I'm sorry," Harry replied, somewhat embarrassed.
Ah, of course. I forgot about that. Who doesn't know Harry Potter? Joey winked at his friend. Well, Harry, how's it going with Nadine? Joey, don't start it. The young man grumbled, his face flushing slightly. And don't call her my Nadine because she's not my Nadine. Got it? Well, man, you don't have to look like this. Hey, Nadine, how's it going? Okay. Nadine's face looked like a cherry. So red it was almost crimson. And you, Joey? Me? Not bad, thanks. See you later, huh, partner? Joey smirked at Harry, who was now even more irritated. Joey, he began with a tone of warning. All right, I'll keep quiet. Good luck, Joey said as he and Catherine walked toward the drinks table. Don't listen to Joey, Harry said, turning to Nadine. You know what he's like. No, she replied. It doesn't matter. Shall we sit down? Fine. But where? Harry asked, scanning the seats that were nearly all taken. Good question. How about that spot by the window? Nadine gestured toward the great hall's large window whose blinds were still drawn shut. A rare occurrence since the start of the year when they only lifted them to let in morning mail. Okay. Want something to drink? If you want, I'll bring it to you. You can take care of us at the place, how about that? Okay. Can you bring me pumpkin juice? If it's not too much of a hassle, Harry? That's done. Wait here. Okay? Val? Up until now Nadine went to the window while Harry headed to the beverage counter to fill 2 pumpkin juice glasses. One for Nadine and one for himself. When he returned to the spot he'd agreed upon with Nadine, she was enthusiastically chatting with a blonde girl whose pale skin had grayish-green eyes and wore a silver-colored long robe. Hey there, Harry. He greeted cheerfully when spotting his partner returning. I was waiting for you while I was talking to one of my friends, Sandrine Nightstone. Harry's heart was turned upside down. Sandrine Nightstone. Wasn't she the Slytherin girl who sent him those sugar hearts to Joey? He couldn't help but show surprise. How could Nadine be his friend? What's going on? Nadine asked anxiously, her eyes locked on Harry's face. Huh? Nothing. Oh, that's nice, Sandrine Harry said with difficulty to the blonde girl. It's my taste, Potter replied, her voice cold and distant yet tinged with friendly undertones. Well, Nad, you've got good luck having Harry Potter as your partner. Nadine looked at him nervously. And your partner, San? He hasn't arrived yet. Sandrine, though still speaking in her icy voice, now adopted a melancholic tone that Harry could detect in her tone. He said he'd take care of some unfinished business and would return as soon as possible. Let's see if it's true. Excuse me, I just saw Athenia Weasley's with her partner. I'll chat with her for a bit. She stood up from her seat. Goodbye, San. Nadine said with a wave. Say hello to her for me. Sell if you want, said Sandrine. Well, no, not now, Nadine blushed. She wanted to talk to Harry. I'll leave you alone then. Bye-bye. Harry and Nadine said goodbye simultaneously, watching Sandrine greet a brown-haired girl in a cobalt blue robe. Harry recognized her immediately. It was the Ravenclaw Quidditch team scout. Okay, sit down, don't just stand there, Nadine urged Harry. Yeah. Harry sat down next to Nadine. Hey Nadine, have you met Sandrine yet? Oh yes, she's my best friend. You know? At my old school, Thornfirel, we were inseparable, so it really hurt when we ended up in different houses. But that doesn't matter too much since we see each other quite often. Don't worry if things feel a bit cold at times. She's that socially awkward most of the time, but she's such a good person, you'll see. Ah, I see. I've got the drinks ready. Harry handed Nadine a glass of pumpkin juice. Thanks a million, Nadine said with a smile as she took the glass Harry offered her. Nothing. And all of this was Athena Weathers from Thornfirel? Yeah. We've known each other for ages and are like best friends. It's such a bummer that we end up in different houses every time. But hey, what can you do? Look, Harry. There they go, the witches from Macbeth. Indeed, through the great hall door walked 3 jet black-haired witches with tattered black robes, who were being cheered by the students, followed by a group of guitarists. They were members of the Macbeth Witches, a renowned musical ensemble in the magical world that had already performed at Hogwarts during last year's dance. Seriously, they actually performed here before? Nadine exclaimed in surprise when Harry mentioned the incident from the previous year. I absolutely love it. They create such great music. Obviously, it was Sandrine who first sparked my interest in her. As a Muggle-born, I had never known such things before. A humble smile appeared on her face. Well, that's not really a big deal, Harry said gently. There are plenty of wizards and witches who are Muggle-born. And if you don't believe me, just look at Hermione. Okay, I get it, but sometimes I feel like I'm left out from people whose parents are wizards like Sandrine. Or you, Nadine replied, her voice trembling with embarrassment. My parents were wizards, but I've been living with Muggles for practically my whole life. Harry protested. Really? Yeah, totally. And let me tell you the truth. It's not pleasant to have to live with people like them, so I get what you're feeling. Honestly, I never knew about the magical world before coming to Hogwarts. I had zero clue about it, but that's become less frequent these days. I'm sure you're feeling the same way too. Pretty cool music, Nadine remarked as the Witches of Macbeth began playing. Would you like us to dance? Harry stood up, poured his half-full glass of pumpkin juice, and extended his hand to Nadine. For the countless times that night, she blushed but smiled. Claro took Harry's hand and stood up as well. The two young people walked to the center of the room, faced each other, and began dancing to the ballad. Harry recalled last year's dance when he had partnered with Parvati and had to start the routine with her. That time, he'd been far worse off than now, where it was Nadine who was letting herself go instead of him. Beside them stood Joey and Catherine, who was dancing in an awkward manner. Now he can't say he's good at dancing, Harry thought as he watched Joey apologize to Catherine for stepping on her robe's hem for the third time. Jason and Hermione were dancing together, close to Catherine and Joey. To Ron, it seemed like there was no one else in the world except Celeste. While dancing with her, he kept glancing at her and blushing simultaneously from time to time. There would be a muffled cry from Lavender as Neville accidentally stepped on her while clumsily dancing. Meanwhile, Ginny and Colin kept bumping into the couples moving around the room instead of dancing. As they continued, Harry noticed Sandrine sitting in a corner looking sad. He wondered if something had happened to her partner. Nadine said to her partner after the song ended and they both stopped dancing. Have you seen Sandrine? She's acting really down, apparently. Your partner probably hasn't arrived yet. Judging by the way she's acting, Nadine remarked. Want to dance to the next song with her? Doesn't it bother you? Absolutely not. At the very least, you'll brighten his night. Something he desperately needs. Meanwhile, I'll dance with Seamus, who's sitting right there. Nadine flashed Harry a wide grin. See you later. Okay. See you later. Harry said goodbye to Nadine and headed over to where Sandrine was. She was watching the couples dance with a bitter expression on her face. Hello, Sandrine greeted her. Ah! Sandrine lifted her head and saw Harry. Hey there, Potter. And Nad, where's she? He went to dance with Seamus Finnegan, he replied. Hasn't your partner arrived yet?
No.
It's taking way too long, and I'm totally freaking out, Sandrine confessed. Her voice as cold as ever but now tinged with the melancholy she'd always worn. Well, while you wait, would you like to dance this song with me? More than anything, just so you don't end up sitting there all night. Sandrine smiled with a light-hearted smile. He agreed, rising. Thank you, Potter. It's nothing, he said, walking with Sandrine to the center of the Great Hall to start dancing to the song Las Brujas de Macbeth, the Witches of Macbeth, which was more lively. They danced for quite some time. When it ended, Sandrine burst into laughter. Thanks again, Potter. I had such a blast with you, Harry said with a smile. Now, why aren't you going with Ned? I bet she's looking for you. Of course, Harry said. Have fun, Sandrine. Exactly. Goodbye, Potter. Harry said goodbye to Sandrine and went to find Nadine. She was right. Sandrine was genuinely kind, even though she acted differently. Finally, he found Nadine and bid farewell to Seamus. Hey, Harry. How's Sand doing? He greeted her. That's right, Harry, he responded. You were absolutely right. It's basically a total mess. What do you mean? Well, I suppose she won't be so down now. Do we dance this one?
Claro.
So they spent a delightful evening, dancing to two songs that were as lively, if not livelier, than the previous ones. When the third song ended, Harry was completely drained, while Nadine was flushed red. She couldn't tell if it was shame or just too much dancing. Ouch! I'm totally wiped out, Harry, he gasped as they headed to sit down and grab something to eat. I can't take this anymore. My dance shoes are killing me. I'm getting tired too, Harry confessed, taking a hearty sip of his pumpkin juice. After we eat something, how about taking a walk? Where? Outside? Yeah, why not? I don't know, Harry. Remember those security measures, and right now they haven't imposed any security measures. Harry interrupted. And even if they did, I don't think they'd realize 2 fifth-year students are wandering around Hogwarts courtyards. Okay, I see. You're right. Your idea sounds good. Let's go for a walk. Harry, I just had an idea. How about taking a walk on a broomstick? Scalp? He retorted, somewhat scandalized. But, Nadine, they're gonna see us. Of course not, she replied with a smile. Harry detected a sweetness in her voice he'd never felt before, something he'd never heard from anyone. If they don't realize we're walking on flat ground, they'll never guess we're climbing about 15 meters high. It's gonna be way more fun than walking, you'll see. Okay. That's good enough, Harry agreed, smiling along. Let's do it this way. After finishing their meal, they got up to leave the Great Hall. Wait outside, Nadine said as they were leaving the castle. I'm gonna get my broom. Hey, why aren't you taking yours now that I see it? No need. What's the point of a summoning spell? Harry pulled out his wand, a smile playing on his lips. Does it work from here? Nadine asked, surprised. Of course. That's something I learned last year during the Three Kings tournament. If you focus properly on what you want to achieve, come to you and you shall have it. Observe and learn. Harry raised his wand and exclaimed, Accio, fireball. In the blink of an eye, Harry's arrow shot toward him. The boy grabbed it with his free hand and turned to smile at Nadine, who was utterly amazed. Have you seen it? He said, now you do it yourself. I can't do that, Nadine objected. Don't be silly. If I can do it, you can too. At least give it a shot. All right, that's good enough. Nadine took a deep breath and raised her wand, declaring, Accio Nimbus 2000. Like the fire arrow, Nadine's Nimbus 2000 arrived at its owner in a lightning-fast flight. Amazing, she exclaimed, grabbing her broom. But you couldn't have done it, huh? Harry smirked sarcastically. Well, since you've seen I can, let's go for it. Okay. Vale. Vamos. They descended the stone steps and strolled through the schoolyard, pausing at a spot where they stopped. We're taking off here, if you like, Harry said, leaving his broom on the grass before mounting it. 3 o'clock, just like in training, we're off. Okay. See, Nadine also got into her Nimbus 2000. Are you ready? Let's go. 1, 2, 3. When Harry finished his story, he kicked the ground hard and soared into the air, just like Nadine. As they cleared the ground, they could see lights in the distance. Those of Collins Becker. What a sight from up here, Nadine exclaimed, her eyes wide with amazement. More or less the same as what we've had since the Gryffindor Tower, Harry replied. Feels pretty good up here, right? Yeah. Up here. And with you. Nadine glanced at Harry, her smile shy. Did you get the sugar hearts, Harry? Well, yeah. But I haven't tried them yet, the young man replied, looking uncomfortable. Well, it doesn't matter. I just sent them to show you how much I care about you. Yeah. You actually mentioned that in the article.
Hey, not.
Really? Nadine blushed. Do you want to pursue a career? Here? Why not? Come on. Don't be boring. The last person to reach Gryffindor Tower is a rheumatism-afflicted hippogriff. Oh no. You're ahead of me, exclaimed Nadine as she watched Harry zooming forward with his quiver. Feel it. Go for me if you can. No, you're the one who's supposed to get me. Nadine darted over to Harry, bursting into laughter. Since you say it, I'll take it, Harry exclaimed, laughing and quickening his pace to avoid being caught up by Nadine. Damn it. You're gonna pay for that, Nadine protested playfully, unable to hold back her laughter. With laughter and playful banter, the two young men dashed toward Gryffindor Tower, arriving at the same time. After their improvised race, both were out of breath but still laughing nonstop. You're doing well. Huh? Harry asked as he recovered from the burst of laughter. Of course, Nadine replied with a smile. You're such a fun person. Well, thanks. You don't hear things like that every day, he replied, resuming his flight this time at a slower pace than before. In your case, Nadine said, flying after him until she was right beside him. How could no girl have noticed you? Because I'm so ugly, and girls don't like me, Harry laughed. You guys prefer different types of people, like Jason Hill, for example. Honestly, I don't think anyone's gonna pay attention to me by now. That's a lie. Nadine froze midair. She looked at Harry, who had stopped laughing. That's a lie, he said earnestly, because if what you're saying were true, I wouldn't be feeling what I'm feeling right now. Harry looked at Nadine, utterly perplexed. What was she trying to say with that? Nadine took a breath and uttered something Harry never expected. Especially not in these circumstances. Harry, I've always liked you. Ever since my first day at Hogwarts, I've been secretly feeling this way. Though I tried to hide it as much as possible, the blush still shows. I couldn't wait to tell you how I feel. This crush is way too strong to ignore. Harry slammed his broomstick to a stop, nearly tumbling over. Nadine was smitten with him. Could this be real? Was he dreaming? He discreetly rubbed his knee, which caused him pain. No, he wasn't dreaming. But then Joey was right. The young man swallowed hard and forced himself to look at Nadine, saying, well, you're joking, right? You did like it? That can't be true. I'm not joking about my feelings, Harry, Nadine retorted with the same defiant tone. Especially when it comes to something as serious as this. I've never known a guy like you. You're friendly, kind-hearted, and get along with everyone. Plus you're hot. Yeah, even if you don't believe me, he added, seeing Harry's stunned expression. I've never felt anything like this for anyone, you can be sure of that. Thornfirel is an all-girls school, so I'd never crossed paths with any guy my age before. Let alone someone like you. That's what my heart tells me. If you don't match my feelings, well, I'll understand that somehow. Harry's green eyes met Nadine's blue ones, and he saw her being sincere. The young man felt bewildered. What could he say to her? He wasn't sure if he felt the same way about Nadine. She was beautiful and all that, but his feelings were a whirlwind in that moment, just because he had never thought about it before. Facing Harry's silence, Nadine smiled without blushing, moved closer, extended her hand, and gently stroked his hair. Then, it happened. Harry felt that strange sensation in his stomach again without warning. The same feeling he'd had when Nadine was chosen for Gryffindor. Then, the boy began to think that night, his dance partner looked absolutely stunning. The young woman's curly hair, they swayed gently to the night breeze and glowed under the moonlight, their lilac-colored robes matching the moon's radiance. Their eyes seemed to gaze into the ocean's deepest depths, while their sweet smiles melted Harry's heart from within. And those hands, they were so soft, radiating a sweet warmth that made his heart skip a beat. What was happening to him? Was he falling in love too? Nadine then approached Harry. His heart began racing as she drew closer, the rhythm quickening with each step. When she was mere inches from his face, he finally managed to stammer out, well, I don't know what to say. Nadine smiled more openly, revealing her perfectly aligned white teeth. She took Harry's hand and placed it on his left shoulder. For some reason, he began to feel nervous. Just relax and close your eyes, Nadine whispered. Don't say a word. But, Ciaralos. Harry chose to obey and tried to relax, but he couldn't. He felt her arms wrapping around his shoulders, drawing closer and closer to his face. He nearly opened his eyes to ask Nadine what the hell was going on, but held back. Then he felt her lips brushing against his own, and he jerked open his eyes to witness a vision that made his heart beat even faster. Nadine was hugging him, kissing him with the same tenderness she had shown before, gazing at him and smiling. Harry felt a chill run down his spine, but he didn't move an inch. It was abrupt. She felt so good. But why? She couldn't explain it. It seemed she was floating, though truthfully, they were both there, standing in the air with their brooms, and she felt like she was in a cloud. She chose to close her eyes again and let herself drift away. It was like ascending to heaven, like, she couldn't describe it, but wanted it to last forever. But everything had an end, and Nadine eventually parted ways with Harry. The young man clutched his broom to steady himself, his eyes fixed on the girl as he smiled, his heart racing in anticipation. I'm sorry, she apologized again, her face flushing red once more. I didn't think about what I was doing. I just let myself go. And, you don't have to apologize, Harry interrupted, parting the bangs from his eyes. Ah, no?
No.
You shouldn't apologize for things like that. I mean, well, you know. Harry swallowed hard before continuing. To be honest, I actually enjoyed it. At this point, he blushed slightly too. Seriously? See. Oh, well, now it's my turn to be the one who doesn't know what to say. Harry smiled, and Nadine did too. They stood in silence for a few seconds, and just as Harry was about to ask Nadine if they should go down to join the others, the tense atmosphere was broken by a voice coming from the pocket of Harry's tunic. Harry? Here's Justin. Are you there? Can you hear me? Harry? Harry, the communicator. Harry nervously patted his pocket until he found what he was looking for. The golden ball shaped like a canary. He pulled out his wand and gave it a gentle tap. Really? Justin, I hear you. Talk up. Harry. Thank goodness you didn't hear me. Justin's voice trembled. You need to hurry up. Come running, it's urgent. What's going on? Harry asked. I'll explain it to you when you arrive. Don't waste time. Hurry up. Harry, calm down. I'll be right there in a second. Harry quickly tucked the communicator into his pocket after delivering another blow to it with his wand. What was that? Nadine's eyes were wide open. Well, okay. I'll tell you later. I'm in a hurry now, Harry said, having momentarily forgotten about Nadine. Who was Justin? Nadine asked. Friend, Harry exclaimed as he descended with his broomstick. Where are you headed now? Nadine shouted, forcing her broom to descend as well. You know what? He seems to be having some issues. I'll accompany you. Harry nearly fell off his broom when he landed and heard that noise. Do you want to come along? He stammered. Yeah. Is there something going on about that? Nothing. I suppose it won't matter. Both men dropped their brooms and rushed toward the castle in a hurry. Why don't you leave the brooms behind while I go find Joey? Harry said, heading over to the area. Fine, but Nadine retorted, though she seemed to want to ask Harry something more. But he'd already rushed into the castle after saying the password. Reluctantly, she followed him and headed to leave her broomsticks behind. Harry had already entered the main dining hall and was searching for Joey among the couples dancing. He finally found him. It seemed he was arguing with his partner. Harry approached them. Joey, have you heard? He asked, heated up. Yes. We need to go right away. Joey nodded, looking worried. He held his communicator in one hand, as if he'd just received a call from Justin too. IG, where exactly? Catherine asked coldly. Is that the communicadog that's been making you suffocate? Joey, you can't. I-gate. We're dancing. Is that dancing? What do you even call that? Joey retorted with disdain. From a Quegdo, Eag's a bit awkward. Pigo. I'm sorry, Catherine, Joey snapped irritably. This is important. She can come too, Harry interjected. Nadine's coming with us.
I'm Clago, Togo, IG.
Did you think I'd jag me here? Catherine said angrily. Fine, yeah, go ahead, Joey said with resignation. When Catherine wasn't looking, he turned to Harry and rolled his eyes, a gesture his friend could read as, this is unbearable. The three of them slipped out of the great hall discreetly. Maybe it was Harry's imagination, or maybe people were starting to notice something off, but he didn't give it much thought. He considered explaining it to Ron and Hermione, but seeing how absorbed they were in their own pairs, he decided not to bother them. Nadine was already waiting in the lobby. The four of them hurried out of the castle. Has just told you what it's about? Joey asked.
No.
But judging by the commotion, it seems like something important, Harry replied. Can we say beg where we're going from Hogwarts? Catherine asked, looking extremely nervous and almost hysterical. Harry and Joey exchanged glances. They needed to tell her, since they'd eventually find out anyway. We're going to meet a Muggle friend of mine, Justin. Joey explained. Muggle, she said in horror. How did a Muggle know how to use a communicadog? Harry and Joey simply huddled together, leaning on each other's shoulders. We're going to Collins Becker. Then, exclaimed Nadine, who seemed somewhat apprehensive about the idea. Yes, that's right, Harry nodded. Veg has a Muggle Don't you pay him off for being the IG Kanka of the Nagmas? This is a matter of life or death, Joey clarified. It's absolutely critical. If it weren't, I wouldn't have called you right now. Since when have you known Justin? Nadine asked, her curiosity piqued. It's a long story, we'll tell you later, Joey replied, looking rather uncomfortable. We still have a long way to go before reaching the Muggle school, Nadine protested. Don't miss out on this story. Harry and Joey exchanged glances, then reluctantly began recounting everything since they first met Justin. Wait, you're twins? That's unbelievable, Catherine exclaimed in disbelief. Yeah, incredible, but totally true, Joey said with a smug grin. And you don't know who could have caused all this? Nadine asked, her brow furrowed. Well, Harry and I saw some figures disappear into the distance. I bet they're the ones behind Slytherin, Catherine exclaimed. They must be up to no good. You've got no proof, Nadine snapped angrily. Not all Slytherins are bad. They're just another house. They could be as good as Hufflepuffs, Ravenclaws, or Gryffindors. I don't get why Slytherins have such a bad reputation. At that moment, Harry realized he was referring to Sandrine. For this reason, he added, we don't know if they're from Slytherin or not, nor even if these people are the ones causing all this trouble. But that's exactly what Joey, Justin, and I are investigating right now. We're here, Joey exclaimed, gesturing at the school building that was faintly lit upstairs and bathed in light downstairs. A soft melody drifted toward the four young people. Why did you take so long? Justin exclaimed, seemingly on the verge of a nervous breakdown. As he hurried toward them, his face flushed with agitation. Stay calm. Are you going to spill the beans? Oh, sure, Harry said, noticing Justin's puzzled look at his and Joey's dance partners. Meet Nadine Mullet and Catherine Bertius, our dance partners. Ladies, this is Justin. Hello. Both young women said at the same time, though Catherine's hello sounded rather French. What a delight. Well, there's no time to waste. As you all know, we're at a school party and… Are you witches too, aren't you? Justin suddenly said, visibly intrigued. Nadine and Catherine nodded, and Justin exclaimed excitedly, wow, I'd never seen witches like that before. Harry let out a desperate sigh, and Joey turned to his brother, shouting at him, do you want to continue? Well, right. You know, we're at a costume party. He gestured to himself, trying to show everyone his opera ghost costume, and something's really weird going on here. So I thought, tell him once and for all. Harry and Joey shouted in unison, their patience wearing thin as Justin kept beating around the bush about something so urgent. Okay. So, do you remember that purple drink we thought was the one that granted Anna her wish? Well, there's more to it. In the dance, there's that drink. I'm not sure if that's what he did. Yes, that's right. I remembered. A friend tried it and had the same reaction. It's called Elixir of Immortality. That drink is magical, Harry explained. Oh my God! Justin exclaimed, growing increasingly agitated. Everyone's going crazy over it. It's new and totally awesome. But the constant buzz I'm hearing, who could have brought her to Collins Becker? Nadine asked, speaking for the first time. I don't know. You'd better come with me to the party. You'll see for yourselves. The First Kiss, Part 3. Justin led them through a door into a spacious room where sofas and armchairs had been moved to the corners, clearing space for couples dancing. A long white table held several mountains of glasses and 4 vases filled with red and purple liquids. A girl stepped in at Justin's crossing and, arms outstretched, asked, can you tell where you've been? I've been searching everywhere for you. Look how I left you stranded. Allison, I'm sorry, but I can't speak right now. And them? I'd never seen them before. The girl, with her long coppery blonde hair and fair eyes with a slightly tanned complexion, frowned as she stared at the 4 wizards. She was dressed in an ancient lady's attire. About those friends. Seriously, didn't you realize they were at school? Justin asked. Allison shook her head, clearly embarrassed by speaking in such a harsh tone. Excuse me, I hadn't seen you around here before. What are you guys dressed up for? He asked with a gentler tone than before. But when he realized the question might be a bit offensive, he added, well, it doesn't matter. Have you tried that purple-colored juice?
No.
You? Nadine asked, her tone suspicious as she sized up Allison from head to toe. Yeah. This is absolutely delicious. Seriously, you haven't tried it? Then you must be the only ones who haven't. That response to Harry left him fuming. He glanced at Joey and Justin, utterly horrified, then turned to Allison, trying not to show his nervousness as he was feeling right now. Do you know who brought in the NEC? That drink here? Well, now that you mention it, Allison paused thoughtfully. A third-year girl told me a guy dressed like yours is serving that drink for about half an hour. I don't know if he's still there, but why are you asking that? Just to find out, that's all. No, I'm not drinking, Harry added, seeing the Muggle girl's face. No? Well, dude, you don't know what you're missing. Okay, I'll get another glass. Here I come now. Yeah, the only thing I'm missing is getting poisoned by that, Harry remarked, watching indifferently as Allison walked away. Is it poisoning? It's just fulfilling the drinker's desires. Justin objected, confused. No, I'm certain there's more to it. This isn't just any drink. What if it has side effects? Well, Nadine said. The truth is that girl was totally hooked on nectar. And what if she developed an addiction? I don't believe it. Well, that'll be seen for itself, I suppose. Ah! Joey suddenly exclaimed, startling everyone. What's going on? Justin said, looking slightly alarmed. I don't know how the Muggles could call this that. Music! Joey shouted, covering his ears. This is torture. Don't overdo it, Joey. Nadine said with a laugh. She's not that tall. I can't wrap my head around how you guys are handling this. This whole situation, it's called techno music, Justin explained, puzzled by his brother's attitude. How to say it? It's pure garbage. I can't stand it. This is bugged, declared Catherine. If this keeps up, I'm gonna magcho the castle. Hey Cat, don't go away. Joey stopped her, putting on a dramatic act and pulling his ears back. What would I be like without you by my side? Yes, ahoga eags, a term meaning to suffocate, is very kind, very cavalier and very versatile. Not. Catherine looked at him irritably. No, seriously, stay a bit longer if we've only been here 5 minutes, Joey insisted. All right, that's fine, Catherine agreed. Pigo, what are we going to haze him into drowning? You don't know what I'm thinking, but I won't just sit here and watch, Harry declared resolutely. I'll track down whoever's slipping the elixir of immortality into this school. Are you waiting for me? Let's be clear, Justin said. We're not moving from here. If you spot the guy handing out the stuff, just tell us. Okay? Okay. Until now, that's the deal. Harry, if you see that musician making that hellish music, just tell him to shut up and stop playing it, Joey said with a pouty expression. Music is the least of it, Joey. Besides, he'd be a DJ, not a musician. Well, here I come now. Harry, watch out. As she said this, Nadine blushed. Nadine, calm down. I'm not going to take much risk with what I'm about to do. Harry's face flushed red. See you later. With that, he headed toward the beverage counter, which he soon found. After pushing through the crowd, he finally reached it. He watched Allison walk away with another cup of elixir of immortality, and suddenly felt an urge to grab the glass from her hand. That's when he heard a voice behind him. What are you doing here, Potter? He spun around abruptly. Dick Fletcher, the new Slytherin boy, stood there in a blood-red tunic, his eyes gleaming with mischief as he locked eyes with him. The same goes for you, Harry replied coldly. What are you doing here? You should be at Hogwarts. What I'm doing here isn't your concern, Potter. Look, have you seen all those fools? Fletcher pointed at the Muggles. There they are, drinking elixir of immortality, those complete idiots. You can tell they have no idea what's coming their way. That didn't sit right with Harry at all. What do you mean by that, Fletcher? He asked suspiciously. Suddenly, an idea struck him. You brought it in. You brought the elixir of immortality here. Am I mistaken? Fletcher smiled. His smile wasn't pleasant, and Harry feared the worst. You're so smart, Potter. How did you figure it out? Yeah, I brought a pot full of elixir of immortality, and it's apparently been doing great with the Muggles. They all want more. I'll have to bring more soon. It's almost gone. Then why did you do that? Harry snapped, interrupting Fletcher. I told you that didn't matter to you.
Shitikare.
The young man roared, his anger making those around him stare. Why the hell are you throwing this drink here, Fletcher? And first off, why are you handing it out when you should be in the castle? This is way over the top, you know? I bet you and Malfoy planned this together, right?
No.
Well, yeah. And what? Fletcher exclaimed irritably. Potter, if you want to live your life in peace, I suggest you keep your nose out of business that doesn't concern you. You have no idea what this is doing to you. Do you? Harry snapped, grabbing a goblet of elixir of immortality from the table and pointing it angrily at him. Of course I know. Why did I even bring it here if not for that? You and Malfoy are crazy. Both of you. One tortures muggles, the other poisons them. And I say, what the hell did you gain from this? You gained nothing. I don't know if you realize I made a deal with Malfoy that I haven't broken yet. But from what I can see, he's not very keen on keeping it. If I ever witness something like this coming your way again, Dumbledore will find out and it'll happen soon. Don't threaten me, Potter, if you don't want to see the consequences that come with it. I'm not making threats. Let me be clear. If this continues, you, Malfoy, and everyone involved will get expelled from Hogwarts in no time. I'm fed up, Fletcher. You need to know I won't let a bunch of fools like you make things worse. In fact, I'll do everything in my power to stop it. Like this. With that said, Harry, losing his grip, accidentally spilled the contents of the glass he was holding, along with other items from the table. What are you doing? Fletcher shouted. Look what you're seeing. Harry exclaimed, throwing more glasses to the floor and making a mess of the tablecloth that was now stained purple. What's going on? What's wrong with you, huh? I see you're all up to ruining everything, huh, Potter? Well, go ahead and try, but I'm not backing down without a fight. Fletcher pulled out his wand and pointed it at Harry. Repel me. Fletcher's charm completely took Harry over, sending him hurtling toward a crowd of people who were horrified by the scene. Then, in a flash, Harry stood up, heartbroken and furious. What the hell are you doing? Stupid jerk. He yelled at Fletcher. You can't use that here. Who's saying that? He retorted with a mocking tone. This only made Harry angrier, and in a fit of rage, he grabbed his wand and raised it against the speaker. I'm going to... He began, but something stopped him mid-sentence. A hand grabbed Harry's raised arm, and he heard a voice beside him.
Harry, no.
He turned toward the source of the voice, and his heart began to race. Million per hour. Nadine stood beside him, trying to stop Harry from casting any spells on Fletcher. Nadine, he exclaimed, utterly baffled. Harry watched the wand. Just because he's done magic doesn't mean you have to use it either, Nadine pleaded. Please listen to me. We're gonna get into trouble. We're in deep trouble now. All because of this guy. Harry pointed at Fletcher with trembling fingers, his anger evident. He's the one. He slipped that thing. I had to imagine this. Another voice snapped angrily. Harry turned around and saw Joey, trembling with rage as he stared at Fletcher. This idiot will do anything. We were going to spellmaster together, and all he's thinking about is trying to kill people. I don't know why he doesn't feel shame. This kind of incident is exactly his style. Thanks a bunch for the anniversary. Clearfield Fletcher gave an unpleasant smile. But you're no pushover either, huh? Joey Buscaplito's Clearfield. Always getting into trouble. And because of you, we're stuck without recess. You don't seem too worried about that, Harry replied. I'll get into trouble, but I'm not messing with other people's lives like some jerk, Joey added, fuming. Well, that's enough, said Nadine, still holding Harry's arm tightly. Harry, Joey, just walk past him. It's not worth fighting someone like Fletcher. Nadine understood we weren't going to keep quiet, he replied. Joey, I'm not saying you shouldn't defend yourselves, just that you shouldn't fight him. Hey, dirty blood, you don't have to tell Potter and Clearfield what they should do. They can make their own decisions, Fletcher said to Nadine with disdain. Don't call him a dirty bastard, you fool. Furious, Harry lunged at Fletcher with a threatening stride, but Nadine blocked his path. Harry, she exclaimed, gripping his arm tighter, though still visibly taken aback. Nadine, let me go, Harry said to Nadine, trying to pull his hand away. I'm going to get rid of that look of disbelief he's putting on, and I don't need magic for that. After him, Harry heard a cold voice that sounded familiar to him. No need for that, Potter. That's my job. Harry, Joey, and Nadine finally let go of Harry's arm and turned around. Just inside the door came Sandrine Nightstone, who looked as angry as Harry and Joey, or even angrier. Sandrine, Nadine screamed, her voice trembling as she saw her friend. Pigo good. What does that mean? Catherine had gathered with her colleagues and looked at Sandrine with an expression of disgust. I'd like to know that, Sandrine replied, her gaze locked on Fletcher. Know what? He retorted. What are you doing here? She asked, moving closer to where Fletcher stood. This will be crucial, we can't afford to lose you. Get lost and leave me there. She screamed hysterically, unable to contain herself. The boy was frozen in fear, at a loss for words. It's my business, he finally replied. Your own business? Are you crazy? You're in a Muggle school. Fletcher, don't you realize that? The conversation centered around Sandrine and Fletcher, but Harry, Joey, Nadine, and Catherine were listening just in case she needed help, even though it seemed like she was handling the situation perfectly. Of course I see it. Sandrine, Nadine warned her, gesturing around. A group of Muggle listeners, drawn by the shouts, were also present. I'll tell you what all of you did here, Sandrine urged. Her eyes locked on Nadine, Harry, Joey, and Catherine. She stomped her foot on the floor and stuck out her tongue in disapproval. Harry said, Fletcher has introduced Elixir of Immortality to the Muggle school. The Elixir of Immortality? She said. I've heard about it. I think it's really good. I'd love to try it. But then she seemed to remember why she was there and turned to Fletcher. Why did you do that? Why couldn't you have done it another day? Did it have to be today specifically? Well, yeah. But what's the real deal? Fletcher asked, shrugging his shoulders. Of course it matters. And a lot, Joey interjected, his brow furrowed as he locked eyes with Fletcher. When he noticed Sandrine's icy gaze fixed on him, he felt a twinge of embarrassment creeping in. You have no idea what that drink does, Harry said to Sandrine, glancing sideways at Fletcher. It grants wishes, and it's not good for Muggles at all. What? You want to get yourself in trouble, or what? Sandrine screamed as she closed the distance between her and Fletcher. It looked like she was about to slap him across the face in a heartbeat. Let me go. This isn't your problem, Fletcher argued, pulling away from her. Of course it's my business. You won't leave here until you tell us what you're proposing. Nothing, just to liven up this Muggle party a bit. The boy replied with a chuckle. You're gonna get this, Nadine shouted, her voice threatening. Of course not. This is all planned out. No one can testify to my being here except you, and I have friends in Slytherin who can vouch for me being with them at the ball. What if we ditch the language altogether? Sandrine challenged, her voice tinged with defiance. Well, I think Potter made a promise to my buddy Draco, and I don't want to break that, Fletcher said, glancing at Harry as he spoke. You're the ones who aren't keeping it, he protested, and the promise I made with Malfoy didn't include giving drinks to Muggles. It doesn't matter if I'm included or not. The point is, if you're a wimp, we'll keep torturing Muggles. That wouldn't matter because you're already doing it. Anne Fletcher continued as if he hadn't heard anything. You'd have to admit you were at Hogwarts when you were supposed to be at the ball. We have a good reason, Harry said, though he knew it would be hard to explain being at Collins Becker because a Muggle friend had asked for help. Dumbledore will understand. Well, if you don't mind, I'll go to the dance. I've already wandered far enough, Fletcher said, gesturing as if to leave. You can't just walk away like that. We need your help. Joey started, but couldn't finish his sentence as Fletcher had already bolted toward the door. Death Eater, Sandrine shouted as she swiftly drew her wand. The crowd gasped in unison, and the Muggle bystanders around them let out a collective gasp of shock. Sandrine, this isn't happening. Nadine screamed desperately. I don't care what the Muggles think. That fool won't get away with me so easily. With that, Sandrine dashed toward Fletcher, with Harry, Joey, Nadine, and Catherine hot on their heels. Fletcher lay sprawled on the ground, his legs paralyzed. He was desperately trying to get up, but as they drew near, he raised his wand menacingly at Harry. You're the one who made this happen, and you'll pay for it, Potter, he roared. Excuse me for correcting you, Harry replied calmly, but Fletcher, the fault is yours. Why did you give them the elixir of immortality? You don't care. Suddenly, Fletcher's face lit up. Pointing his wand at the legs, he roared stop incantatem. Fletcher's legs snapped apart mid-step. With a swift leap, he vanished through the door. No one tried to stop him. Sandrine barely managed to hold back, knowing exactly what Fletcher could do. But that didn't matter much now. The real issue was the horde of muggles, mouths gaping wide open, eyes bulging as they whispered to each other and pointed at the wand Sandrine still held in her hand. Nearly all of them carried a bowl of elixir of immortality, which to them was practically like a cherry juice drink. What a load of nonsense we've pulled off on our own, Harry remarked, glancing at the stunned muggle crowd surrounding them. Farley started it all, Sandrine snapped, still seething. That fool will pay for this. Pay me back like I'm Sandrine Nightstone. Well, San, Fletcher's situation doesn't matter now, Nadine said, trying to calm her down. What really worries us is this. What should we do? Should we just start casting memory-erasing spells on everyone? For me it works, Joey said, pulling out his wand. Dad was a renowned memory eraser, and he taught me how to cast spells. I've got plenty of practice under my belt, so I wouldn't mind using it here. Neither did Sandrine support me. You two have lost your minds, Harry exclaimed, unable to believe what Sandrine and Joey were saying. Whether your parents are forgetful or not doesn't matter. The point is we can't use this thing here, he said, waving Joey's wand. We know that, Sandrine replied, but we have no other options. Do you have a better idea? Nadine interjected. I'm with Harry. There's already too much magic here for us to go in and amplify it. So what do? We can't afford to let Hogwarts discover our entry here and get us 5 punished, Joey said worriedly. Yeah, but we've got another problem, Harry snapped. Muggles shouldn't know anything about what you already know. But honestly, this is the Ministry's job. We've done our part here. After all, that's their job, not ours. I just don't get why they're still missing. You might not know what's going on here, suggested Sandrine. It's impossible. The Ministry folks know everything right away. Under normal circumstances, they'd have come here already. But maybe the invisible barrier is giving them too much work, which is why they don't know what's happening here. That's my take, Joey said. Well, if I get a little attention from you, Catherine cleared her throat, annoyed that nobody was paying attention to her. Startled, the 4 young people turned toward her. They'd completely forgotten she was there. Well, he said. Joey spat out. Judging by the tone he used, he was right under her nose. Well, I mean one of you guys, he continued, turning to Harry and Joey, with your communication device. Call some Miemgo from the Ministerio and infog me about what happened here. And as for our Nasatkos, the Majog Sagia that kept us Fagamos from here. After all, we no longer paint anything in this lugag. Catherine #039. Right, Harry backed her up. Let #039. Cut to the chase before things escalate. I #039. Am not in the mood for arguments today. Joey, your dad works at the Ministry. Call him via the intercom and tell him what happened. Quote, fine. But I #039. I'll have to give him another shot. Quote, the questioned individual retorted. Quote, right now I can only talk to Justin and you. Quote, bring all the necessary tools but call him. It #039. Urgent. According to, quote, what about the elixir of immortality? Quote, Nadine asked. We need to get rid of him as fast as possible. Quote, good thinking, Potter. But tell me how we #039. We gonna get rid of that glass to all the muggles in this room? Quote, Sandrine retorted. Quote, personally, I'd on #039. Want to spend the rest of the night trying to convince them this drink could be harmful. Quote, well, we #039. We not going to handle that ourselves, Harry replied with a sly grin. I just had an idea. Where #039? Justin. The moment he was called, the Muggle boy suddenly appeared among the wizards. He looked visibly more agitated than before. Quote, what have you done? Quote, he snapped, his voice racing as anger and nervousness intertwined. Quote, I haven't hashtag 039. T seen anything, but from what I hashtag 039. V heard, you hashtag 039. V caused quite a commotion with your quote. We know that. Harry cut him off. Calm down. We hashtag 039. Re trying to fix everything. Quote. I hope so. Quote. Justin said, his tone calmer. Quote. And what about the one who drank the elixir of immortality? Did you catch him, Harry? Quote. Yeah, no. It hashtag 039. Dick Fletcher from our school, specifically Slytherin House. But he just slipped away, so they're hashtag 039. Not much we can do to keep him here. Quote. I still can hashtag 039. T believe I was so stupid to trust his word. Quote. Sandrine reproached herself, her voice tinged with melancholy and irritation. Quote. He hashtag 039. Always been such a fool. Quote. They're hashtag 039. Nothing left to do now, San. Forget about him. Quote. Nadine consoled him. Quote. He was the one who organized the party from the start, not us. Quote. Joey explained to his brother. Justin, could you do us a favor? Harry asked. Whatever you want. Just tell me, said Justin. Scrounge up every last drop of elixir of immortality here. Every last drop, absolutely every single one. Got it? We gotta get out of this place. The Ministry of Magic is coming to wipe us from the map. Excuse me, what did I say? Justin interrupted, looking puzzled. Quote. Forget it. Quote. Joey repeated slowly. Quote. You know how to erase memories, so if you don't hashtag 039, T wanna forget everything you know right now, you hashtag 039. D better go back to your room. I hashtag 039. LL called Dad to alert the memory erasure team and all that. Just in case you didn't hashtag 039. Tino, he works at the ministry. Quote, really? That hashtag 039. Cool. Right? Yeah, he hashtag 039. The head of the Accidental Magic Reversion Department. And on hashtag 039. T even start. I know you hashtag 039. Recoming, Joey warned his brother. Well, quote. Well, Justin, I told you, quote. Harry chimed in, returning to the topic they hashtag 039. D been discussing before Justin cut him off. Quote. We hashtag 039. Relieving. Do what we told you. Quote. Okay. I hashtag 039. LL do that. The boy agreed. See you tomorrow? Yeah. As always. Quote. Harry said, turning toward the still puzzled stares around them. Quote. Well, the show hashtag 039. Over. Nothing happened here. Quote. No. Quote. Sandrine mused. Quote. Just a chaotic interruption at a muggle party that could have led us to something far worse. Quote. Please leave the drinks on the table right now. Quote. Harry continued, brushing off his partner hashtag 039. Sarcastic tone. Quote. And on hashtag 039. You dare step out of the room under any circumstances if you want to stay safe. Okay? Quote. You hashtag 039. D better take our advice? Joey added in a tone so threatening that nobody dared contradict him or Harry, even though the whole situation was still confusing. Okay. Let hashtag 039. Go? Or what? Catherine snapped impatiently. Yes. Let hashtag 039. Go. Goodbye. Justin, Harry, and Joey said goodbye to their partner and friend. With Catherine, Nadine, and Sandrine, they left the hall to return to Hogwarts. Just a few meters from the castle, Joey stopped. Harry, I'm gonna call my dad, he told Harry. Before we set up my communicator, of course. I'll see you inside. Well, up to this point, Harry had said goodbye and dashed toward the girls who were already near Hogwarts entrance. Just as they'd entered the password and were about to go in, Nadine stopped the young man. Harry, wait. I want to talk to you, he said. What about that? He asked. It's just a moment. And already, come on, what's up? Sandrine said impatiently, having entered after Catherine and waiting for them at the entrance with her arms crossed. No, San, Then we'll go, Nadine replied. Whatever you want. I'm off to my common room. See you tomorrow. The girl winked at Harry and Nadine before slamming the door behind her. Truth be told, he's not a bad person, Harry remarked, glancing toward the entrance, but he has a genius. Yes, but I didn't want to talk about that. Nadine tugged at the sleeve of Harry's robe to draw his attention. He looked up at her, and then she continued. You see, about what I mentioned earlier, when we were walking with a broom. Really? Harry asked after a pause. He knew exactly what Nadine was referring to, and he could feel her blushing again. Well, I told you how I felt because I couldn't take it anymore, and I want to know if you feel the same way. Nadine blushed after saying this. Please, it's very important to me. Harry's mind went blank. He didn't know what to say to Nadine. On one hand, he didn't want to hurt her feelings by saying it wasn't right for him. On the other hand, he felt uneasy about admitting he was also into her. He sensed something, attraction, and found her pretty. But that wasn't exactly liking her. Plus, he was completely lost, utterly confused. Nadine had caught him off guard that he resolved not to take any wrong steps, lest he face disappointment. Finally, he responded to Nadine with sincerity. I don't know, Nadine. I'm totally confused and can't figure out what my feelings are toward you. Let me be clear. Before we both end up regretting our actions, I need to take a moment to let me think about this calmly, okay? And when I have everything sorted out, I'll tell you. Can you really wait that long? Well, I trust it will work out. I'll wait and see how things develop. She agreed, smiling. Okay then. Well, that's all there was to it. Oh, and Harry, yes? Nadine's chin trembled for a moment, and then the young woman was hugging the bewildered Harry. Thanks for defending me at the party, he said when he let go. There's nothing to, he replied with a shy smile. They heard a hum behind them. Turning around, they saw Joey grinning mischievously. I'm sorry, darling, if I caught you in the act, Harry said with a smirk. Nadine blushed, and Harry shot him an ironic glance. Yeah, pretty funny, he said. What? You've already called your dad? Yes. The ministry guys will be here in no time. Should we enter the castle, or will you stay and keep your privacy?
Ja Harry scoffed sarcastically.
You know what? She just wanted to tell me one thing, something you wouldn't care about at all. Since there's nothing left to do here anyway, let's go in. Okay, come on, man. You can't even handle a little joke. You've been carrying that joke around all day, just for your information. Okay, stop lecturing me. I'm already fed up with the guy who gave me this when I called him. Come on, let's go in. It's late now. Once inside the castle, Nadine said goodbye to the boys and made her way to the common hall. The great hall was nearly empty now, as most had already gone to their respective private rooms to sleep, except for one person apparently. Harry, Joey, where were you guys? They turned around. Ron was approaching them, his ears still slightly flushed from dancing and looking tired, but with that mischievous grin they sometimes wore, the kind Fred and George would adopt when they were young. Resolving some pending matters, Harry replied. We had to leave quickly because it was urgent. What's going on? Joey asked, glancing at Ron's face. You won't believe it, Ron said with a chuckle. I was looking for you to show you something. Come on, it's worth seeing. Still completely flustered but brimming with curiosity, Harry and Joey followed Ron as he led them to the garden. They hid behind some bushes, and Ron then pointed out a spot to his friends. Look there. Harry gazed, and what he saw left him speechless. There stood the silhouette of a man, apparently seated on a bench. The young man didn't take long to recognize it. It was Snape, but he wasn't alone. There was an unknown woman with him. They were talking, and it seemed like they were quite close. The boys, they could have overheard a fragment of their conversation from their hiding place. Severus, I'd love to keep talking with you, but it's already 1 a.m. and I'm starting to feel tired. I think I'll just go to bed now. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow then, right? Teacher? Agatha, the woman interrupted, laughing. Call me Agatha, do you want to? Clearly, Agatha, I need to leave too. Snape looked visibly flustered. See you tomorrow. By tomorrow morning, Severus and Amos had left the place, and Harry could see a faint blush on Snape's face. Joey, who had been watching the scene wide-eyed, burst into laughter when both teachers had already departed. "Oh man, this is awesome. Snape's totally messed up with Vector," he exclaimed, laughing. "This is going to be a bombshell. Have you met her?" Harry asked, referring to the woman. "Well, she's the arithmetic teacher, Agatha Vector. I never knew teachers had dance partners too. Just the two of them and McGonagall, who went with the Muggle Studies professor," Ron said, trying hard to hold back his laughter. "I wanted to show you because Snape's behavior is truly something you don't see every day. And so much," Harry exclaimed as his friends burst into laughter. "Did you notice Snape's face? I've never seen him so flushed before. But Teacher Vector isn't falling behind either. Call me Agatha, Sevi, dear." Joey mimicked the teacher's voice and gestures. The exaggerated Vector, and Harry and Ron burst into laughter again. "Well," Harry said when the laughter attack passed, "it's better if we head to the common room, don't you think?" Their friends agreed to let them in, and the three left their hiding spot right then and there, though they still chuckled inwardly at the scene they just witnessed. Once in Gryffindor's common room, Hermione scolded them. "Where did you three end up? I haven't seen any of you around. Do you think this is the time to show up at the common room for the sermon?" Hermione retorted, yawning. "We were out walking. What's wrong with that?" "No, but you were worrying about me." "Excuse me? Did I hear that right? Hermione is worried about us?" Joey exclaimed, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Harry and Ron burst into laughter. "Go to hell," Hermione snapped irritably. "It's late. You'd better get some sleep now before you're up tomorrow." "Hey, we're on vacation," Ron protested. "I don't care. To bed," she snapped, her hand clutching her prefect badge as she pushed him onto the bed. "You've had enough fun today. All right then. At your command, Sergeant." Prefect," Harry replied, half in a huff and half joking. Joey and Ron burst into laughter again, while Hermione furrowed her nose. "Just a joke, Hermione," the young man reassured her with a chuckle. "Let's go. See you tomorrow." With that said, Harry, Ron, and Joey climbed into the boys' room. Still joking around, they changed clothes and went to bed. Joey and Ron soon fell asleep, but Harry stayed awake for quite a while, staring at the headboard of his bed and wondering, what were Fletcher and Malfoy up to with all those attacks on Muggles? They'd clearly crossed the line already, and way past it. Was it fair to keep going with their part of the deal? He wanted to keep pondering it, but the dream was starting to overwhelm him, and his eyelids felt heavy. So he decided to put it off and went to sleep, sinking into a deep slumber. Finally, the 5th chapter. After keeping you guys waiting for so long, here it is. It's so long that I had to split it into 3 parts. Hope you enjoy it. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Wilbur. Hey there. Hope you enjoyed this chapter. I know the whole Malfoy thing is a bit crazy, but just trust me, he's not exactly a good kid at all. Celine. Hey there. Here's the 5th installment. Sorry for the wait. Why is Justin a muggle while Joey's a wizard? That's science fiction stuff. But let me tell you, Joey and Justin are a real special case. I'll explain it to you someday. Callie-chan. Love? Joey and Celeste? La 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 la. Nicole, I'm thrilled you enjoyed my story and apologize for the delay. Hope you'll love this chapter. Sab. Hey there, my friend. Finally got your review. It's been ages. Please don't torture your computer though. We can't play RPGs without it. Ha ha ha. Here's the continuation, hope you like it. Winky face. You'll tell me how it went. Oh, and keep up with SDLC. Baby-chan. Hope you enjoy this super long chapter, and that you connect more often. Hey, Hermie and I are working on the 6th chapter, and we don't know how long it will take. So please don't get impatient. Read the Harry Potter Daily to ease the wait. I'm guilty of self-promotion, you know? Well, see you soon. And as you know, drop your reviews. Harriet, yes, give.